During her life, she was a 5S level mercenary queen. After death, she even became the ruler of the underworld. This fat and greasy corrupt official dares to even think of slighting her. Let him atone for his sins with this. Bathed in the morning light, the Prime Minister's mansion appeared even more dignified. Like a sparkling pearl, it shimmered brilliantly. At this moment, a slender, jade-like hand opened the curtain in front of the dressing table. The owner of the jade hand meticulously dressed the girl in red while praising her own efforts. She emphasized to her older sister, Dee, that these specially prepared cosmetics were from her personal collection, usually too precious to use. If she hadn't known that His Highness the Crown Prince had invited her sister, she, Mimi, would never have been willing to share them. These half-truthful, teasing words, to those unaware of her true nature, would evoke a sigh of admiration for the excellent upbringing in the Prime Minister's household. Conversely, their sisterly affection was praised. Qin Yinyan, after listening to Qin Baishua's words, was instantly moved to tears. Her birth mother had passed away early, and she, aware of her own simple-mindedness, had never before had anyone willing to dress her up. She felt deeply grateful. She expressed that in this world, only her younger sister and His Highness the Crown Prince were truly kind to her. But how could she, with her pure heart, understand the existence of those known as green tea bitches or white lotuses? Qin Baishua, looking at the clueless Qin Yinyan, couldn't help but let a smug smile creep onto her lips. She thought to herself, if it weren't for the Crown Prince's plan, how could she lower herself to dress up this idiot? She watched with disdain as the fool carefully held something and then preciously offered it to her. At this moment, Qin Yinyan wore a look of sincere filial piety. The item in her hand was a mung bean cake that she had spent a whole month learning to make. Although she had only managed to make one, her younger sister was so good to her that she wanted to give her the best she had. The aroma of the mung bean cake filled the air. Qin Baishua, however, covered her nose and mouth with her sleeve in disgust, as if it were something repulsive. She turned her head away, fighting back her revulsion. She reluctantly accepted the mung bean cake. But to maintain her charade, she didn't forget to thank her older sister, Dee. She said, "Thank you, sister, for your kindness. Mimi will accept this." But in her heart, she thought, this idiot's food is truly disgusting. As soon as Dee left, she didn't even bother to pretend. She threw the mung bean cake on the ground and then viciously crushed it underfoot. Qin Yinyan, beautifully dressed by her younger sister, arrived at the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince, Yi Qingsheng, saw that Qin Yinyan had been sitting silently in front of him for almost half an hour. He couldn't help but suppress his impatience and break the silence. He asked Yinyan why she wasn't speaking. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's question, Qin Yinyan nervously fidgeted her fingers on the table. Her face flushed crimson, whether from nervousness or shyness. It was unclear. She stammered an explanation. Yinyan is slow-witted. This is the first time I've met a man like this. I don't know what to say. I just think your highness is very handsome. I want to keep looking at your highness. Hearing this, Yi Qingsheng understood. Here was another girl captivated by his charm. He immediately took both of Qin Yinyan's hands in his. Despite his inner thoughts, this idiot's appearance is quite good. On a normal day, I would definitely trick her into bed and then discard her. But today, she has a greater purpose. He put on a look of deep affection and asked Yinyan if she liked him. Qin Yinyan looked at the Crown Prince and honestly replied that although she didn't know what like was, she had known since childhood that she was betrothed to the Crown Prince. However, knowing she was unworthy of such a glorious person, she had been too afraid to meet him. She truly hadn't expected that His Highness would take the initiative to summon her. For the sake of his grand plan, Yi Qingsheng continued to deceive the naive girl. First, he said they were a match made in heaven. Then, he promised that once he became emperor, he would make Yinyan his empress. Finally, he pretended to be shy and asked for Yinyan's help. He repeatedly assured her that they would definitely marry in the future and feigned deep affection, expressing his belief that Yinyan would definitely help her future husband. Qin Yinyan was overjoyed. She, who had always been useless, could actually help His Highness the Crown Prince. She immediately declared that she would do her utmost. Yi Qingsheng smiled with satisfaction. As expected, no one could resist his charm. Another fool was willing to sacrifice everything for him. He then shamelessly stated his request. This favor was actually very easy for Yinyan. She just needed to take off her clothes and sleep in bed, cuddling with a friend of his. To consolidate his position as crown prince, he had to secure the Minister of Revenue support. He'd heard that the old man had been smitten with Qin Yinyan after accidentally seeing her at the prime minister's residence a few days ago. So he came up with this vicious scheme. As long as he let the old man have his way, with this leverage in hand, the minister would be forced to serve him. The mere thought of it excited him. After hearing this, Qin Yinyan's bright smile vanished, replaced by a conflicted expression. Although not intelligent, she always remembered her mother's words. Her mother had said she could only sleep with the crown prince on their wedding night, and she mustn't undress for anyone else. She thought that even if she couldn't do what the crown prince had just mentioned, she could still do many other things. For example, she could wash clothes, cook porridge, and make mung bean cakes. Yi Qingcheng, hearing her refusal, immediately became furious. In a very impatient tone, he loudly scolded her for being unreasonable. This simpleton, this crown prince, not Shan Shi and Ji Yu, is already a tremendous grace. You should be grateful. Qin Yinyan didn't understand. Just now, the crown prince had been gentle and kind. How could he change so quickly? Frightened, she only dared to whisper, "Mother said I absolutely cannot do that." Seeing her stubbornness, Yi Qingcheng gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to contain his temper, he slapped Qin Yinyan across the face. The forceful blow sent her flying. Qin Yinyan's head unfortunately hit a pillar. The crown prince's curses rang in her ears. Waves of pain coursed through her body. As tears streamed down her face, she saw her sister, Qin Baixue, enter the room. Instinctively, she thought her savior had arrived and cried out, "Sister, help me. Sister, it hurts. Save me." However, her usually gentle sister didn't even glance at her, instead going to fawn over the crown prince. Not only that, but Qin Baixue watched her with amusement, even shouting, "What a waste of my precious makeup powder." I thought she would obediently follow the plan. "Crown Prince, look at her half-dead state. How can we explain this to the Minister of Revenue?" Hearing her sister's words, Qin Yinyan realized they were in cahoots. The crown prince and her sister had been deceiving her all along. She had been betrayed by both her fiancé and her own family. There was no genuine kindness towards her, only lies and deceit. She closed her eyes in pain, letting her tears flow freely. Yi Qingcheng and Qin Baixue, this conniving pair, brazenly revealed their scheme right in front of her. They planned to take advantage of her weakened state and send her to the Minister of Revenue as a plaything. As long as he accepted this gift, he would be firmly on the crown prince's side. The next moment, Yi Qingcheng pulled Qin Baixue into his arms, fantasizing about their bright future. "Baixue, from now on, you will be the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's manor. My engagement with the Prime Minister's daughter will automatically transfer to you. You will be my beloved concubine." Qin Yinyan watched them flirt shamelessly before her and closed her eyes in despair. She hated this world. This world held nothing but malice for her. She hated the injustice of it all. Perhaps her overwhelming resentment triggered the negative energy cleansing system. Night fell quietly. Under the starlit sky, all was silent. However, the crown prince's residence was brightly lit. A greasy-looking old man hypocritically asked Yi Qingcheng, "Your Highness, this is the future crown princess? Can I really have my way with her?" Yi Qingcheng leaned in and whispered a few words to the old man. Having received confirmation, the Minister of Revenue's face blossomed into a wide smile. He immediately pledged his loyalty. His lecherous gaze fell upon the unconscious Qin Yinyan, muttering, "The future crown princess. I shall enjoy her thoroughly tonight. I will savor every moment, grateful for your highness's grace. Farewell, your highness. Allow me to see you out." After receiving the support he desired, Yi Qingcheng left with a parting remark. "Then I'll leave her in your capable hands, Minister. Your continued support is much appreciated." He then strolled out of the room, hands clasped behind his back. After the crown prince left, the Minister of Revenue closed the door and eagerly approached Qin Yinyan. He leered at the unconscious girl. "Although she's a simpleton, her body is quite something. Let me have a good feel," he thought, his perverted mind already excited by the prospect. As his grubby hands reached for the unconscious girl, meanwhile, the activated negative energy cleansing system was loading. The disgusting old man shamelessly began to lift the girl's clothes. Qin Yinyan felt the world was too dark and didn't want to open her eyes. She faced this malicious act with resignation. Despite his age, the old man's hands moved quickly. As he reached for her sash, the negative energy cleansing system officially launched. The system cheerfully announced, "The first mission world is open," summoning the host. The girl opened her eyes again, her gaze devoid of innocence and clarity, replaced by decisiveness and sharp coldness. She was still called Qin Yinyan, but in her past life, she had been a 5S ranked mercenary queen. Although she always worked for money, she only killed those who deserved it, unknowingly accumulating countless blessings. After her death, through a series of coincidences, she became one of the rulers of the underworld, a Yama king, known as King Qinghua. Unexpectedly, this dignified empress of the underworld, and even has to work hard to earn merit. So, under the pressure of the negative energy world cleansing system, he's forced to live a miserable life of hard labor. Simply put, he needs to fulfill the wishes of those who were bullied and died full of resentment. By eliminating their negative energy, he can gain merit, which he uses to level up in exchange for various skills and items. This time, the target is a woman from ancient times who shared his name and was an enemy of the Prime Minister. Due to childhood illness, the original host's intelligence remained at the level of an 8 or 9-year-old. In other words, she was what people commonly call mentally disabled. Not only was she tragically deceived by a manipulative schemer, but she was also used by her scumbag fiancé. It wasn't until her death that the original host saw the true faces of these two scoundrels. At this point, understanding everything, she generated a tremendous amount of negative energy. After he and the system watched the original host's tragic life together, the righteous duo simultaneously cried out in a sweet voice, "What disgusting scum! We must find a way to destroy them and avenge the poor original host." And this fat, greasy, useless book is truly repulsive. He gently comforted the suffering soul of the original host, allowing her to peacefully enter reincarnation, promising to avenge her. As he opened his eyes, he heard obscene words whispered in his ear. "Oh, Miss Nyin is awake. I just heard His Highness the Crown Prince say you hit your head. It must hurt a lot. Will Uncle take good care of you? Uncle really likes you." Hearing the nauseating words, the girl revealed a playful smile. He calmly sat up and pulled up his slipping clothes before replying, "Does my lord truly like Nyin?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of his hands reached for the man's throat. The hand tightly gripped the old man's neck, like a python constricting its prey. The Minister of Revenue's face gradually turned red. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. By this time, he had already seen the Minister of Revenue's sinful life through the Yama records. It turned out this old man was a corrupt and wicked official guilty of countless crimes. He wasn't supposed to die for another 2 years. But since he ran into this king, I'll do him a favor and send him on his way. The grip on the old man's throat tightened. As the old man was about to expire, he released his hand. While casually examining his fingernails, he mocked, dying so quickly. It seems this so-called liking wasn't very deep after all, Miss Nyin. After a smooth, sharp edge appeared on his nail, his hand approached the terrified old man again. With a gentle swipe of his nail, he easily slit the man's throat. As the man fell to the ground with a thud, he calmly remarked, for him, every part of his body could be a murder weapon. At this moment, the system popped up to make its presence known. Yama King cleanly killed a level 1 villain. Although no merit can be obtained, you receive 1 like from this system. Who would have thought that the dignified empress of the underworld was actually a complete sucker for good looks? In order to complete the mission, she even has to engage in indescribable acts with the mission target. After Qin Yinyan cleanly dealt with the disgusting Minister of Revenue, he heard the sobbing of the original host's soul. Facing the villain, he could transform into a cold-faced Yama, instantly destroying him. But facing the pitiful original host, he couldn't help but feel compassion. He gently comforted the girl wronged by the world, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. While gently consoling the original host, telling her not to cry, he unhesitatingly took out the Yama treasure seal. He informed the original host that he understood her hatred and wishes, and that she could now peacefully enter reincarnation. He would avenge her. Then, in the name of Yama King, Qin Yinyan made a contract with the 3 realms, arranging for the original host's reincarnation. Watching the original host smilingly dissipate into the world, the system, which had appeared at some point, sighed, "She's so pitiful. What did you arrange for her next life, Your Highness?" In her next life, she'll be born into a well-off family. Her parents and brother will spoil her with all kinds of sweets from a young age. After marriage, her husband will run a pastry shop with her, continuing to spoil her with sweets. In short, I want her next life to be filled with the sweetness she missed in this one. His originally pleasant mood instantly soured after glancing at the attendant. In his previous life, he was a 5S ranked mercenary queen. Later, through various coincidences, he became the ruler of the underworld, Yama King. Unexpectedly, before he could even revel in his power, he discovered that the position of Yama King had been vacant for thousands of years. Because once one becomes Yama King, they must bind themselves to the negative energy world cleansing system. And this system is incredibly Kangdea. Although completing system tasks accumulates merit and increases strength, failure results in obliteration by the power of heaven and earth if merit falls below 60 points. Furthermore, he's heard that 5 Yama Kings have already died in office. He wondered how such a good thing as being Yama King could fall so easily into his lap. It turned out to be forced conscription. The system immediately jumped out to explain. The 3 realms possess countless parallel worlds. If someone in a parallel world harbors intense resentment due to a specific event, and this resentment becomes overwhelmingly powerful, it lingers, transforming that world into a negative energy world. Negative energy worlds disrupt the normal functioning of the 3 realms. Thus, the negative energy world cleansing system was automatically generated by the power of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Yama King is the one chosen by this power to participate in the negative energy world cleansing system. Qin Yinyan felt absolute confidence in achieving a perfect score on this mission. After all the mercenary missions he completed during his previous life were accomplished with full marks. The system seemed to enjoy the host's confident boasting despite his lack of foundation. It immediately took advantage of the harmonious atmosphere to announce the scoring rules and prohibited actions for the host's mission in this world. Qin Yinyan quickly skimmed through the scoring rules and prohibited actions. After memorizing the key points, he prepared to start the mission and earn merit. But his next action dumbfounded the system. Isn't the host supposed to be completing the mission? Why did he suddenly start doing crafts? He continued folding paper money while explaining to the system. The first step in completing the mission is, of course, to fake the crime scene and escape culpability. Even in ancient times, there are laws, you know. This lady killed the Minister of Revenue. How can I complete the mission if I'm identified as the murderer? He finished speaking and skillfully lit the 2 paper ingots he had just folded. His aura then surged as he loudly commanded, "Yama King Qin Guangwang bestows a reward of 2 taels of silver. Lonely ghosts, come forth." As his voice fell, a gust of wind blew, causing the burning flames to flicker. The closed window suddenly banged open. A wisp of a ghostly figure floated in through the window. The female ghost respectfully received the silver with both hands and immediately kowtowed to the king, who was leisurely drinking tea. The female ghost introduced herself, lonely soul Qing Luo, a lowly maidservant in life. "Thank you, King Qin Guangwang, for the reward." Qin Ninian glanced at her and said indifferently, "You only need to possess this body for 3 days. All your actions must follow my commands. If you're not by my side, I will burn paper money to transmit orders to you. If your performance satisfies me, I will reward you with a good reincarnation." Qing Luo thought, King Qin Guangwang is such a good master. Not only is he generous, but he also promised to arrange my reincarnation. She was instantly moved and quickly knelt again to thank King Qin Guangwang for his grace. The next moment, she swiftly possessed the body of the Minister of Revenue. When everything settled down, the system popped up again, making its presence known. "Host, you're being extravagant again. Your merit points were earned through hard work, you know. Arranging reincarnation for a lonely soul costs 1 merit point." He casually reassured the system, "Don't worry, you'll soon know how valuable this merit point is," while nonchalantly flipping through a stack of documents. The system didn't understand what he was doing and asked in confusion, "Host, aren't you supposed to be completing the mission? Why are you flipping through a picture book of men as if you're going on a blind date? Hearing the system's tutal, Qin Yinyin couldn't help but look up, thinking, asterisk, is this child malfunctioning today? Asking such a stupid question. Asterisk, this is ancient times. If a woman wants to overthrow the crown prince, the simplest and most effective method is, of course, to find a backer. Besides, I might as well use the 3 body double dolls I exchanged with merit points last time. The so-called body double dolls are used when the host needs to engage in intimate acts with men in this world. The dolls can replace the host. They are skilled in 64 positions and can cater to all men's needs. After hearing this, the system thought for a moment and then diligently offered a suggestion. How about the emperor? After all, he's not only the ruler of the kingdom, but also the crown prince's father. Qin Yinyin flatly refused. This confused the system. Didn't you say you wanted to find a backer? Isn't the emperor the most powerful backer? He righteously declared that old emperor is too ugly. The system retorted speechlessly, host, don't you have body double dolls? After some thought, he argued, I'm helping the body double dolls reject the ugly old emperor. I refuse to acknowledge that I'm a superficial person. Seeing this, the system knew it couldn't change the host's mind and said helplessly, in that case, the most powerful person left in the kingdom is only the imperial uncle, Yi Ming Yuan. So, the system and Qin Yinyin looked at Yi Ming Yuan's smiling image together. This Yi Ming Yuan was 30 years old this year, held the military power of the Xia kingdom, was bloodthirsty and cruel, and kept everyone at arm's length. It would be incredibly easy for him to overthrow the crown prince. Most importantly, he was handsome. Looking at the handsome man in the painting, Qin Yinyin unilaterally made the decision. Then, he began to think about how to approach Yi Ming Yuan. The system saw him picking up a pen and writing and revising on paper. So, it curiously asked him what the Spring Breeze Banquet was. Every year, the Xia Kingdom would gather noble talents under the age of 30 for a gathering. That was the so-called Spring Breeze Banquet. To put it bluntly, it was an assessment of young nobles, each competing in their talents. Although Yi Ming Yuan was the emperor's uncle, he was exactly 30 years old this year and was also required to participate in the Spring Breeze Banquet. This was an excellent opportunity to approach him. Moreover, the Spring Breeze Banquet was to be held tomorrow. Who would have thought that the dignified ruler of the underworld not only had superb acting skills, but was also incredibly thick-skinned? He shamelessly claimed that he invented Arabic numerals and the calculation methods of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Qin Yinyin looked out the window and sighed softly. The original owner of this body wasn't allowed to participate in the Spring Breeze Banquet due to intellectual disability. It seemed that today, he had to find a way to get the qualification to attend the banquet. He was a person who acted on his thoughts. Turning around, he gave a series of secret instructions to the female ghost, Qin Luo. First, she was to take him from the crown prince's residence to the minister of revenue's mansion. Then, she was to use the minister's highest-ranking sedan chair to send him back to the Qin residence. This series of cunning maneuvers shocked the system. A boy, who had been watching the drama with his legs crossed, finally spoke up, reminding him that this was ancient times. As an unmarried young master, it was improper for him to swagger out of the Minister of Revenue's mansion so late at night. He would be the subject of gossip. Qin Yinyin grabbed the floating system and told it to stop worrying. He had everything planned. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, a good show was unfolding. The scheming Qin Baixue was crying her eyes out, pretending to be worried as she spoke to her father about her older sister. Her words demonstrated that language is truly an art form. Father, we've been waiting at the Qin residence gate for so long. An elder sister still hasn't returned. Could something have happened to her? Schwer really didn't expect that elder sister would get lost after having tea with the crown prince. Schwer is really worried about elder sister. She wiped away non-existent tears with her hand while gently tugging at her father's sleeve, highlighting her anxiety and unease. Her fingers must have been coated with ginger juice or something similar. Otherwise, how could tears flow so readily with a light swipe across her eyelids? She was determined to let everyone know that Qin Yinyin wouldn't be coming back. Only then could she become the new legitimate daughter of the Qin family. Seeing her husband's increasingly grim expression, Qin Baishue's mother immediately chimed in, softly persuading him. Nian Yin still hasn't returned at this hour. Something must have happened. Let's report it to the officials. Although she spoke words of concern, she was thinking that after today, her daughter would be the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, then the crown princess, and finally the empress. And she would be the empress dowager. The thought alone filled her with joy. She was truly a black-hearted woman. The prime minister, Xiang, was conflicted. He didn't have much fatherly affection for his foolish daughter. He was worried about the Qin family's reputation being tarnished by his legitimate daughter. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's wait a little longer. If she doesn't return by nightfall, then we'll report it to the officials." When the commoners on the street learned that the prime minister's legitimate daughter was missing, they began to gossip. Why does the prime minister seem so unconcerned? Well, the prime minister's legitimate daughter is a fool. For a high-ranking official like the prime minister, she's a disgrace. How could he possibly care about her? But Miss Baishua of the Qin family is truly kind and caring. She doesn't care that her elder sister is a fool. Her tears are so genuine. It's so touching. Just then, someone on horseback shouted, "The Minister of Revenue, Guan Yin, is passing through. Commoners, make way." The crowd saw the Minister of Revenue's carriage, escorted by guards, slowly heading towards the Qin residence. They began another round of whispers. It's already dark. Why is the Minister of Revenue suddenly visiting the Prime Minister? Xiang's face darkened. He had no personal relationship with the Minister of Revenue, Li Weiming. Why was he suddenly making such a grand visit? Qin Baishue's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. Shouldn't Guan Yin be with Qin Yinyin right now? Under everyone's gaze, the carriage slowly stopped at the Qin residence gate. A slender hand lifted the carriage curtain. The supposedly missing person, Qin Yinyin, asked with a bright smile, "So many people here. Are you all here to welcome Yinyin?" Seeing that it was her elder sister, Qin Baishu nearly gritted her teeth in frustration. She clenched her fists and cursed inwardly. Damn it, how is Qin Yinyin not dead? Won't he reveal what the crown prince did? That would definitely damage the crown prince's reputation. Then she thought, no one will believe the words of a fool. I shouldn't worry too much. But how did he come back like this? Qin Baishua didn't dare to think any further. The more she thought, the more frightened she became. Her voice trembling, she asked, "Sister, how did you come back?" "You aren't." Seeing Qin Yinyin's fearful expression, Qin Yinyin couldn't help but chuckle. "This scared already? Seems like your mental fortitude isn't all that great." She forcefully grabbed Qin Baishue's wrist, smiling radiantly. "Mimi, sister is back. After having tea with His Highness the Crown Prince, I don't know why, but I hit my head. Then I went to the Minister of Revenue's residence in a daze." Qin Baishue felt the pain from her wrist. She cursed that fool inwardly. She was gripping her wrist so tightly it hurt. But hearing that fool talk like that, it seemed there wasn't any major problem. She was a fool after all. She'd probably forgotten that whole episode. The fool might not be dead, but she had lost her virginity to the Minister of Revenue. How could she still be qualified to be the legitimate daughter of the Qin family? It seemed the position of crown princess was hers after all. This was truly fate. At this moment, Qin Baishua couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. "Did you hear? The Qin family's legitimate daughter went to the Minister of Revenue's residence. How can a noble lady casually go to a strange man's house? Looks like the Qin family is going to lose face today." A group of onlookers immediately started their moralizing, criticizing Qin Yinyin's improper behavior. Hearing everyone's discussion, Prime Minister Qin felt his old face had been completely disgraced by this troublesome daughter. He roared, "Yinyin, how could you go to the Minister of Revenue's residence? You haven't even been married yet. You've completely humiliated the Prime Minister's manner today. So be it. From this day forward, I will pretend I never had." Listening to her scum father's words, Qin Yinyin scoffed disdainfully. If it weren't for the fact she still needed to complete her mission and earn merit, how could she tolerate this scum spouting nonsense in front of her? That finger daring to point at her, she really wanted to chop it off. Fine, for the sake of the mission, she would endure for now. Suppressing her anger, she looked seemingly respectfully at her scum father and said, "Father, daughter went to the Minister of Revenue's residence not only for the Qin family, but also for His Majesty." Her words were like a bombshell dropped into everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but start speculating. Was there some hidden meaning here? Could it be that the Qin family's legitimate daughter had been entrusted with an important task? After hearing her, Qin Baishua felt even more uneasy. Prime Minister Qin interrupted mid-sentence, looked at her with a bewildered expression. What are you talking about? Qin Yinyan first tried hard to recall how the original host used to speak. Then, after carefully composing herself, she forced a nervous and flustered expression. Ninian has always heard the servants say that these past few years, the summer harvest tax allocation, the officials at the Ministry of Revenue are limited in their abilities. They always miscalculate the accounts, leading to increasing chaos in the Xia Kingdom's finances. Father, as the current prime minister, has been worried sick about this for the past 2 years. Daughter, although foolish, wholeheartedly wants to alleviate father's worries. Perhaps it was heaven's pity, but daughter finally thought of a way to solve the problem of miscalculated accounts. When it was time to show off her acting skills, she wasn't afraid at all. Tears flowed, naturally without any need for external aids. She acted as if she was softly weeping. Although her voice was choked with sobs, she still clearly spoke the words she wanted to say. Perhaps daughter's determination was too strong, so today, daughter went to the Minister of Revenue's residence in a daze. Thus, daughter presented the new method she thought of to the Minister of Revenue. And then, she spent 2 hours recalculating all of the Xia Kingdom's tax revenue policies for the past 2 years. Her superb acting stunned the system. She vividly portrayed a filial and strong-willed daughter. Host, if I hadn't been with you the whole time, I almost would have believed your lies, the system said. She was quite satisfied with her own acting. After all, she was the only mercenary in the Military Performance and Camouflage Academy to receive a full set of 5S cards. Prime Minister Qin felt his legitimate daughter had not only gone crazy, but was also delusional. Just listen to the nonsense she was spouting. 2 hours to recalculate 2 years' worth of the Xia Kingdom's tax revenue? He didn't even want to look at his scum father's foolish face anymore. Closing his eyes, he tried hard to conceal the contempt he felt. When he opened his eyes again, he was once again that filial daughter. He pulled out a scroll, holding it with both hands and presenting it to his scum father, while explaining, "This is what the Minister of Revenue asked me to give to father. Inside is the Xia Kingdom's total tax revenue ledger for the past 2 years. Please take a look, father." Prime Minister Qin's hands moved faster than his brain, eagerly taking the ledger his daughter offered. Then he quickly began to browse through the ledger. After he had roughly skimmed through it, he looked incredulously at his unfavored, foolish, legitimate daughter. He stammered, "Daughter, you actually calculated it all correctly? What method did you use? Tell me now." Qin Yinyan had achieved the effect she wanted. A barely perceptible, distorted smirk appeared on the corner of her lips. "Scum father, listen carefully." The next second, she declared excitedly, "It's because Ninian wholeheartedly wanted to help father, so she invented Arabic numerals and the calculation methods of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division." The system realized the host not only had superb acting skills, but also incredible shamelessness, daring to claim she invented Arabic numerals and basic arithmetic. Qin Yinyan, seeing the stupid system dare to accuse her of being shameless, immediately started pinching its skin until the system cried and begged for mercy, admitting its mistake before she let go. She looked around, wanting to find something to write with. When she saw a nearby cloth stall, she immediately thought of a good idea. He walked directly towards a cloth spread out on the ground. Smiling, he borrowed a piece of plain-colored cloth from an elderly woman who was stepping forward. He returned to everyone's view, holding the cloth. Then, everyone saw him swiftly unfurl the fabric with a swoosh. Immediately afterwards, he turned and gave Qin Baixue, who was stunned and speechless, a malicious look. Before Qin Baixue could react, Qin Yinyan, with lightning speed, arrived in front of her. She poked Qin Baixue's face repeatedly with her finger until it was covered in makeup. Only then did she swagger away, not forgetting to chatter as she went. "Luckily, Mimi puts on so much powder every day to cover her pimples. With this powder, I could begin my explanation. Who would have thought that the dignified Yama King of the underworld relies on reciting the multiplication table?" Qin Baixue was furious. What did she mean by saying he puts on so much powder every day to cover his pimples? Wasn't this publicly humiliating him and trampling on his pride? This hateful fool had ruined his carefully crafted image of handsome and fair-skinned beauty. At this moment, Qin Yinyan was busy with important matters and had no time to pay attention to Qin Baixue's petty tricks. She bent down and began to write and draw on the spread-out cloth, busying herself for a while. Then, pointing at the strange symbols she had drawn, she began to explain them one by one. These are Arabic numerals. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3. This is a plus sign, and this is called addition. This is a minus sign, and this is called subtraction. Addition and subtraction are relatively easy to understand. Father should be able to grasp them. Multiplication, which comes next, is a bit more difficult, but I have invented a mnemonic rhyme. Father, just memorize the rhyme. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 1 times 3 is 3. Her explanation was simple and crude. She simply recited the Arabic numerals, basic addition and subtraction operations, and the multiplication table. As long as it could help everyone, that was enough. How could they expect her, a child, to be a teacher and teach everyone thoroughly? After she finished her long speech, she saw from the corner of her eye that her father clearly had a bewildered expression. So, she deliberately smiled at her father and said, "Father should have memorized the multiplication table by now. The division operation that follows is rather difficult. I estimate that Father won't be able to understand it in a short time, so I won't explain it for now." She suddenly noticed that the surroundings had become deathly silent. It seemed her bluff had worked, and those ancient people had been fooled. She had taken another step towards completing her mission. Next, she brazenly followed her father back to the manor through the main gate. Along the way, her father was extremely solicitous towards her and even instructed concubine Shun to immediately upgrade her accommodations to Baishuego. Although concubine Shun was extremely reluctant, she didn't dare to show any displeasure on her face. She dutifully led Qin Yinyan to Baishuego. When Qin Yinyan saw the exquisitely and ornately carved eaves of Baishugo, she immediately broke into a trot, feigning naivete. Then, she turned and asked concubine Shun, "Such a beautiful courtyard. Is this really for Ninian to live in from now on? But didn't you say before that Ninian's fate was bad, and she could only live in a dilapidated old house?" Concubine Chun gritted her teeth upon hearing this. What did this fool mean? Was she trying to show off? Thinking of Prime Minister Qin's attitude just now, she could only clench her jaw in resentment. Then, forcing a smile, she replied, "Ninian, I was just joking with you back then. You actually took it seriously. It's your grandfather's intention for you to live here. Just settle in comfortably." Judging by how tightly she was gripping her handkerchief, her words were clearly insincere. Qin Yinyan suddenly moved closer to concubine Shun, staring directly into her eyes. After startling concubine Shun, she cheerfully uttered, "Okay." Concubine Chun seethed with hatred. She hadn't expected this fool to suddenly become the renowned genius and filial daughter of the capital. If people knew she was living in a dilapidated house, they would surely gossip about Prime Minister Qin. But there was no need for him to let her live in Baishuego. This Baixuego was a project she had begged Prime Minister Qin for 3 years to build for her daughter, Qin Baixu. It had just been completed, and now this fool was benefiting from it. It was infuriating. When she looked up, she saw that the fool had somehow found a ladder and was climbing up step by step. Seeing Qin Yinyan's dangerous actions, concubine Qin broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly asked her what she was doing. With a brush in her mouth, Qin Yinyan couldn't answer and continued to climb. After reaching her desired position, she took the brush out of her mouth and explained, "Since this is Ninian's courtyard, Ninian wants to give a name. Ninian has always loved playing in the snow in winter, so let's change the name of this courtyard to Takshiga. It's so convenient. I just need to add a few strokes." As she spoke, she began to alter the name with her brush, truly multitasking. Concubine Shin's first reaction was that she was indeed a fool. On her first day, she had already made a mess of the courtyard's plaque. Utterly foolish. She didn't bother to correct the fool. Just as she was about to return to her own courtyard, she suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly stopped. He glanced back at the freshly made plaque. Baishuege had been changed to Takshuge. Doesn't that mean this fool actually one-upped his daughter, Baishue? He moved into the boudoir concubine Chun had meticulously prepared for her daughter. Gently lifting the teacup lid, he inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from the tea leaves. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. truly worthy of being the Mingcha by Yunluo Ti from the Lower Kingdom. Just the smell is enticing. It seems concubine Shun and her daughter are living quite comfortably. The system, popping up to make its presence known, looked at him with adoration. Host, you're too amazing. You exchanged a multiplication table for such a large mansion. Qin Yinyan, however, responded calmly. This takshigu is just a bonus. This is the real prize. In the next second, he pulled out an invitation from his sleeve. An invitation to tomorrow's Spring Breeze Banquet. Today, my name is spread throughout Jincheng. Even if that Ta Dea dislikes me, he can only give this Spring Breeze Banquet invitation to me. He thought, it seems that Imperial Uncle Yi Mingyuan will soon become a devoted subject of my stand-in doll. However, that crown prince who cuckolded me will probably also take this opportunity to cause me some trouble. Thinking this, he found tomorrow's Spring Breeze Banquet quite something to look forward to. I hope that scumbag won't be too boring then. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince, upon receiving the latest news, immediately summoned his advisors to discuss countermeasures. He furiously smashed a bowl. Minister the Guard, Li Weiming, that idiot. I was truly blind. How could I have wanted to befriend him? I even sent my future crown princess to his bed, and he actually discussed his uncle with that imbecile Qin Yinyan. The crown prince grew increasingly furious as he spoke, finally slamming both fists onto the table. Just half an hour ago, that idiot actually requested leave from my father, saying he wanted to return to his hometown and live in seclusion to dedicate his life to researching something called Arabic numerals. That idiot going mad is one thing, but if the Ministry of Works officials change, how am I supposed to carry out my plan to control the ministry? The person he had summoned to discuss countermeasures wore an intriguing smile. This person was Xinghe Gongzi. Looking at the increasingly agitated crown prince, he couldn't help but remind him, Your Highness, the Ministry of Works is but a small matter. There's another matter that I'm afraid will trouble you even more. The crown prince simply responded with an "oh," and then asked Xinghe Gongzi what he meant. Xinghe Gongzi then explained, although Qin Yinyan is foolish people are easily able to focus and are therefore more likely than ordinary people to master techniques. Furthermore, now that he is both filial and loyal, serving the country and the people by calculating taxes, he has gained such a good reputation. I'm afraid His Majesty won't easily allow you to break off the engagement. The crown prince, after considering this, realized the logic. He asked Xinghe Gongzi what he should do. Must I really give up the delicate Qin Baixue and marry a fool? Xinghe Gongzi, you are the top scholar on the Langya talent list. You must help me. Xinghe Gongzi calmly reassured the crown prince. Rest assured, Your Highness, since I have decided to assist you, I will naturally resolve your troubles. At tomorrow's Spring Breeze Banquet, I will certainly ruin Qin Yinyan's reputation. Qin Yinyan, oh Qin Yinyan, whether you're fortunate or unfortunate, I, Xinghe Gongzi, am as brilliant as the stars in the river. To be schemed against by me, even if your reputation is ruined, you should feel honored. Fortunately, the subject of his arrogant words was unaware of them. Otherwise, he would surely have questioned his existence. The next day, 2 carriages were parked at the entrance of the Qin residence. Prime Minister Qin was still afraid that his legitimate daughter would embarrass the Prime Minister's manner and himself while outside. Early in the morning, like a doting father, he began to admonish Qin Yinyan. Yinyan, this is your first time attending the Spring Breeze Banquet. Although your mind is not as sharp as others, you must be cautious in your words and actions. At least don't disgrace the identity of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. Unwilling to listen to his scumbag father's nagging any longer, he smiled and waved goodbye. Just as he was about to step into the carriage, he heard Baixue say with a smile, Sister, you must perform well at today's Spring Breeze Banquet. He smiled back at Baixue, acknowledging her words, then lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. He sat down and began to ponder Baixue's words. The system, seeing his solemn expression, asked with concern, Host, what's wrong? Your face changed as soon as you got into the carriage, and even dared to provoke Yama King, wanting him, the dignified ruler of the underworld, to streak naked. Then just wait to die. Qin Yinyan lifted the carriage curtain, looking at Baixue's carriage with an unreadable expression. He had originally thought that Qin Baixue and Yi Qinsheng, that pair of scumbags, would wait until the spring breeze banquet to make a move against him and embarrass him publicly. But judging by Qin Baishue's strange parting words just now, it seems they've already made their move. After listening, the system was also greatly surprised. It hadn't detected anything unusual. Could they have poisoned the host? Or had they arranged assassins for the journey? Immediately after, it listened as Qin Yinyan calmly and composedly analyzed the situation for the system. Crown Prince Yi Qingcheng disliked him, his future crown princess. This was something everyone in the capital knew. So, if he were truly targeted, the crown prince would be the prime suspect. But the crown prince wouldn't do something so foolish. Considering the setting of this world, ancient times, their methods would most likely be aimed at damaging his reputation. The system immediately panicked. If the host's reputation was damaged, he would certainly be confined to the Qin manor. The host couldn't act out of character, so he wouldn't be able to use force to escape. Wouldn't that mean he'd never be able to complete the mission? The host would be eliminated by the system right from the start. Seeing the system pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, Qin Yinyan couldn't help but soothe it, telling it to relax. They even dared to provoke the king of hell, so shouldn't they be the worried ones? Compared to yesterday, the biggest change to him was this new set of clothes prepared by concubine Shen. He first looked himself up and down, examining the new clothes, then gently stroked the fabric, confirming his suspicions. Finally, he couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, the problem lay with this new set of clothes. It was truly painstaking for those two scumbags to go to such lengths to deal with him. The clueless system immediately posed 3 questions. What's wrong? Isn't it just ordinary clothing? What's the issue? He patiently explained to the system, the clothes are ordinary, but the materials used to make them are not. On the surface, this outfit looks like it's made of silk, but at some key seams, they use spider silk. You know, when I was a special agent, I often used special spider silk to design assassination traps. So, I'm quite familiar with this material. Ordinary spider silk is much more fragile than silk. Sewn into clothes like this, it becomes a time bomb. I'm afraid that at the spring breeze banquet, if I take a few more steps, the clothes will fall apart. Just imagining the scene, the system felt it was too malicious. They actually wanted a refined young lady from an ancient family to be publicly exposed. This trick was truly vicious. At this moment, the system was incredibly conflicted. It really wanted to see the host streaking, but if the mission failed, it would also be game over. Oops. In its excitement, it had blurted out its inner thoughts. Seeing Qin Yinyan smilingly pick up its tail and ask, "Oh, you want to see this king streaking?" It immediately denied ever having such an audacious thought. It not only sincerely apologized, but also repeatedly emphasized that it was only worried about the host. Qin Yinyan didn't have time to play around with the system. After all, the issue with his clothes hadn't been resolved yet. He took a hairpin from his hair and cleanly cut off a strand of his dark hair. The system wondered if it was malfunctioning. Why did it understand the host less and less? What was the host going to do? When the system learned that its host was preparing to sew clothes, its admiration for the host became instantly beyond words. It sincerely praised the host's skill. "I never thought the host would know how to sew." Qin Yinyan gave the system a disgruntled look. "What nonsense are you thinking? Who said I was going to sew it myself? I'm good at killing, but sewing isn't within my skill set." Hearing this, the system hurriedly waved its paws. "Host, you're not thinking of letting me do it, are you? My paws can't do such delicate work." The system wasn't making excuses. It truly couldn't do it. Ignoring the system's dramatics, Qin Yinyan casually picked up a book from the small table and tore out a page. While quickly folding a paper ingot in his hand, he said disdainfully, "Even if you dared to do it, I wouldn't dare to wear it." The next second, his demeanor changed. He tossed the folded ingot forward and commanded, "King Qin Guang of the Hall of Hell rewards Ding with 2 tails and a wild ghost. Any skilled seamstress, come forth." Immediately, a gust of wind blew in, lifting the carriage curtain. A female ghost appeared before him, Ghost Xiao Xiao, formerly an embroiderer in the Imperial Palace's clothing bureau. "Thanks His Highness, King Qin Guang, for the reward." He didn't waste any time and directly explained the task, making a promise that "I need you to possess this body and repair these clothes. As long as the final result is satisfactory, I will grant you a good reincarnation." Ghost Xiao Xiao was ecstatic. A reincarnation promised by King Qin Guang himself. It seemed her luck was about to change. She had to use all her skills. Qin Yinyan immediately used the King of Hell's second skill, Spirit Possession. This skill allowed him to directly use the abilities of the possessed person, enabling him, someone who originally couldn't sew, to mend the clothes with ease. The simple-minded system never imagined things could be resolved this way. It instantly turned into a fanboy, praising the host's ingenious operation nonstop. Host, you truly deserve to be the record holder for perfect mission completion. So amazing. I want to cheer for the host. Having resolved the hidden danger with his clothes, Qin Yinyan, dressed in his finery and brimming with confidence, softly murmured, "Spring Breeze Banquet. This king has arrived." This Spring Breeze Banquet was being held at the Night King's residence. Compared to the splendor of the Night King's mansion, their own residence instantly became insignificant. A guard escorted the two sisters to the banquet. Qin Yinyan feigned naivete, exclaiming and gasping continuously. "Wow, this palace is so beautiful. Yinyan loves it," she'd cry out, expressing her supposed wonder. Inwardly, she thought, amidst this palace's grandeur, there's a chilling, murderous aura. Based on this young lady's experience as the King of Hell, someone with such an aura is definitely extraordinary. It seems I chose the right person this time. The system, however, was trembling with fear from the murderous aura. It's so scary. It thought that IT feels like I'm back in Ho's Hell. Qin Baixue was cringing at her sister's embarrassing display when she suddenly overheard other young ladies inquiring, "Who is that woman next to second Miss Xiao of the Qin family? She's so beautiful and dignified. Why haven't we seen her before?" Several prominent young ladies in the crowd were clearly curious. Intrigued by Qin Yinyan's presence, they couldn't help but ask about her. Qin Baixue seethed with resentment. She usually portrayed herself as a delicate, fragile flower, but Qin Yinyan's radiant elegance today was on a completely different level. She concluded it must be the dress, somehow enhancing the fool's aura. The dress had elevated the fool's appearance by more than a notch. Thinking about the dress, Qin Baixue felt a surge of satisfaction. Let the fool enjoy herself for a while, she thought soon. She won't even have a place to cry. The seams of the fool's dress were made of spider silk. After a while, the dress would disintegrate. The thought of the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter being publicly exposed filled her with glee. That I must make sure elder brother Crown Prince gets a good look at the fool's humiliation, she plotted. So, she suggested to her sister, "Sister, the Crown Prince is just over there. Let's go over quickly. I'm sure His Highness will be delighted to see you looking so beautiful today." Hearing this, Qin Yinyan covered her smirking mouth. Finally, she thought, the wait is over. The show is about to begin. Mimicking the original Qin Yinyan's voice, she excitedly replied, Okay. Yinyan wants the Crown Prince to see how pretty Yinyan is." Seeing her sister happily running ahead, Qin Baixue smiled, thinking, "Fool, you'll be even more beautiful in a moment," in a very revealing way. In the Night King's garden pavilion, Crown Prince Yi Qingsheng was very pleased with Xinghe Gongzi's plan against Qin Yinyan. The thought of that fool being exposed amused him greatly. He promised a substantial reward to Xinghe Gongzi upon the plan's success. Xinghe Gongzi, confident in his cunning, assured the Crown Prince that he would do everything to fulfill his wishes. Once Qin Yinyan was humiliated in public, she wouldn't even be able to marry the Crown Prince, let alone avoid bringing shame upon the Prime Minister's manor. They imagined Qin Yinyan would be too ashamed to face anyone for the rest of her life. The two men exchanged a look and burst into laughter. Just then, a young woman's voice reached their ears. "Your Highness, what's so funny?" Yinyan wants to hear too. Caught up in his excitement, the Crown Prince assumed it was his beloved Qin Baixue. He turned around with a smile, ready to explain, but was met with the sight of a dazzling young woman. She was strikingly beautiful and exuded confidence. He asked incredulously, "Are you Qin Yinyan?" He couldn't believe that the fool, wearing that specially made dress, could be so elegant, dignified, and noble. He briefly considered that such a person might actually be suitable as his crown princess. He shook his head vigorously, dismissing such an absurd thought. Qin Yinyan's dress was about to fall apart. She was about to become the most scandalous woman in the kingdom. How could he? Xinghe Gongzi was also surprised. He hadn't realized the Prime Minister's daughter was so stunning. He couldn't understand the crown prince's intentions. Even if she were a fool, such a beauty was too precious to be discarded. He felt a pang of regret. Qin Baixue sensed something was amiss with the crown prince and Xinghe Gongzi. Their expressions were strange. Could they both be captivated by the fool? Qin Yinyan asked brightly, "What's wrong, your highness? Why do you both look so surprised? Is it because Ninian's dress is too beautiful? Did it shock you?" Inwardly, she complained to the system. This scumbag crown prince and his lackey are disgusting. If it weren't for the mission, I'd cripple them both right now. The system echoed her sentiment. Yeah, those two are practically drooling over host. It's so gross. The crown prince cleared his throat to mask his shock, and then asked Qin Yinyan what she was doing there. She replied with a Jiao Shak, explaining that she had heard all the talented young men would be showcasing their skills at the spring breeze banquet, and she was particularly curious to see how the crown prince would perform. She expressed her eager anticipation. If it weren't for the need to get close to that aloof imperial uncle, which required using this scumbag crown prince, and the desire to see him humiliated at the banquet, she wouldn't insincerely offer those flattering words. How dare they scheme against him, trying to make a fool of him in public? Let's hurt each other then. Let's see who comes out on top. Yi Qingsheng gradually lost himself in the bright, young girl's adoration and flattery. Full of confidence, he declared that he had written a poem encompassing 4 scenic locations this year. He was certain that when he presented it, he would undoubtedly receive his imperial uncle's affirmation and praise. The crown prince didn't know why, but he couldn't help but want to show off in front of Qin Yinyan. It was truly baffling. Could he actually be swayed by beauty? I truly am a slave to beauty. Xinghe Gongzi, standing beside him, also pretended to accidentally let slip that he had actually ghost-written the poem for the crown prince. He continued to shamelessly boast that the poem he wrote was the best, asserting that it would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Qin Yinyan subtly turned her back to that obnoxious Xinghe Gongzi. She found the unsightly fellow truly unbearable to look at. She'd heard that he had somehow earned the title of Langya Talent and had shamelessly ranked himself as the top talent. Xinghe Gongzi was a treacherous and shameless villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. It seemed that Zhu Si's misfortune was likely orchestrated by him for the crown prince. How wonderful! The system instantly felt a wave of murderous aura emanating from its host, making it tremble with fear. As Qin Yinyan's eyes flickered, she thought of a good idea. She picked up the wine cup on the table. With her sweetest smile, she said, "Yinyan offers a toast to His Highness, the Crown Prince. May your Highness prosper in the capital." Yi Qingsheng found it strange. The more he looked at this fool, the more pleasing she appeared. She offered me a few compliments, and my heart actually started to flutter. Just then, a young girl's panicked apology rang out that "I'm so sorry, Your Highness." Ninian didn't hold the wine cup steady. Ninian truly didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive Ninian, all right? Although her mouth was full of apologies, her small hand, as if unintentionally, brushed against the crown prince's chest. In that instant, she successfully retrieved the item. Yi Qingsheng, captivated by the girl before him, was oblivious to the impending disaster. He stammered, telling the girl to be more careful next time, as if even a loud reprimand would be a sin. He had never found Qin Yinyan so beautiful. He realized that with her touch, his heart was racing. Qin Baixue, witnessing this intimate scene, gritted her teeth in anger, secretly cursing the fool for being so shameless. How dare she touch her brother's chest? What a wanton, seductive vixen. Just then, a guard in armor arrived to announce, by order of His Highness, the spring breeze banquet has officially begun. Please take your seats. Upon hearing this, Qin Baixue immediately stepped forward, grabbing Qin Yinyan's wrist and eagerly inserting herself between her and the crown prince. Forcing a smile, she said, "Sister, let's take our seats. Our imperial uncle is strict. We mustn't lose face for our Qin family." Qin Yinyan readily went along with Qin Baixue to their seats. The system instantly transformed into a praise bot, constantly whispering praises in her ear. "Host, you truly are a 5S level agent. You stole it in 0.2 seconds. Amazing, truly amazing." With the announcement, His Highness, the Night King, arrives, a graceful and imposing man made his grand entrance. The man, wearing a sword, walked towards the crowd step by step. His deep eyes and extraordinarily handsome face exuded an unparalleled aura of authority. This was the legendary Night King, Yi Mingyuan. Everyone knelt down, chanting, "We greet your highness, the Night King." Then, the Night King's cold voice echoed, "Tonight is the Spring Breeze Banquet. There's no need for formalities." Qin Yinyin couldn't contain her excitement. So this was the legendary Night King. He truly was imposing. He was indeed worthy of her admiration. Yi Mingyuan keenly sensed an intense gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw a bright and beautiful girl flashing him a brilliant smile. Qin Yinyin thought, "Oh no, he caught me staring." She hadn't expected the Night King to be so perceptive. The system, intimidated by the Night King's aura, hid itself within its host's sleeve. Yi Mingyuan turned back, his expression calm, but thinking to himself, unexpectedly, the Prime Minister's eldest daughter is quite bold. The Crown Prince immediately rushed forward obsequiously to invite his imperial uncle to his seat. He believed that with the poem Xinghe Gongzi had written for him, he would surely win first place at the Spring Breeze Banquet today. His imperial uncle was always a connoisseur of poetry and lyrics. If his poem could impress him, his imperial uncle would undoubtedly support him. With his imperial uncle's support, the throne would be within his grasp. Then, he would see what his third brother and the others could use to compete with him. As everyone took their seats, the Spring Breeze Banquet officially began. Watching the women dancing gracefully on stage, Yi Mingyuan calmly raised his wine cup for a sip, showing no preference. Unlike those around him who were already cheering loudly, Qin Yinyin and Qin Baixue, seated together, were both enjoying the performance. The system was drooling. The pastries in front of him were incredibly tempting. He kept calling out to his host, Qin Yinyin, telling her how delicious they looked. Looking at his gluttonous companion, she sighed helplessly. She had to pick up a pastry from the table. The system was acting as if she was mistreating him. After all, they had traveled through so many events, each with their own feasts. What kind of pastries hadn't they tasted? She was too tired to argue with the little foodie. Qin Baixue saw that Qin Yinyin had started eating the pastries. Her eyes darted around, and she instantly came up with a wicked idea. She beckoned her trusted maid and whispered instructions in her ear. Watching the pastries rapidly disappear from Qin Yinyin's table, she secretly rejoiced. Eat up, eat more. You'll burst your dress even faster if you overeat." The system ate with great satisfaction, burping repeatedly. He reminded his host, "Qin Baixue just glanced at you. She's probably planning something again." Qin Yinyin patted the system's round belly. "Don't worry," she reassured him. "It's nothing more than wanting to embarrass me on stage. But they certainly won't expect that my dress is already beyond repair. I'm really looking forward to seeing their disappointed faces when their scheme fails." Sure enough, she didn't have to wait long. Someone stepped onto the raised platform and announced, "Next, we have a challenge issued by the eldest miss of the Prime Minister's estate, Qin Baixue, to the second miss of the Prime Minister's estate. The chosen art form is dance." The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, "Isn't the eldest miss of the Prime Minister's estate a fool? Does she even know how to dance?" Maybe she does, but challenging the capital's most talented woman right off the bat is a bit too ambitious. Qin Yinyin saw that the banquet had barely begun, and they couldn't wait any longer. So impatient, she was getting a little bored herself. It was just the right time to go down and play with them. "System," she said. The system, worried that his host would go too far, nervously asked, "What are you planning to do?" She calmly folded her hands and replied, "I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine." The next second, she spoke in the original Qin Yinyin's timid voice. Yinyin never said she wanted to compete with sister in dancing. "Did you make a mistake? Yinyin doesn't want to go up and dance. Why don't you go yourself, sister?" Qin Baixue put on a righteous expression. "Sister, don't you want the Crown Prince to look at you with admiration? If everyone knows that the future Crown Princess is a coward who doesn't dare perform on stage, they'll definitely gossip. The Crown Prince will also lose face. Sister, you wouldn't want the Crown Prince to dislike you, would you?" Her words were noble and upright, but in her heart, she thought triumphantly, "If you don't go on stage, The clothes I prepared for you will be wasted, and our perfect plan will be ruined. Qin Yinyan muttered. Yinyan can't let the crown prince dislike Yinyan. Yinyan can't let the crown prince lose face. After a while, she looked resolutely at Qin Baixue and declared that she would go up and dance. Qin Baixue smiled with satisfaction. Sister, then let's go up quickly. We can't keep everyone waiting and make them think you're going to run away. Asterisk, just as I thought. As long as I mention the crown prince, this fool will obediently do as I say. Asterisk, who knew that the next second, Qin Yinyan walked towards the crown prince, muttering, Yinyan wants to perform a sword dance. Yinyan needs to borrow a sword from the crown prince. When did this fool learn sword dancing? Qin Baixue was filled with questions. Does she think that just holding a sword and waving it around constitutes a sword dance? Crown Prince Yi Qingsheng was happily thinking, Asterisk, today is truly my lucky day. Not only will I gain my imperial uncle's favor, but I can also get rid of that fool Qin Yinyan. Asterisk, it seems I'll have double happiness today. Thinking of the two auspicious events, he became overjoyed. He raised his wine cup and toasted his imperial uncle. Knight King Yi Mingyuan, unable to refuse the crown prince's gesture, raised his glass and took a small sip, shaking his head inwardly. It seems this crown prince is a bit impetuous. By this time, Qin Yinyan had arrived in front of the crown prince. Smiling brightly, she made her request. Your Highness, Yinyan would like to borrow a sword to perform a sword dance. Yi Qingsheng thought the fool's shy demeanor was rather endearing, and he felt an urge to grant her request. It's just a sword, he thought. I'll give it to her. He reached for the sword at his waist, but found nothing there. He then remembered that, aside from his imperial uncle, no one else was allowed to bring weapons into the banquet. But for him, the crown prince, to admit he didn't even have a sword would be too embarrassing. He turned his head sheepishly, preparing to ask his imperial uncle for help. However, his imperial uncle simply glanced at him coldly and said, My sword has a heavy, killing aura. It's not something an ordinary person can wield. Qin Yinyan sighed, like master, like sword. I didn't expect this sword to have such a temper. Then, feigning ignorance, she asked, if Yinyan can draw the sword, can imperial uncle lend it to Yinyan? Knight King Yi Mingyuan felt he had made himself clear and didn't want to say more. However, Qin Yinyan pressed her advantage. Imperial uncle isn't saying anything, so Yinyan will assume you've agreed. She picked up the Knight King's sword, which was resting on the table beside him. Pretending to exert all her strength, she still couldn't pull out the sword. Qin Baixue, seeing her make a fool of herself in public, secretly covered her mouth and laughed. Look at this fool. She actually wants to pull out uncle's sword. Truly overestimating herself. Seeing this, the crown prince, Yi Qingsheng, hurriedly scolded her. Qin Yinyan, how dare you be so disrespectful? The two words hadn't even left his mouth when the sword was unexpectedly drawn from its sheath. As everyone stared in astonishment, she deliberately fell dramatically to the ground. Taking a quick glance at the gleaming sword, she hurriedly, maintaining her persona, raised the sword high, her face full of smiles as she shouted. Yinyan pulled it out. Inwardly, she thought, Asterisk, this sword has such a heavy, killing aura. If I weren't the Yama King, I probably wouldn't be able to control it. Asterisk. It seems the owner of this sword is also no ordinary person, and he wants to make me, the dignified Yama King of the underworld, streak naked on the spot. Unexpectedly, her sword dance stunned the entire audience, slapping the faces of the trio of villains. Qin Baixue nearly bit through her handkerchief. She couldn't believe her eyes. Asterisk, how is this possible? How did that fool do it? Asterisk, the crown prince, Yi Qingsheng, was also dumbfounded. Asterisk, even I get weak in the knees when I see uncle's sword. That fool actually managed to pull out. Asterisk. Even the usually indifferent Knight King's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible golden light. Asterisk, I never thought that besides me, someone else could pull out this sword. It seems this prime minister's daughter isn't as useless as the rumors say. Asterisk. Uncle's sword is as magnificent as uncle. Yinyan likes it. Qin Yinyan's words instantly brought everyone's wandering thoughts back. Qin Baixue thought, Asterisk, that fool is still a fool after all. Her words are full of foolishness. Asterisk pulling out the Night King's sword was probably just a fluke, so she hurriedly said to Jie beside her, "Sister, since you've obtained the Night King's sword, you must be astonishingly skilled. I'll go and make a fool of myself first." In her heart, she was thinking, asterisk, so what if she has the Night King's sword? Once that fool's clothes are shredded and her body is seen by everyone, it will only defile the Night King's sword. Asterisk then, not only will her reputation be ruined, but she might even be killed by the Night King on the spot. At this moment, the Night King suddenly spoke, announcing, "At today's spring breeze banquet, all you young talents will showcase your skills. I shall be the judge. Those with outstanding talent will be rewarded. Someone, change my seat." As soon as his voice fell, guards immediately came to change his seat. Qin Baixue confidently walked towards the stage. Upon reaching the stage, she began to dance gracefully. Her hands moved with the rhythm of the music. Her graceful posture and light steps expressed every movement perfectly, captivating the audience. Meanwhile, Qin Yinyan, snacking on sunflower seeds in the audience, began her commentary. Overall, the dancing is not bad. This level, in the eyes of square dancing aunties, would at least make her a lead dancer. The system beside her immediately chimed in. "Exactly. I really don't understand why everyone looks so mesmerized. It can't even compare to a single strand of Ho's hair." Crown Prince Yi Qingcheng excitedly declared, "As expected of the one I admire. Baixue's dancing is truly exquisite. It seems that at this year's Spring Breeze Banquet, Baixue's dance is the best among dances, and her poetry is the best among poems. We are truly a perfect match." Many of the young talents in the audience stood up, applauding and cheering for her, praising her as the #1 talent in the kingdom. This dance is truly the pinnacle of the Spring Breeze Banquet. Qin Baixue was incredibly pleased, thinking, excellent. It seems everyone is amazed by my dancing. Even the Crown Prince is so captivated, After finishing her dance, she immediately thanked everyone for their praise. Amidst the applause, she walked towards Jie. She first gave a carefully crafted smile, then pretended to casually take Jie's hand and said, "Sister, is it your turn to perform?" With the Night King's sword, I'm sure your sword dance will leave the Crown Prince speechless with admiration. While her words sounded pleasant, her thoughts were dark. My dance was so stunning, but the stage effect definitely won't compare to this fool's. Once her clothes are shredded, everyone will be shocked. That trash Crown Prince. Although I find him less annoying to Qin Yinyan now, compared to Baixue's place in his heart, she's clearly been abandoned. After Qin Yinyan's reputation is ruined today, she'll surely have no face to live. After she kills herself, I'll light a stick of incense for her. Xinghe Gongzi, standing to the side, felt his plan was about to succeed. He thought to himself, Qin Yinyan, although you're a useless fool, you're fortunate enough to become my tool. Witness my brilliant scheme with your own eyes. Fortunately, Qin Yinyan was unaware of the dirty, wuchua thoughts of these three. Otherwise, she would probably have dealt with these trash directly, one by one. She walked calmly and steadily towards the stage. After standing in the center of the stage, she ignored the noisy crowd below. Qin Yinyan started to explain on her own. When I was little, I saved an old woman passing by the Qin Manor's gate. She taught me a sword dance. Today, I will try my best to perform the dance she taught me. After hearing this, the people below began to mock her. A sword dance taught by a passing old woman? Miss Qin Yinyan, are you mistaken? Maybe the old woman taught her how to sweep the floor. I imagine Miss Qin Yinyan's dancing must be incredibly moving. Let's just hope she doesn't make us laugh our teeth out later. The system, seeing those ignorant people daring to mock his host, angrily urged Qin Yinyan to go on stage and show them what real dancing looked like. He couldn't wait to see their stunned expressions. Unfazed by their mockery, Qin Yinyan politely addressed the crowd. Then, I shall begin my dance. At that moment, the Night King, who had kept his eyes closed during Qin Baixue's dance, suddenly opened them, focusing intently on Qin Yinyan. The system was thrilled as soon as Qin Yinyan drew her sword. It had been a long time since he had seen his host perform this dance. From today onwards, I am the inheritor of the Jinghong sword dance. Qin Yinyan suddenly remembered the entrustment of Grandmaster Gongsun Dainyang from the 026th world to spread the fame of the Jinghong sword dance throughout the land. Her gaze sharpened. The sword moved in harmony with her will. Every move, every strike was clean and decisive. Dancing on stage, she was dazzling and captivating. Even a simple, graceful gesture captivated the hearts of those watching below. The trio of villains were dumbfounded, watching Qin Yinyan freely express herself on the stage of the Night King's manor. They were not only shocked that she could wield a sword, but also by how stunningly she danced. The most perplexing thing for them was why Qin Yinyan's clothes hadn't torn apart. Her graceful figure flowed like poetry as she danced with the sword. Her movements were both agile and elegant. Her eyes, following the sword's movements, were resolute and bright. Even the Night King nodded in approval. Qin Baixue nearly questioned her own sanity. This was her spring breeze banquet. She couldn't let anyone steal her spotlight. Why hadn't the fool's clothes ripped? Why did she know how to wield a sword? Xinghe Gongzi was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what went wrong. His spider silk trick hadn't worked. It couldn't be his fault. He was Xinghe Gongzi, more brilliant than the stars themselves. He couldn't be wrong. The crown prince pointed at the girl dancing on stage and asked, Xinghe Gongzi, why didn't Qin Yinyan's clothes tear? Xinghe Gongzi gave an awkward laugh and explained, I suppose that spider must have been particularly robust, resulting in stronger silk. I see, but it doesn't matter. The crown prince suddenly felt that Qin Yinyan not being publicly humiliated might not be a bad thing. The people below started discussing again. Qin Yinyan is worthy of the Night King's sword. Her movements are so graceful and mesmerizing. This is 1,000,000 times better than Qin Baixue's dance. Such a stunning dancer couldn't possibly be a fool. Qin Yinyan is skilled in arithmetic and helped the Ministry of Revenue sort out a year's worth of accounts a few days ago. Qin Yinyan is a sheltered young lady and rarely goes out. The rumors of her being a fool must have been deliberately spread. Perhaps it was that so-called number one talented woman of the kingdom. With such an outstanding older sister, it's no wonder the younger sister is so jealous. Hearing the crowd's praise for his host, the system couldn't help but feel smug. He had said it all along. His host's dancing skills were far superior to Qin Baixue's. Those people hadn't believed him at first. Now, he wondered if their faces hurt. Qin Yinyan continued to dance. Having not performed the Jinghong dance for a long time, she danced with unrestrained joy. For the final movements, she executed a dazzling spin, then sheathed her sword. The dance was over. The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Yinyan playfully winked and asked, Sister, was my dance good? Will Crown Prince Brother like my dance? In front of everyone, Qin Baixue had to maintain her usual gentle and understanding persona. She forced a strained smile and replied, Sister, you were amazing. His Highness will definitely like it. Inside, she was seething with rage. That damned Qin Yinyan had stolen her spotlight and captivated the crown prince. Damn it! Qin Yinyan beamed with delight at her response. She then ran towards the Night King. She placed his sword back on the table and then, with a bright smile, thanked him. If it weren't for your Highness's sword, I wouldn't have been able to dance. Thank you, Uncle. The Night King smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He also graciously accepted the spider silk dress gifted by the crown prince, and even gifted a poem to the crown prince, hoping he would get what he wished for, triggering the system prompt of destruction. Host, you've won unanimous praise from everyone, completely overshadowing that white lotus Qin Baixue. I must praise you again. Host, you're truly amazing. Not only did you see through their schemes, but you also delivered a stunning performance at the Spring Breeze Banquet. Now, so many people are captivated by you. Even that icy-faced Night King, his expression towards you has changed. Host, you're simply too powerful. Qin Yinyan poked the system's little flying face with her finger. It seemed the first step of her plan to attract the Night King had succeeded. Next, it depended on whether the Crown Prince's good deed could move the Night King. Just as she turned to return to her seat, the Crown Prince immediately stood up and came to her. Yi Qingsheng cleared his throat and said, Such a sword dance must be accompanied by a beautiful poem. This prince will offer a poem inspired by Miss Yinyan's graceful sword dance. The show was finally about to begin. He'd been waiting so long he was about to lose his patience. He immediately put on an innocent act and praised, Wonderful. Crown Prince Brother's poem must be amazing. Yinyan will now hand over the stage to you. Seeing the crown prince's confident look, a fleeting, cunning smile flashed across Yiming Yuan's face. Go on, quickly show everyone your poem. This king has already seen through the scheme you two concocted. This king also hopes the poem I gifted will allow the crown prince to get what he desires. The crown prince strode to the center of the stage. He first bowed to the Night King and then took out the prepared manuscript. He waited for the Night King's signal to begin. The Night King nodded, and the crown prince immediately began to recite loudly. 10,000 chariots spread, easily unifying the system. As soon as the first line was spoken, it immediately garnered praise from the audience. His Highness the Crown Prince's poem is magnificent. It has the same domineering aura as Qin Shi Huang, unifying the chariots, scripts, and the entire realm. Xinghe Gongzi felt something was off. This didn't seem like the poem he ghost wrote. Watching the Crown Prince showing off on stage and the bewildered Xinghe Gongzi below, Qin Yin and the system snickered from the side. The Crown Prince was very pleased with everyone's reaction, thinking to himself that his poetry was indeed unmatched. It seemed everyone was impressed by his talent. He continued to recite the next line with great emotion. How can the palace tolerate a separate river wind? As soon as he uttered these words, the usually calm and composed Night King's expression darkened visibly. Alarm bells immediately went off in Xinghe Gongzi's head. He inwardly cried, "Oh no!" The audience was also startled. Gongzhou was the Night King's fiefdom. Wasn't the Crown Prince implying the Night King had rebellious intentions? The oblivious Crown Prince continued to recite loudly, raising 1,000,000 troops. I choose Fox Mountain, immediately visiting Zhao Mountain first. These words frightened the audience into silence. Everyone silently prayed to be invisible, wanting nothing to do with the royal family's infighting. Xinghe Gongzi was on the verge of tears. Two words surfaced in his mind. Too late. The slow-witted Crown Prince finally sensed something was wrong. Only then did he wonder why everyone was suddenly quiet. The audience exchanged glances, speculating amongst themselves. The Zihu and Zhaoshan mentioned by the Crown Prince were both located within Gongzhou. Could it be that the Crown Prince was planning to lead troops to suppress the Night King? Qin Yinyan watched the scene she orchestrated with satisfaction. Crown Prince, how is my poem? Quite stunning, isn't it? You should thank me properly. The Night King couldn't bear it any longer. Furious, he crushed the wine cup in his hand. He roared, insolent. His fist slammed heavily on the table as he abruptly stood up, spitting out the words, Gongzhou. He then walked towards the Crown Prince step by step, uttering the words with a menacing tone, making everyone too afraid to meet his gaze. His eyes were filled with a chilling darkness. He approached the Crown Prince with an intimidating aura. When the Crown Prince heard the Night King say Zhaoshan, his hand instinctively went to his sword hilt. He stumbled backward in fear, collapsing onto the ground. Yiming Yuan's sword was drawn. The Crown Prince's panicked expression was clearly reflected on the sharp blade. Everyone watched as the Night King pointed his sword to the Crown Prince. He asked coldly, "Is this king's fiefdom something you can covet?" The Crown Prince instantly felt the Night King's intense killing intent. Looking at the sword hovering above his head, he hurriedly explained that he had no such intentions. He would never dare covet the Night King's fiefdom. The Night King was someone even the Emperor treated with respect. He wouldn't dare offend him. Watching the drama unfold, the system commented, "This useless Crown Prince couldn't even last a single round against the Night King before collapsing on the ground. How utterly embarrassing." Qin Yinyan, however, thought that although the Crown Prince was a bit foolish, this situation gave her room to maneuver. She was grateful for the Crown Prince's blunder, allowing her to initiate the second step of her plan to attract the Night King. Thus, under the shocked gazes of everyone, she walked resolutely towards the two men facing off with swords drawn. Instantly, she launched into a dramatic performance. Using her delicate, white hands, she blocked the sharp blade. Spreading her arms, she pretended to bravely shield the Crown Prince. Her large, watery eyes stared directly at the furious Night King. Surprised that someone dared to stop him, the Night King roared at her to get out of the way. "Uncle!" Crown Prince brother definitely didn't do it on purpose. Please don't blame him, okay? She played the role of a girl enamored with the Crown Prince perfectly. Seeing this, the Crown Prince was deeply moved. He hadn't expected Qin Yinyin would be willing to risk her life to protect him. It turned out her feelings for him ran so deep. Suddenly, a new message appeared on the system screen. Scumbag Yi Qingsheng, capture progress plus 20%. The system was also thrilled. It hadn't expected the host's move of shielding the sword to be such a stroke of genius. Not only did it attract the Night King's attention, but it also increased the Crown Prince's Hogandu towards her. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. Qin Yinyin told it, "It's not over yet. Next, continue to admire my perfect acting." Then, she tearfully pleaded, "Uncle, please spare Crown Prince brother. Nian is willing to take his punishment." As the menacing Night King approached her, she didn't retreat a single step. Even though her hands gripping the sword were dripping with blood, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Although the Night King slowly lowered his raised sword, the aura around him grew more intense. The violence in his eyes was almost overflowing. The surrounding people trembled in fear. They couldn't understand why the aura around the Night King had suddenly become so menacing. Then someone cried out in alarm, "Oh no! Once the Night King's sword draws blood, it will be filled with killing intent, and he won't stop until he kills. Are we all going to die by his sword?" The Night King suppressed his inner frenzy, withdrew his sword, and turned around, coldly addressing the crowd, that "My sword has seen blood. Avoid the killing spree. Disperse." Hearing this, everyone was relieved and fled in panic. The system anxiously asked the host what they should do now. That sword's killing intent was incredibly strong. Shouldn't they also take the opportunity to run away? Qin Yinyin calmly analyzed the situation. The Night King has been on the battlefield for many years. How could he not control a sword? What triggered the killing intent wasn't the blood on the sword, but the Night King himself. Hearing this, the system became even more afraid. If it was the Night King himself, wouldn't that be even more dangerous? What should they do now? Qin Yinyin told the system not to worry. She had finally waited for this excellent opportunity to further develop her relationship with the Night King. How could she miss it? It was just lust. As long as it was released, everything would be fine. She revealed a bewitching smile. Her small hand gently brushed against the Night King's firm chest. She slowly leaned closer to the restrained Night King. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke. "Uncle seems a little uncomfortable. Let Ninian blow on it for you. Blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." The next second, she actually started blowing on the Night King's neck. The Night King grabbed Qin Yinyin's chin and covered her mouth. She felt the Night King's killing intent subside. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. She thought, "Night King, I'll let you unleash all your desires on my substitute doll." She secretly threw a substitute doll from her sleeve, intending to let it accompany the Night King. The substitute doll was quite spirited and even knew how to play hard to get, but its meager strength was no match for the Night King. With a flip, the Night King pinned the substitute doll beneath him. Looking at the tears streaming from the doll's eyes, the Night King, now free of his violent aura, finally regained his reason. He tightly gripped the doll's wrist. Who would have thought that the dignified Yama King would resort to seduction to complete a mission? Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and lotuses were in full bloom. Inside, the atmosphere was unpleasantly chilling and tense. The Night King, his reason returned, felt the murderous intent within him recede. His first reaction was that he had been set up. His hand, originally gripping the doll's wrist, moved her throat. He coldly questioned the doll beneath him. "Did you deliberately seduce me?" Qin Yinyin immediately began her performance, using the original host's tone. Yinyin didn't. Yinyin just wanted to make Uncle feel better. The system, which had been watching the live broadcast, popped up again to comment, as expected of the host. Such acting. It's a shame not to win an Oscar for Best Actress. After Qin Yinyin finished speaking with difficulty, she dramatically fainted. The Night King looked at the doll before him in disbelief. He hadn't expected the desire to kill within him to vanish under her ministrations. He grabbed the outer robe from the bed and draped it over himself. He looked at the unconscious doll. The Night King finally reached out and picked her up. They saw that the Night King not only appeared holding a woman, but also ordered them to first prepare Zhaoyan courtyard and then summon the imperial physician. The Shu officials exchanged furtive glances. Who could have imagined that the Night King, who was averse to women, could be so solicitous towards the future crown princess from the Qingshangfu? Although she was the future crown princess, if the Night King desired her, it wouldn't be a problem. After returning to his residence in disarray, the crown prince flew into a rage at Xinghe Gongzi, who was kneeling to beg forgiveness. He questioned him. Aren't you known as the top talent on the Langya list? Is this the kind of poem the top talent writes? Xinghe Gongzi, his forehead bleeding from where the crown prince had struck him, knelt on the ground, stammering explanations. He didn't know what was going on. This poem wasn't the one he had written. The crown prince thought he was making excuses. If he hadn't written it, could it have been the crown prince himself? Terrified, Xinghe Gongzi clung to the crown prince's leg, explaining that the poem must have been switched. Someone is trying to harm you. At these words, the crown prince exploded. He first kicked Xinghe Gongzi forcefully, then questioned him. Are you saying that this crown prince is so stupid that I wouldn't even notice my personal belongings being tampered with? He also noticed that Xinghe Gongzi had been sweating profusely since earlier. He must be feeling guilty. It seemed this matter definitely couldn't be separated from him. How could Xinghe Gongzi have imagined that his sweating would also become evidence against him? He tried to explain that he was sweating because of the heat. Your Highness, you must believe me. My loyalty is as clear as the sun and moon. Reminded by the crown prince, he also noticed his own unusual state. What was wrong with him? Why was he sweating so much? He had no idea that a female ghost was behind him, constantly blowing on him. The female ghost was working diligently. As long as she made the guy in front of her keep sweating and looking guilty, she would receive a reward from the Yama King. Just thinking about it motivated her. The crown prince glanced at Xinghe Gongzi and said coldly, since the top talent feels hot, then strip naked and go to the eye cellar to cool down. Don't come out until you've been there for 2 full hours. Hearing the crown prince's order, the guards immediately stepped forward and dragged Xinghe Gongzi away. Meanwhile, in the Night King's residence, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, the Night King strode toward Zhaoyan courtyard, carrying the beauty in his arms. He gently placed the girl on the bed. Unintentionally, he saw the red marks on the girl's fair skin. He carefully examined the unconscious girl on the bed again. Qin Yinyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Uncle, you truly have remarkable self-control. I didn't expect your heartbeat to remain so calm after a night of passion with my substitute doll. She pretended to roll over unconsciously, revealing more red marks on her body. These marks were all trophies left by the Night King. She wanted to see if he could maintain his composure. The Night King's eyes grew darker. No one knew his true thoughts at this moment. Just then, the Shu official hurried in with the imperial physician. He bowed and reported to the Night King, Your Highness, the imperial physician has arrived. The Night King then allowed the physician to enter the room. Seeing the marks on the girl's body, the physician was dumbfounded. Hadn't everyone said that the Night King was averse to women? This didn't look like someone averse to women at all. Seeing the physician staring at the girl on the bed, the Night King immediately picked up a blanket from the bed and covered the girl's exposed skin. The physician felt the oppressive aura emanating from the Night King. He trembled with fear, quickly averting his gaze and prostrating himself. This humble official greets Your Highness, the Night King. Qin Yinyan also opportunely opened one eye. In her blurry vision, she saw the Night King's tall and imposing back. She softly called out, Uncle. Hearing the sound, the Night King turned around and asked, Are you awake? She immediately teared up and asked cautiously, Uncle, where am I? Tears streamed down her face as she said, Nien wants to go home. Nien wants to find Brother Crown Prince. Hearing another man's name, the Night King instantly became displeased. He warned her in a harsh tone, Since you have been with this king, you are this king's person. You will not go anywhere except the Night King's residence. The naive system couldn't understand why the Night King was suddenly angry. How could the host continue to pursue him now? Qin Yinyan told the system to stay calm and not to worry. She had mentioned the Crown Prince on purpose to test the Night King's attitude. Now that he was angry, didn't it mean he was starting to care? Although it was just possessiveness for now. It was only a matter of time before he became infatuated with her. She planned to press her advantage and continue to provoke him. Looking at the Night King with watery eyes, she firmly said, Nien belongs to Brother Crown Prince. Nien wants to marry Brother Crown Prince. She tried to get out of bed, but her legs went weak as soon as she took a step, so he collapsed to the ground. Seeing his tearful, delicate, and helpless appearance, the Night King became even angrier. He strode forward, lifted Qin Yinyan's chin, and told him to prepare to become the Night Princess in a month. Meeting his tearful gaze, the irritated Night King declared, "By then, this king doesn't want to hear any other man's name from your mouth again." Leaving those words behind, he turned to leave. As he passed the still kneeling imperial physician, he coldly ordered him to attend to the princess, not forgetting to warn him, "Watch your eyes carefully. Don't look at what you shouldn't." The system promptly appeared online with praise. "Wow." The Night King said he wants to marry the host. Someone as formidable as the Night King has fallen for the host's charms. "Host, you're so amazing. Truly, I'm in awe." Qin Yinyan also revealed a smile. Although he was quite satisfied with the progress of the Night King's mission, he still felt the need to add a bit more fuel to the fire. On the other hand, the progress with the Crown Prince was only at 25%. It seemed he needed to speed things up. He quickly arrived at the study and began writing a love letter in one go. After writing the last character, he picked up the letter and blew on it, wanting the ink to dry quickly. Looking over his masterpiece, he expressed great satisfaction. The system curiously peered over and read aloud in a low voice. "Every night, Yin Yin misses Brother Crown Prince. This letter is too much for my innocent eyes. I'm about to throw up last night's dinner." Qin Yinyan poked the system's chubby face and, while teasing it, explained, "You don't understand. This is all strategy. Although it's quite cheesy, don't forget this is ancient times. Few women would dare to be so bold in their confessions. Besides, Chunfeng previously blocked an arrow for the Crown Prince. You must already have feelings for Qin Yinyan. I'm just striking while the iron is hot. This letter is meant to move the Crown Prince. And as long as I stay in this Night King's residence, the merit points from the Crown Prince will automatically fall into my pocket." The system became excited upon hearing this. So, I can also lie down and win with the host? But, host, what if the Night King sees this letter? And didn't he forbid you from going out? How will this letter reach the Crown Prince? The system immediately thought of 3 important questions. Qin Yinyan, while inserting the letter into the envelope, began to answer its questions that a man as refined as the Night King would never peek at a young lady's private correspondence. As for delivering the letter, I've already bribed the maid sent over by the Night King. Don't worry, everything is under control. The daughter of one of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld, Qin Guangwang, in order to complete the mission, is resorting to seduction and even writing love letters to confess to others. Qin Yinyan, as planned, handed the written love letter to the maid he had bribed, Bayer, to maintain the facade of deep affection for the Crown Prince. He didn't forget to earnestly instruct Bayer, "You must deliver this letter to Brother Crown Prince. Once it's done, I'll give you what I promised earlier." Hearing this promise, Bayer's eyes curved into a smile. "Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely get it done. Thank you in advance for your generosity, Your Highness." Watching Bayer's departing figure, Qin Yinyan began analyzing the situation for the system. "Although the Night King won't read the letter I wrote, he will definitely find out that I wrote a letter to the Crown Prince. He'll definitely come looking for me then. Considering the timing, I should start preparing for the Night King's arrival." The Night King, whom he was thinking about, was in his study. Usually busy with official duties, he was currently lost in thought. He only snapped back to reality when he heard the rhythmic footsteps of the Shu official outside the door. The Shu official entered the room and first bowed to the Night King. Then, he leaned close to the Night King's ear and whispered a report. Upon hearing this, the Night King's hand holding the brush paused involuntarily. Then, he began to speak with amusement. "Oh, my princess is quite bold. It seems she hasn't taken my previous words to heart at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly stood up from his seat, his entire body radiating a chilling aura as he strode towards the door. The Night King's residence covered a vast area. Everyone who was originally performing their duties saw the imposing Night King walking with a displeased expression towards Jiayan Courtyard. They couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. Such strong, killing intent from the Night King. It seems this Qin family eldest miss is probably when the furious Night King arrived at Jiayan Courtyard. Before he could even unleash his anger, he heard incessant coughing coming from inside the room. As he continued walking further in, he saw the girl who had been on his mind, coughing uncontrollably. The constant coughing, her slightly red eyes, and the unstoppable tears. Even the system couldn't help but applaud the host's superb acting. The Night King was taken aback. His initially murderous aura instantly dissipated. He asked with concern, "What happened?" Hearing the voice, Qin Yinyin looked towards the newcomer with teary eyes and asked, "Brother Crown Prince, is that you?" Then, she forced a smile and continued, "That's wonderful. I could see Brother Crown Prince one last time before I die." The system once again held up a sign for the host, this time one that acknowledged the corrected mistake. The Night King carefully studied the girl before him once more. Then, without a word, he turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of Jian Courtyard, he immediately ordered the best imperial physicians to be summoned and the best medicine prepared for his princess. "I'll give you only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn," he commanded. The Shu officials hastily knelt and acknowledged the order. He then ordered the head of the Ministry of Rites to see him immediately. Sitting in the main hall of the Qin residence, concubine Wang and Qin Baixue, who was standing beside her, were overjoyed when they heard the news brought back by the new princess's maid. Qin Baixue specifically confirmed the information with the maid again. Learning that the Night King had summoned many imperial physicians for Qin Yinyin, she figured that the fool was probably on the verge of death. Concubine Wang had been losing sleep over Qin Yinyin staying at the Night King's residence. Hearing that the fool was terminally ill, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Seeing her daughter eager to share this good news with the Crown Prince, she knew he would also be supportive. After all, only when her daughter prospered could she prosper. Wasn't that what a mother's nobility depends on her daughter meant? When Qin Baixue arrived happily at the Crown Prince's residence, she was not only stopped at the gate, but also informed that her beloved brother Crown Prince refused to see her. She couldn't understand why the Crown Prince, who had already exchanged feelings with her, would suddenly refuse to see her. How could she know that her brother Crown Prince was reading the love letter in his hand over and over again? It was the first time the Crown Prince had received a love letter from a woman. He hadn't realized he held such an important place in Qin Yinyin's heart, comparable even to the stars in the sky. Each time he read it, he was moved by the sincere and pure affection. The image of Qin Yinyin unhesitatingly shielding him from the sword also flashed through his mind from time to time. He covered his face with his hand, sighed deeply, and murmured, "I never thought she saw me as the stars in her heart. She truly is a fool." The Crown Prince suddenly gripped his wine cup tightly. Then he smashed it forcefully onto the ground. With a crash, the cup shattered into pieces. He decided he had to get Qin Yinyin back. He couldn't disappoint someone who admired and loved him so much. He immediately ordered someone to summon Xinghe Gongzi. Having been severely punished by the Crown Prince last time, Xinghe Gongzi instinctively trembled when he saw him again. The Crown Prince told him directly that he was willing to give him another chance to come up with a good plan to get Qin Yinyin back from his uncle. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's request, Xinghe Gongzi instantly felt his confidence return. Scheming was his specialty. He immediately declared that it was a simple matter and that he would take care of it. He reasoned that although the Night King and Miss Yinyin had consummated their marriage, Miss Yinyin was still the rightful future Crown Princess. In that sense, Miss Yinyin was also the Night King's niece-in-law. Therefore, all the Crown Prince needed to do was go and demand her return. The Crown Prince, thinking it sounded reasonable, excitedly asked, "Is it really that simple?" Xinghe Gongzi confidently replied, "Of course. Surely the Night King wouldn't defy the world and keep his niece-in-law by force." To convince the Crown Prince, he even swore an oath, stating that if the Crown Prince followed his plan and still failed, he would willingly offer his head. Just then, a subordinate arrived to report, "Your Highness, the Ministry of Rites has just issued an official announcement." Both the Crown Prince and Xinghe Gongzi were puzzled. The Ministry of Rites usually announced matters of national importance. Why would they suddenly issue an announcement today? And what were the contents? The subordinate continued his dutiful report. The announcement states that Qin Yinyin, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Qin family, will marry the Night King in 1 month. Whether dead or alive, she will be the Night Princess. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince glared at Xinghe Gongzi without speaking. Xinghe Gongzi, thoroughly embarrassed, trembled with fear. Meanwhile, Qin Yinyan, whom everyone believed to be on her deathbed, was currently feasting with her page boy at the Night King's residence, enjoying a delicious meal. Each with their own bucket, they were experiencing the joys of fine cuisine for the first time. Wow, 1,000-year-old ginseng tastes so good. It's as sweet as fruit. The child, happily munching away, suddenly noticed the Crown Prince's favorability rating had risen to 70%. The thought that even he, the dignified Yama King, needed to borrow someone else's power amused him. But the feeling of being protected was quite nice. Qin Yinyan calmly explained to the system, "That's naturally because only after losing something do you know its value." It seemed things were developing exactly as he had predicted. The Night King, with his strong possessiveness, should have already declared her to be his woman. After receiving the love letter, the already restless Crown Prince would naturally feel a sense of loss, significantly increasing his capture points. The system suddenly remembered something important. The Crown Prince's capture points were already at 70%, but Qin Baishue's mission completion rate was still 0. Seeing the system worrying again, he quickly reassured it, "Don't worry, the opportunity will come soon." Just then, a large group of maidservants, carrying exquisite silks, satins, and various jewelry, headed towards Zhaoyan Court. They respectfully greeted Qin Yinyan. "Congratulations, eldest Miss Qin. The Night King has announced to the world that you are his Night Princess. These are all gifts from the Night King to you, Your Highness." Everyone reacted differently to the grand display outside. The inexperienced system couldn't believe the Night King had arranged such an extravagant display. Qin Yinyan wasn't surprised by the scale, only by the depth of the Night King's affection. It seemed his capture mission was going quite well. Unfortunately, he couldn't break character and abandon the original Qin Yinyan's deep affection for the Crown Prince. He had to switch gears and start acting. No, Yinyan doesn't want to be the Night Princess. Under the incredulous gazes of the maidservants, he dashed out of the room, crying and shouting that he wanted to see Brother Crown Prince. The maidservants trembled in fear after hearing this. "Your Highness, please don't say such dangerous things," they thought, fearing for their lives. The next second, they heard the Night King's furious roar. "Don't mention the Crown Prince again. From today onwards, you are the Night Princess." Startled by the sudden outburst, Qin Yinyan stopped crying. Slowly raising his head, he looked at the Night King with tear-filled eyes. He murmured unconsciously, "Yinyan is the Night Princess now." Then he began to cough violently. After a heart-wrenching fit, blood flowed out from between his fingers as he covered his mouth. Seeing his pitiful appearance, the Night King was taken aback and his heart softened. His voice unconsciously gentled as he said, "You can make one request of me. As long as it's not excessive, I will grant it." When he heard Qin Yinyan say, "Yinyan wants to go home. Yinyan misses his sister," the Night King looked him up and down, then, seeing his hopeful expression, finally agreed to accompany him back to the Qin Manor the next day. The following day, under the protection of the Night King's guards, Qin Yinyan rode in a luxurious carriage towards the Qin Manor. Having received the news earlier, Qin Xiang had been waiting at the main gate with his family since early morning. Seeing the grandeur of her elder sister's procession, Qin Baishu nearly ground her teeth in jealousy. *6 carriages. Does a fool deserve such a display? As everyone watched in astonishment, the Night King took Qin Yinyan's delicate hand. After he helped Qin Yinyan out of the carriage, he put his arm around him and walked forward. Watching the radiant and dazzling Qin Yinyan, Qin Baishue clenched her fists. She hadn't expected that the fool, Qin Yinyan, would look so noble in fine clothes. The onlookers also expressed their opinions that "I never thought eldest Miss Qin and the Night King would look so well matched. You can't even tell eldest Miss Qin is a fool. She looks incredibly noble. Kneel, quickly greet the Night Princess." The Night King's displeased voice rang out. Led by Qin Xiang, everyone knelt and kowtowed to Qin Yinyan. Qin Baishue was filled with resentment. She never thought she would have to kneel before a fool. Qin Yinyan, arm in arm with the Night King, felt a surge of emotion. He hadn't expected that even he, the dignified Yama King, would need to borrow someone else's power. But the feeling of being protected was quite nice. looking at the delicious dishes prepared before him. Because the Night King, seated in the main position, hadn't started eating, no one else at the table dared to pick up their chopsticks. Qin Xiang smiled ingratiatingly. "Your Highness, this humble official has invited the most expensive chef in the city to prepare this banquet. The ingredients are all of the highest quality. Would you like to try some first?" Just then, everyone clearly heard the sound of chopsticks being placed down, followed by a sigh. Qin Xiang, interrupted mid-sentence, glared angrily at the culprit. He was about to scold his eldest daughter for her lack of manners when he received a death glare from the Night King. Instantly silenced, he didn't dare utter a word. The Night King asked his little princess with concern, "Why the sigh?" Hearing the Night Princess complain pitifully that he couldn't eat, that there was nothing he wanted to eat here, the foodie system immediately came online and asked its host, "With so many delicacies, is there nothing you want to eat?" After hearing the explanation and realizing the host was up to something, wanting to deal with the people ruining his appetite, the Night King took it seriously and directly asked what he wanted to eat. He deliberately put on a thoughtful expression, thinking for a while before saying that he really wanted to eat the food made by his mother. Concubine Shun, who was being stared at intensely by him, suddenly had a bad premonition. Why was that fool suddenly calling her mother and wanted to eat food she made? Seeing Concubine Shun still sitting motionless in her seat, the Night King spoke with displeasure. "Well, go on then." Concubine Shun was so frightened she immediately started stammering out explanations. Pampered from a young age, how could she know how to cook? She didn't even know how to wash vegetables. Qin Xiang, however, urged her to go, questioning how she could be a mother if she couldn't even make a meal. "If you don't know how, then learn on the spot." Qin Baixue, also afraid of facing the Night King's anger, not only deliberately ignored her mother's pleading gaze, but also added insult to injury by telling her mother to stop dawdling and hurry up because she wanted to eat too. Watching Qin Baixue push all responsibility away, Qin Yinyan smiled playfully. Then he spoke again, specifically, "That mung bean cake you made for my sister last time. I really want to eat that now." Qin Baixue looked at her mother in disbelief, asking, "What? You want me to make pastries for him too?" But under the Night King's hostile glare, Qin Xiang, Concubine Shun, and Qin Baixue were so scared they didn't even dare to breathe. Qin Xiang, the first to react, angrily slammed the table at Concubine Shun and her daughter, roaring, "Both of you, get going." Concubine Shun and her daughter bustled about in the kitchen. Qin Baixue kneaded the dough forcefully, fuming inwardly. "That fool actually wants me, Qin Baixue, to make mung bean cakes for him. Who does he think he is?" Concubine Shun was also resentfully cooking, silently cursing that damned Qin Yinyan. Once her Baixue became the crown princess, she would definitely make him cook a whole table of dishes for her. The guards who came with the Night King couldn't help but complain when they saw the finished dishes. Anyone with functioning hands and feet couldn't make food like this. The Night Princess is actually willing to eat it. How filial. Before Concubine Shun and her daughter could even put the barely edible food and pastries on the table, someone came to inform them that what they had just made had arrived, covered in flour and soot. They thought they were hallucinating. They asked the messenger in unison what arrived. The messenger told them with a smile, "Yes, it's all arrived," because the Night King had just personally fed the Night Princess, and he was now full. After hearing this, Concubine Shun and her daughter, who had been busy for nothing, felt their heads spinning. Then they both collapsed onto the floor. Who would believe that the ruler of the underworld was not only successfully ambushed, but also lost his first kiss, which he had guarded for many years? After the meal, the Night King had to return to handle official business. At the gate of the Qingshang Fu, he gently stroked the Night Princess's head and whispered, "Don't worry about staying here. I'll come pick you up in a few days." Hearing the Night King's voice unconsciously soften, Qin Yinyan blinked playfully. He said he understood. After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, "Then, can Yinyan go see Brother Crown Prince?" Hearing this, the Night King couldn't help but tighten his grip. If he hadn't been trying to restrain himself, he probably would have hurt the little Night Princess in front of him. He looked displeasedly at the disobedient little person and declared his ownership again. "From now on, you are not allowed to see the Crown Prince again. Remember, I am your husband." Hearing the word husband spoken in a soft, democratic voice from his mouth, and looking at his slightly parted cherry lips, a blush crept onto the Night King's face. He couldn't help but kiss the Night Princess's red lips. Qin Yinyan, who had been ambushed, was completely stunned. This Night King didn't play by the rules. How could he just kiss him in broad daylight? After the kiss, the Night King returned to his residence in high spirits. Qin Yinyan stared at the man's retreating figure, his mind still blank. It wasn't until Tongzi knelt down and apologized. "Host, I'm sorry. It was too sudden. I never expected that the aloof Night King would suddenly kiss you." There was no time to use a body double. That his stunned mind rebooted. Fury burned in his eyes as he unleashed a torrent of abuse on Tongzi. That was his first kiss, guarded for over 20 years. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's residence, a subordinate fearfully reported the latest information on Qin Yinyan to the Crown Prince. After Miss Yinyan saw His Highness the Night King off, His Highness kissed Miss Yinyan before leaving. Xinghe Gongzi and his heart sank. The Night King had actually kissed Qin Yinyan in public. He had thought the Night King was just acting on a whim, especially after the harsh words he'd given the Crown Prince. He subconsciously touched himself, remembering the military oath he had made before the Crown Prince. He wished he could turn back time and cover the mouth of his past self, who had spoken so confidently. Just then, the enraged Crown Prince drew his sword, pointing it at Xinghe Gongzi. He furiously declared, "I'm going to cut off your head right now." Seeing this, Xinghe Gongzi immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I didn't expect the Night King to actually defy the world like this." To save his life, his mind raced, and he actually thought of a way to remedy the situation. Intrigued, the Crown Prince asked him what his plan was. Xinghe Gongzi revealed a wicked smile and then uttered his malicious plan. "Catch them in the act. Catch Your Highness and Miss Yinyan in the act." After hearing this, the Crown Prince became even angrier. He pressed the sword harder against Xinghe Gongzi's neck. Xinghe Gongzi, having thought of a way out, used his folding fan to block the approaching sword and explained, "Your Highness, as long as you go to the Prime Minister's residence and coax Miss Yinyan into bed and spend the night with her, if this matter were to spread, given the Night King's temperament, he wouldn't want a woman who has been with someone else. That's why we need to catch you in the act." Just the thought of spending the night with Yinyan made the Crown Prince drool. He could also use this to get his Crown Princess back. "This is a good idea. A very good idea." The Crown Prince immediately ordered someone to prepare the carriage. He wanted to go to the Prime Minister's residence right away. When he excitedly arrived at the Qin residence, he saw his former sweetheart, Qin Baixue, rushing towards him. Without even looking at his expression, she started complaining. "Baixue has had such a terrible few days. That fool, Qin Yinyan, actually asked me to make her mung bean cakes. Look, brother Crown Prince, my hands are even burned." Preoccupied with his plan, the Crown Prince perfunctorily said he knew. Unable to find Qin Yinyan's living quarters, he finally thought to ask Qin Baixue. Qin Baixue looked at the Crown Prince in disbelief. She hadn't expected that he wasn't there to see her. Tears streamed down her face in genuine sadness, unlike her usual theatrics. Had all their past vows of love been for nothing? Brother Crown Prince was abandoning her for a fool. To achieve his goal, the Crown Prince forced down his impatience and patted her shoulder, offering insincere comfort. "Don't be sad. I'll come see you next time. Now tell me, where is Yinyan?" Qin Baixue pointed in a direction, angrily accusing, "She's not only living in what should be my Baixue Pavilion, but she's also changed its name to Takshu Pavilion." Before she could finish, the Crown Prince had already left with his entourage. Qin Baixue gritted her teeth in anger. That fool, Qin Yinyan, had not only stolen her courtyard and her father's affection, but now she was even trying to steal brother Crown Prince. She clenched her fists and vowed that she would not let Qin Yinyan get away with this. The position of Crown Princess could only belong to her. Meanwhile, in Takshu Pavilion within the Prime Minister's residence, Qin Yinyan and Tongzi were enjoying their leisure time when a servant suddenly came to report, "Eldest Miss, the Crown Prince has arrived." Prepared, Qin Yinyan squeezed onion juice on her hands and then rubbed it around her eyes. When the Crown Prince entered her room, he saw Qin Yinyan silently weeping, her eyes red. The Crown Prince's first reaction was, "She's so beautiful. Even when she cries, she's so captivating. I must win her back and protect her." Blinded by his infatuation, when he heard Qin Yinyan say, "I can't see brother Crown Prince anymore, or the Night King will be angry," the Crown Prince interpreted it as Yinyan only having him in her heart, to the point that even his uncle didn't dare let them meet. He excitedly reached out to take Yinyan's hand. hand. However, she cried out in pain. He quickly asked with concern, "Are your hands still not healed, Nyin?" Looking at her unhealed hands, he couldn't help but recall the moment Nyin shielded him with her body. These were the scars she received, protecting him. Moved, he vowed on the spot, "Nyin, I will win you back. Only you are worthy of being my crown princess." Suddenly remembering his plan, he coughed and said, "Nyin, I will be staying at the Prime Minister's residence tonight. After dinner, come to my courtyard. As long as you listen to me, I promise you'll still be the crown princess after tonight." Seeing that Qin Yinyin was still as obedient as ever, the crown prince left Takshu Pavilion satisfied. He was now going to meet with the prime minister. Watching the crown prince's retreating figure, Qin Yinyin revealed an enigmatic smile. It seems his acting is getting better and better. Even an Oscar would be well-deserved. Although his tears are fake, his acting is real. The system once again transformed into a curious learner, tilting its little head and asking how just crying in front of the crown prince could make his favorability rating soar. She skillfully picked up the paper figures, then started picking them up for Tongzi. Because men all like women who appear weak and dependent, relying on them. Tongzi really didn't understand how the host could still be so leisurely playing with paper figures. He anxiously advised the host not to go and provoke the crown prince later, as he would definitely have indecent thoughts. She reassured Tongzi, saying someone would naturally go in her place. The system picked up the paper figures the host had just gathered and asked what they were. She scribbled on the paper figures for a while. Just like that, her new move, Bewitching, was freshly created. In a secluded corner of the Prime Minister's residence, Qin Baixue was instructing someone to help her. "You go to the kitchen. Put this red one in the Crown Prince's bowl and this yellow one in Qin Yinyin's bowl. Do you remember?" After hearing the confirmation, she hurriedly urged the person to go. Watching the person leave, she clenched her hands, revealing a determined expression. "The Crown Prince can only be mine, Qin Baixue. How dare they drug the dignified ruler of the underworld? Let's use a little switcheroo and let them taste their own medicine." The maid, following Qin Baixue's instructions, rushed to the Prime Minister's kitchen. Taking advantage of the empty kitchen, she quickly slipped inside, preparing to add the designated drugs to the already cooked food. Afraid of making a mistake, she kept muttering under her breath, "The red bowl for the Crown Prince, the yellow bowl for the eldest Mississippi." But when the bewitching spell passed through her body, her memory became confused. She put the yellow one in the Crown Prince's bowl and the red one in Miss Baixue's. Watching the maid add the drugs to the food, Qin Yinyin and the system were both excited. It seemed the show was about to begin. Tongzi, watching the maid's retreating figure, asked the question in his mind again. "Since you knew Qin Baixue was going to drug them, why didn't you expose her and make her lose her status in the family?" Qin Yinyin played with her hair, smiling. "That wouldn't be much fun. If we're going to play, let's play big. Just wait and see how many birds this stone can bring down." The system was once again impressed by the host's wisdom and immediately gave her a big thumbs up. In the finest courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, the Crown Prince, having already eaten the drugged food, was listening to Xinghe Gongzi's flattery. "Look at the Crown Prince's perfect handsome features. I imagine tonight, Miss Nyin will be completely conquered by your highness's prowess." The Crown Prince gradually lost himself in the praise, boastfully declaring, "Thousands of women in the world are infatuated with this Crown Prince, but currently, I only desire Nyin. Xinghe Gongzi, if tonight goes smoothly, this Crown Prince will reward you handsomely." Having received the Crown Prince's promise, Xinghe Gongzi beamed and thanked him that "I'll go see where Miss Nyin is now." However, as soon as he left the room, he felt a wave of drowsiness. Qin Baixue, believing everything was under control, smiled triumphantly, used the sleeping drug to knock that fool out, and then used the aphrodisiac to arouse the Crown Prince. "Once I arrive, everything will fall into place." After dressing up, she hadn't walked far before she felt her body heating up. Although she found it strange, she didn't have time to think too much about it. She quickened her pace towards the Crown Prince's room. Hiding not far away, Xinghe Gongzi saw a girl standing at the Crown Prince's door and thought, "Miss Nyin has arrived. In about 15 minutes, it will be time to catch them in the act." He needed to get ready too. The Crown Prince assumed it was Qin Yinyin. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Qin Baixue and asked why she was there. Qin Baixue, while affectionately calling him Brother Crown Prince, threw herself at him. Only then did the crown prince realize something was wrong. He felt weak and couldn't even push a woman away. It seemed he had been drugged. Qin Baixue proactively removed her clothes, seductively asking, "Brother Crown Prince, don't you want Baixue?" Seeing the Crown Prince's lack of response, she wondered, could it be that Brother Crown Prince didn't take the drug? Otherwise, why would he be indifferent to me? The Crown Prince's vision was blurry. His first thought was of Qin Baixue. That despicable woman actually dared to drug me. He angrily yelled, "Don't touch me." Unfortunately, he was completely powerless and could only watch as his clothes were forcibly removed. How humiliating. Qin Baixue said coquettishly, "Brother Crown Prince, Baixue is so hot. Touch me. See if I have a fever." He also sensed something strange at this moment. He couldn't control himself at all and just wanted to be ravaged. Could it be that he took the medicine meant for the Crown Prince? Meanwhile, the always face-conscious Qin Xiang, after hearing Xinghe Gongzi's report, slammed his hand down in anger. He couldn't believe that after provoking the deadly Night King, his eldest daughter was now sleeping with the Crown Prince. Xinghe Gongzi, for the sake of his future, kept urging Qin Xiang to send someone to check on him. Seeing this, concubine Chen immediately whispered in Qin Xiang's ear that Qin Yinyan actually dared to seduce the Crown Prince. What a shameless thing. For the sake of the Prime Minister's estate's reputation, my lord, you absolutely cannot tolerate this. Concubine Shun thought to herself, "Little slut, how dare you try to steal Baixue's position as Crown Princess? No way." She watched the backs of Qin Xiang and Concubine Shun as they stormed off in anger. Xinghe Gongzi knew the matter was settled. The stars twinkled in the tranquil night sky. Qin Xiang led a group of people and rushed to the Crown Prince's room. As soon as they arrived, they heard a coquettish female voice coming from inside. Just by listening to the content, they knew the person inside was seducing the Crown Prince. The foul-mouthed concubine, Chen cursed under her breath. "Listen to that little slut, she's really good at it." Xinghe Gongzi never imagined that the two inside hadn't finished yet. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Xiang, so angry he felt his teeth were about to shatter, directly pushed open the door. The others didn't dare to enter and could only desperately crane their necks to look inside. As soon as the door opened, concubine Chun rushed in first. Without a second thought, she grabbed the girl on the bed and started lashing out. Caught red-handed and still not stopping, "You've truly disgraced the Prime Minister's estate." When the girl turned around and saw who it was, she froze. He incredulously called out his daughter's name. At this moment, Qin Xiang also asked in surprise, "Second daughter, why are you here?" After realizing the person inside was the second miss, the servants outside started gossiping that I never thought the second miss was this kind of person. Big news. The Crown Prince and the second miss are having an affair. Xinghe Gongzi was also stunned. How did the person inside become Qin Baixue? Qin Xiang and concubine Chun saw their daughter clinging desperately to the Crown Prince, crying, "I want Brother Crown Prince. I only want Brother Crown Prince." For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Realizing something was wrong, Xinghe Gongzi stepped forward to block the doorway and told everyone to leave. The two-faced concubine, Chun hurriedly tried to appease the furious Qin Xiang that if Baixue and the Crown Prince can make it work, the Prime Minister's estate will have a Crown Princess. "This is a good thing, my lord." Qin Xiang thought about it carefully and realized she was right. So he smiled and said to concubine Chun, "You're right." They then left hand in hand. Xinghe Gongzi looked up at the moon, surrounded by stars in the sky. He really couldn't understand how he, whose ambition was brighter than the stars, could have miscalculated every step. Now, for the sake of his life, he could only use his ultimate move. He chose to flee. While the Crown Prince hadn't come looking for him to settle the score, he'd better run away. After the drug wore off, the Crown Prince slowly regained some strength. He silently got out of bed and dressed himself. Qin Baixue immediately followed him out of bed and hugged him from behind, shyly calling him Brother Crown Prince. The Crown Prince disgustedly pushed her away. Feeling extremely wronged, Qin Baixue said, "Brother Crown Prince, you hurt me." The Crown Prince, no longer in the mood for tenderness, angrily scolded her, "You wretch, how dare you scheme against me?" After saying that, he angrily switched your left in a huff. Only then did the frightened Qin Baixue collapse onto the floor. How could this be? Shouldn't the crown prince be overjoyed to marry her? After a while, she composed herself, wiped away her tears, and encouraged herself. It's okay. As long as I can become crown princess, I'm willing to pay any price. The servants of the prime minister's estate were all gossiping about the second Mississippi. I heard the second miss is going to be the crown princess. She's already climbed into the crown prince's bed. She has to marry him, doesn't she? Otherwise, where would the prime minister's face be? The second miss, a refined young lady? That's impossible. That's because you haven't seen it. Last night, I saw the second Mrs. Waist. She was very wanton. Hearing a group of servants talking about Baishua so brazenly, occasionally interspersed with laughter, Qin Yinyan smiled with satisfaction. Finally, it was her turn to make a move. She took a handkerchief from her sleeve. That was an important prop for her upcoming performance. Her acting skills were simply divine. With just a handkerchief, she could easily manipulate the crown prince. With just one word, husband, she could coax the enraged Night King. Eldest Miss Qin walked with cheerful steps towards the crown prince's residence. After being welcomed inside, she immediately discarded her joyful demeanor and changed her expression in a second, her eyes brimming with tears. When the crown prince heard that Nian Yin had come to see him, he immediately came out happily. However, upon seeing her, he was met with the sight of the beauty silently weeping. Eldest Miss Qin, her eyes filled with tears, choked out, "Crown Prince brother, Nian Yin knows everything about you and younger sister. Father said you're going to marry younger sister Baishua soon." The crown prince felt his heart shatter. He grabbed Nian Yin's hand and tried to explain. He wasn't willing. He had been drugged and set up by that wretch Qin Baishua. Nian Yin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and then forced a smile, comforting him. "Crown Prince brother, Nian Yin truly doesn't blame you." Seeing this, the crown prince was deeply moved. He suddenly felt that Nian Yin was indeed the most innocent and kindest person in the world. It was a pity that he couldn't marry such a person. He originally had a chance. It was all Qin Baishua's fault, that vicious woman full of schemes and plots. At this moment, he saw Nian Yin holding out a handkerchief in her hands, offering it to him. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What is that?" "Crown Prince brother, this is the handkerchief you gave to Nian Yin. Don't you remember? Nian Yin has always kept it with her. That was 10 years ago. You came to the prime minister's residence as a guest. At that time, there was a mean nanny in the residence. Not only did she not give Nian Yin anything to eat, she also beat Nian Yin, leaving her covered in injuries. Nian Yin secretly ran out and bumped into Crown Prince brother in the garden. At that time, Nian Yin thought she would definitely be beaten. Nian Yin never expected that after you learned of Nian Yin's identity, not only did you not punish Nian Yin, but you also gave Nian Yin your tiangao to eat. At that time, Crown Prince brother, in Nian Yin's heart, was like the sun, bringing Nian Yin warmth and light. Later, Nian Yin finished the tiangao, but the handkerchief that wrapped the tiangao, Nian Yin has always treasured close to her heart. From that time on, Nian Yin has been waiting to become Crown Prince brother's bride, thinking that on that day, she would personally return this tiangao-wrapped handkerchief to Crown Prince brother. The Crown Prince had absolutely no recollection of such an event, but Nian Yin's deep affection, which he had actually betrayed, just thinking about it filled him with guilt. He heard Nian Yin say that she was now returning the handkerchief to him, wishing him and younger sister Baishua happiness, and that she would never think of him again. He watched the retreating figure of Nian Yin running away in tears. He clenched the handkerchief that held Nian Yin's beautiful memories. He deeply regretted not marrying Nian Yin directly. At the same time, he thoroughly hated Qin Baishua. It was that wretch who had bewitched him into abandoning Nian Yin. It was all that damned Qin Baishua's fault. The system watched as the Crown Prince's capture progress reached 100%. Thinking about how regretful the Crown Prince must be now, it felt happy. Eldest Miss Qin was also very satisfied with this. At least she hadn't wasted her superb acting skills. Just then, the system cried out in alarm, "Host! The Night King's capture progress has become garbled." Eldest Miss Qin also abruptly stood up, anxiously asking the system what was going on. Learning that it was because the Night King's emotional fluctuations towards her were significant and unsure of what to do, she immediately decided to go see that fiancé of hers. In the magnificent Night King's residence, the Night King, who had been lost in thought, heard the news reported by his subordinate that the princess consort had gone to the Crown Prince's residence and had left in tears. A snapping sound echoed through the silent study. The brush in his hand broke in two. The Night King thought angrily, asterisk secretly meeting another man, and even crying? Qin Yinyan, you have a lot of nerve. Just you wait. Asterisk so, the Night King directly ordered someone to bring the troublesome Qin Yinyan back to the residence. The guards immediately accepted the order and headed towards the Prime Minister Qin's residence. Watching the guards' departing figures, the Night King thought to himself, asterisk Qin Yinyan, you'd better not betray me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to imprison you in the residence for life. Asterisk. Not long after, he heard the guards reporting at the door, Your Highness, the princess consort has arrived. Then, a slender figure pushed open the door and rushed towards him. The girl ran towards him, while saying with a pitiful expression, Husband, Nyin is so sad. Nyin wants a hug from husband. The guards, who hadn't yet left, were shocked by the princess consort's boldness, breaking out in a cold sweat. They truly hadn't expected the princess consort to dare ask for a hug from the Night King. She was truly too courageous. The system was also stunned by the host's maneuver. What trick is the host playing this time? However, the Night King did not comply with her wishes and let her throw herself into his arms. Instead, his large hand locked around her throat, and he questioned who had taught her to address him that way. Eldest Miss Qin was dumbfounded at this point. She couldn't help but think to herself, asterisk, it seems the Night King isn't buying it. I've gone too far. Asterisk, she immediately retracted her chaotic thoughts and replied with a smile, no one taught Nyin. Since Nyin is the Night Princess consort, then your highness is Nyin's husband. After hearing her explanation, the Night King felt somewhat satisfied. He then released his grip, seeing the girl gasping for breath. The Night King said coldly, this king will give you one more chance. Explain clearly your visit to the Crown Prince's residence today. Qin Yinyan then became certain that her gamble this time had paid off. The next second, she heard herself explaining Wei Cheech Ly. When Nyin was little, elder brother Crown Prince gave hungry Nyin a sweet cake. Nyin has always kept the handkerchief that wrapped the sweet cake. But now Nyin has a husband, and elder brother Crown Prince is also going to marry younger sister. So Nyin went to return the handkerchief to elder brother Crown Prince. The Night King truly hadn't expected such a story. He grabbed his princess consort's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Gently stroking his princess consort's face, he asked, are you really a fool? A single sweet cake bought you over. Unexpectedly, the princess consort replied, the sweet cake was very delicious, sweet and chewy. Nyin hasn't had one in a long time. Hearing this, the Night King looked directly in her eyes and said seriously, you are this king's woman. This king will give you all the good things in this world, including sweet cakes. His words had barely left his mouth when his princess consort, while saying, thank you, husband, threw herself into his arms and hugged him. The Night King, not expecting this reaction, was stunned for a moment. After recovering, he commented indifferently, so easily appeased. Hearing this, Qin Yinyan thought to herself, Night King, you're the one who is easily appeased. The Night King solemnly instructed, since you have already addressed this king as husband, the betrothal rites must be completed as soon as possible. Nyin, return to the Qin residence first. Tomorrow, this king will send someone to deliver the betrothal gifts. The next day at the Qin residence, Chen Yinyang and Qin Baixue, along with their trusted maids, waited in the main hall early in the morning. They were waiting for the Crown Prince's betrothal gifts. A sweet-talking maid was flattering Qin Baixue. His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely send many rare treasures. Miss, you must let this servant feast her eyes then. Qin Baixue was very pleased by this flattery. She then promised, when elder brother Crown Prince's betrothal gifts arrive, I'll let you pick one or two things. It will be enough for you to enjoy for a lifetime. With a shout of betrothal gifts arriving from outside, she rushed out. The three who were there to receive the betrothal gifts were immediately dumbfounded. They saw a single box of jewelry and a set of wooden furniture. Chen Yinyang asked incredulously, is this all? The eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict gave them a huge eye roll. He said indifferently, these are the betrothal gifts from His Highness the Crown Prince. The servants of the Xiang residence happily started gossiping. The betrothal gifts sent by the Crown Prince's residence are just two small boxes and some old, cracked Nama furniture. It seems the second miss who climbed into his bed has been seen through. Hearing the mocking laughter, Chun In-young hurriedly encouraged her daughter, telling her not to listen to the servant's nonsense. As long as she married into the crown prince's residence, she could have anything she wanted. No one could have predicted that the one called a fool would receive such generous betrothal gifts. And the 1,000-year-old black jade, treasured by the crown princess, was only fit to be made into a jewelry box for her. Although Chun In-young was dissatisfied with the meager betrothal gifts her daughter received from the crown prince, she couldn't resist taking a look at what was inside the box. When she saw that the box contained a black jade hairpin, Chun In-young immediately picked it up carefully. Black jade was extremely rare, with only one piece found every 1,000 years. It was incredibly precious. Upon learning of the hairpin's value, Qin Baixue couldn't wait to wear it and show it off. Sharing the same thought, Chun In-young carefully placed the hairpin in her daughter's hair. At this moment, their trusted maid ran in with a smile and reported, "Eldest Mrs. Betrothal gifts have also arrived." "Second miss, go and have a look." Upon hearing this, Qin Baixue clenched her fists. She wanted to see if the fool's betrothal gifts could compare to her priceless black jade hairpin. In the exquisitely decorated Takshu pavilion, the eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict respectfully bowed to Qin Yinyan. "Princess consort, these are the betrothal gift from His Highness the Night King." A box of sweet cakes. Looking at the sweet cakes before her, she hadn't expected that the Night King would actually send sweet cakes, just because she had mentioned them casually. For some reason, her heart felt swollen and warm. Perhaps this was the legendary feeling of being cared for and cherished. However, the beautiful atmosphere was ruined by Qin Baixue. She arrived with her maid, feigning concern, and said, "I heard His Highness the Night King sent betrothal gifts to elder sister. Let younger sister have a look." Then, her maid asked mockingly, "Eldest Mrs. Betrothal gifts are only a box of sweet cakes? Isn't this too shabby?" Qin Baixue pretended to scold her maid angrily. "Impudent. Sweet cakes are also a token of affection. How can you mock elder sister like this?" But in her heart, she was overjoyed. As expected, a fool only deserved a box of sweet cakes. Qin Yinyan ignored the two dramatic women. She picked up a sweet cake and tasted it. The cake tasted quite good. She held the box of cakes protectively and said nervously, "Younger sister, I can't give these to you. These are for my husband, Tin Yinyan." After hearing this, Qin Baixue looked at Di Jie and her treasured snacks with disgust. She performed an instant face change, then said with a beaming smile, "Don't worry, sister. These are sister's betrothal gifts. How could younger sister possibly want them? Younger sister just received the crown prince's betrothal gifts as well." Her confidant chimed in, "Exactly. The crown prince specifically used 1,000-year-old jade to make a hairpin. Such a precious betrothal gift is worth more than thousands or tens of thousands of acres of land." Qin Baixue was very satisfied with her confidant's cooperation. She pretended to casually touch the hairpin on her head and insincerely comforted Di Jie. "It's the thought that counts. How can there be any distinction between precious and common?" The eunuch at the side couldn't stand the mistress and servant's pretentious performance any longer. He took out the betrothal gift list and said directly, "For someone who hasn't seen the world, the Night King's betrothal gifts are naturally not just a box of sweet cakes." Then he instructed the people waiting at the door to bring in the betrothal gifts one by one. 100 garland sapphires, 2 chests of Jawa jade, 2 chests of gold and silver jewelry, 200 shoe brocades, a silver tea set, a set of purple sandalwood dragon and phoenix furniture, 30 tons of blue and white porcelain vases, 50 scrolls of antique paintings and calligraphy, and the Shishan Hot Springs estate. Qin Baixue, along with her servant, stared blankly at the rare treasures filling the room. There truly is no harm without comparison. She couldn't believe that the Night King had given such lavish betrothal gifts to the foolish Di Jie. Compared to these, hers were practically worthless. At this moment, the beaming eunuch announced, "There is one final betrothal gift." He solemnly took out a box from his sleeve. Inside the jewelry box, crafted from 1,000-year-old black jade, was a large luminous pearl from the East Sea. Seeing this, eldest Miss Qin smiled with satisfaction. She had thought the Night King was speaking casually, but he had actually sent all the best things in the world. The maid's eyes were glued to the final betrothal gift. She thought to herself, Astra's 1,000-year-old black jade is so rare. My mistress only received a hairpin. Unexpectedly, eldest miss actually received a jewelry box made of black jade. Asterisk Qin Baishua couldn't understand. She was already the crown princess. Why were her betrothal gifts inferior to those of a fool who was inferior to her in every way? So, she silently removed the hairpin from her head, clutching it tightly in her hand. The eunuch delivering the gifts announced, "The betrothal gifts have been delivered. The wedding date is set for the beginning of next month. The princess consort can wait for her wedding in the residence. I shall take my leave now." After saying this, he bowed respectfully to the eldest miss and left. Hearing the eunuch mention Di Jie's wedding date, Qin Baishua suddenly realized that she had been so preoccupied with the gifts that she had forgotten about the wedding ceremony. However, the crown prince hadn't mentioned a wedding date at all. Qin Yinyin, seeing her sister's distraught appearance, realized her opportunity had come. She stepped forward, grabbed her sister's hand, and asked, "Sister, when will you and brother crown prince get married?" "Mine is on the 10th of next month." "When is yours?" Qin Baishue gave an awkward laugh and could only prevaricate. "The wedding date is still being discussed. The crown prince's wedding is a major event. Choosing the date naturally cannot be done carelessly." She added casually, "It's like that." Qin Baishue, prompted by the foolish Di Jie's words, thought about the crown prince's recent attitude towards her and instantly lost confidence. Could brother crown prince really still be hesitating? Asterisk no, I must marry brother crown prince before that fool gets married. Otherwise, the position of crown princess might change. Asterisk. Anxious, Qin Baishue finally waited for Qin Xiang to return from work. She immediately went to kneel before him, begging him to urge the crown prince to set their wedding date. She said she had consulted someone, and the 28th of this month was an auspicious day. They could set their wedding date for that day. Qin Xiang looked angrily at his second daughter and scolded, "How can you, a young lady, have the audacity to urge the man to set the wedding date? If the prime minister's fu were to do such a thing, it would be the laughingstock of the world." A desperate Qin Baishua looked at her usually doting father and said, "My daughter's chastity is gone. If I don't marry into the crown prince's residence soon, do you want your daughter to endure everyone's ridicule every day?" She tugged hard on Qin Xiang's sleeve and pleaded, "Moreover, if your daughter marries into the crown prince's residence, father will be the crown prince's father-in-law, the emperor's close official. Doesn't father want to enjoy such prestige sooner?" His second daughter's words struck a chord with Qin Xiang. He sighed deeply, helped his kneeling daughter up, and said, "Then I will try." At that moment, in Takshu Pavilion, a very pleased Qin Yinyin felt that her plan could soon be implemented. The system asked in confusion, "Host, what other plans do you have? Why don't I know about them?" Qin Yinyin said with disdain, "With the crown prince's current cowardly behavior, if we wait for him to mess up, we might really have to retire in this world." So she planned to give him a little push. In the crown prince's residence, everyone was so frightened they didn't dare to breathe because their master, the crown prince, was in a fit of rage. The crown prince clenched his fists and cursed, "That damned Xinghe Gongzi! He gave me a terrible idea and then disappeared. Now I'm in deep trouble, and I don't even have anyone to advise me. I don't want to marry that bitch Qin Baishue at all." At this moment, a guard, steeling himself, came forward to report, "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that your wedding with second Miss Qin will be held on the 28th of this month. Of all the things to happen, Qin Baishue's pregnancy is being questioned. Why would father suddenly interfere with my marriage?" The guard replied tremblingly, "I heard it was Prime Minister Qin who personally petitioned the emperor." Hearing this, the crown prince could only rage impotently. He gnashed his teeth and said hatefully, "That wretch Qin Baishu actually wants to force this crown prince to save her. Xinghe Gongzi, if you don't show up and get rid of this wretch for me, I, this crown prince, will search the ends of the earth to find you and execute you on the spot." Xinghe Gongzi, the one the crown prince was thinking about, had already packed his bags and fled. Fearing being tracked down, he decided to escape quickly. "I'll go hide in the village up ahead first." Meanwhile, eldest Miss Qin was chasing after Xinghe Gongzi on a fast horse. The horse galloped like lightning. Tongzi asked uncertainly, "Host, can we catch up?" Qin Yinyin reassured Tongzi. According to the news Xiao Guitong brought back, Xinghe Gongzi won't reach Manhwa village until this afternoon. We're riding from the east. We'll definitely get there before him. Travel worn, Xinghe Gongzi hurried to Manhwa village. Panting, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, "Finally, I see the village. At least I can get some water." When he arrived in the village, he heard the villagers talking about the skilled Taoist nun at the city god temple. The Taoist nun could not only tell fortunes, but also cure illnesses and save people. She had become a revered immortal in the eyes of the villagers. Hearing this, Xinghe Gongzi thought, is there really such a powerful immortal in this competitive world? So he decided to go to the city god temple. If it's true, I must ask this immortal for help. By this time, Qin Yinyan had changed into a Taoist nun's attire. To conceal her true appearance, she deliberately covered her face with a veiled hat. Then she sat and waited for Xinghe Gongzi to arrive. She waited a long time before the tardy man finally appeared. She closed her eyes, putting on an air of superior being, and said calmly, "Unexpectedly, I would meet the renowned Xinghe Gongzi in this small village." Xinghe Gongzi asked, his face full of doubt, "Immortal, do you know me?" Who would have thought that the mastermind behind the emperor's mansion, in order to achieve his goal, would not only pay people to act as shills, but also resort to pretending to be a divine being? Qin Yinyan, with an air of immortal grace, closed her eyes and began to divine by pinching her fingers. When she opened her eyes, she spoke in a calm voice. "It seems Xinghe Gongzi has fallen on hard times and needs help from this old Taoist. You wish to rise again, don't you?" Hearing this, Xinghe Gongzi immediately knelt down sincerely. "Immortal is truly wise. Please help me devise a plan. In the future, before the crown prince, I will certainly promote you. When the crown prince ascends the throne and I become prime minister, you will be the national teacher. Then the world will be in our hands." Hearing the immortal say she sought only wealth, not fame, Xinghe Gongzi, without hesitation, took off the bundle from his shoulder. Opening it, he revealed the jewels and jade he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. He respectfully presented all his possessions to the immortal, only asking for a brilliant plan to regain the crown prince's favor. Qin Yinyan didn't speak, only quickly wrote a few words on a piece of paper. Seeing this, Xinghe Gongzi hurriedly picked up the paper and looked. It read, "Honey trap, borrow troops from Nanzhao." A flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly thought of something and became excited. He hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly to the immortal in thanks. The next second, he rushed towards the crown prince's residence. Seeing her plan succeed, Qin Yinyan generously distributed the reward she had just received from Xinghe Gongzi to the 3 shills she had hired. After thanking her profusely, the 3 shills began to divide their earnings. Tongzi asked, "Host, will the crown prince and Xinghe Gongzi really follow through with this?" Qin Yinyan replied confidently, "Don't worry, they have no other choice." Sure enough, as she predicted, in the crown prince's residence, Xinghe Gongzi, who had previously run away, actually requested an audience with the crown prince. Upon seeing the crown prince, he began to eloquently elaborate on his brilliant plan. After listening to a long-winded speech from Xinghe Gongzi, the crown prince summarized 2 useful points. First, to send Qin Baixue to the king of Nanzhao. Second, to use a honey trap to borrow troops from Nanzhao to help him overthrow his imperial uncle. Xinghe Gongzi became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke and continued to instigate. "Your Highness, this plan is brilliant. First, you can get rid of Qin Baixue. Second, you can snatch Miss Ninian back from the Night King's hands." Hearing that he could get Ninian back, the crown prince was immediately tempted. But then he thought to meet the king of Nanzhao, he would need to leave the city. However, the exit permit was with his imperial uncle. How could he obtain it? Xinghe Gongzi had already anticipated this question and immediately offered the plan he had prepared. So the brilliant plan Xinghe Gongzi spoke of was actually to steal the token. Under the crown prince's watchful gaze, Xinghe Gongzi continued to explain the complete plan. "This also requires Miss Ninian's assistance. Considering his infatuation with you, Your Highness, I believe as long as you ask, he will certainly agree." After a brief moment of contemplation, the crown prince hurried to Stepping Snow Pavilion in the Qin Prime Minister's estate. He pleaded with Ninian, "This time, you must help me. You just need to get my uncle to agree to go on an outing with you. Leave the rest to me." When he heard Ninian hesitantly say, "Uncle is busy with military affairs every day. He doesn't have time to go out with me," the crown prince immediately retorted with displeasure, "If he truly loved you, How could he refuse such a small request? You know, for you, I'm risking my head. When the crown prince heard Yin Yin ask in confusion, losing your head? Why would you be killed, crown prince? I don't want you to die. He knew Yin Yin still loved him deeply as always. So he said with a smile, Yin Yin, if you want me to live, you must get uncle to go out with you. Remember? Seeing Yin Yin nod obediently, as she always had, the crown prince made a promise on the spot. As long as this succeeds, no one will be able to separate us. After the crown prince left, eldest Miss Chin began to grind ink and write a letter inviting the Night King. She wrote, I hear the peach blossoms at Dahlin Temple are in full bloom and incredibly beautiful. I sincerely invite my husband to enjoy them with me. Seeing this, the system couldn't help but remind the host, are you really going to help the crown prince deceive His Highness the Night King? Hearing this, the system was even more confused by the host's actions. The host patiently explained, last time, when I returned the handkerchief to the crown prince, he knew immediately. Precisely because I can't hide it from him, I can confidently let the crown prince borrow troops from Nan Yuan. I believe with the Night King's shrewdness, he will certainly use this to his advantage and capture the crown prince before the war begins. He is the man I personally chose. I have absolute confidence in his abilities. Looking at the reward for completing the mission, the system came to a delightful conclusion. The host would soon complete the first world. Eldest Miss Chin was also thrilled. The time she had been eagerly waiting for to cast her net had finally arrived. She recalled how the crown prince, in order to get rid of the original owner, had conspired with Qin Baixue to give the original owner to that scoundrel, the Minister of War. Now, it was time to settle the score for the original owner. Then, the system cautiously asked, although host initially approached the Night King to deal with the crown prince. After this, the Night King might hate you. Hearing that the Night King might hate her, her heart twinged sharply. However, she didn't dwell on this fleeting feeling. She closed her eyes and said coldly, the mission comes first. I don't care about such trivial matters. Seeing her like this, the system couldn't say anything more. The peach blossom forest at Dahlin Temple was breathtakingly beautiful. The Night King and eldest Miss Chin strolled through this beautiful scenery. Holding hands, the two looked like a match made in heaven, as beautiful as figures in a painting. Suddenly, eldest Miss Chin asked the Night King with a radiant smile, Husband, are the peach blossoms beautiful? The Night King didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at a flower that had just fallen from a branch nearby. After a pause, he said pointedly, it's a pity. Even the most beautiful things become dirty when stained with dust. Hearing this, eldest Miss Chin understood. It seemed the Night King knew everything. The next second, the Night King withdrew his hand and looked directly at the girl before him. He asked seriously, Qin Yinyan, what is your true purpose in asking me out today? Qin Yinyan looked at the Night King with feigned confusion, then replied matter-of-factly, to see the peach blossoms together, of course. The foolish woman thought she was about to become the esteemed crown princess. Little did she know, she was merely being used as a tool to sell her charms. The Night King's eyes grew visibly colder. He asked icily, I'll give you one more chance. I want the truth. Eldest Miss Chin, however, felt she couldn't tell the truth. Since she was leaving this world anyway, why leave him with any lingering feelings? So she replied evasively, what Ninian said is the truth. Seeing that she still refused to tell the truth even now, the Night King angrily reached out and tightly gripped her throat. Gnashing his teeth, the Night King spat out each word with venomous precision. I don't think you're foolish, Qin Yinyan. I think you're heartless. Just then, a guard from the Night King's residence arrived with a report. The crown prince had obtained the token to leave the city and taken second Miss Chin to the southern courtyard. Upon hearing this, the Night King forcefully flung Qin Yinyan aside. He then looked down at her and demanded, Did you hear that? Your plan has initially succeeded. Are you happy now? Eldest Miss Chin subconsciously touched her chest after hearing this. Although her plan had initially succeeded, she couldn't feel any joy. The Night King forcibly lifted her chin. Slowly leaning closer, he uttered, It's a pity you were born. As long as I live, the Crown Prince's schemes will never succeed. You will remain by my side forever as my woman. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Eldest Miss Qin had always assumed he wouldn't care. After all, she was merely a tool for him to complete his mission. However, as she watched the Night King's departing figure, an indescribable, strange feeling arose in her heart. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince had arrived at the southern courtyard. Led by Southern Zhao soldiers, he finally met the king of Southern Zhao, Qin Baixue, who had accompanied him. Only then realized something was amiss. She moved closer to the Crown Prince and softly inquired, "Crown Prince brother, what are you doing bringing Baixue here?" The Crown Prince handed her a cup of wine and, disregarding her wishes, instructed her to offer it to the king of Southern Zhao. He then leaned in and whispered, "The king of Southern Zhao is very useful to me. Whether or not I can win him over depends entirely on you." Qin Baixue was extremely displeased and immediately threw a tantrum, demanding, "Crown Prince brother, are you asking Baixue to sell her body? The king of Southern Zhao is so ugly with his long beard." Baixue refuses to toast him. Looking at the unreasonable Qin Baixue, the Crown Prince had no patience to coax her. He directly threatened, "If you don't toast him, you can forget about ever entering the Crown Prince's residence." For the sake of the Crown Princess position, she was determined to obtain. She picked up the wine cup and mustered the courage to walk towards the king of Southern Zhao. Seeing her finally obey, the Crown Prince thought with satisfaction, "Finally, I can get rid of this wretch." Qin Baixue was someone who could go to extremes. She arrived in front of the king of Southern Zhao and softly said, "Your Majesty, Baixue offers you a toast." After they clinked glasses, she immediately raised her head and drank the entire cup of wine. Seeing her drink the wine so readily, a knowing smile spread across the king of Southern Zhao's face. After finishing the wine, Qin Baixue felt dizzy and lightheaded. She collapsed weakly into the king of Southern Zhao's arms. When she realized something was wrong, her first thought was that the wine had been drugged. The Crown Prince looked at Qin Baixue with disgust. With an indifferent expression, he said, "King of Southern Zhao, I have given her to you now. You must lend me your troops." The king of Southern Zhao quickly promised, "Rest assured, Crown Prince, I will definitely send my troops." Qin Baixue watched in despair as the Crown Prince left without hesitation. She never imagined that her Crown Prince brother would one day treat her so cruelly. After spending the night with Qin Baixue, the king of Southern Zhao asked her upon waking, "My little beauty, were you satisfied last night?" Qin Baixue first turned her head away from him, then reached out to touch her face and yelled, "Don't touch me. I am the Crown Princess of Xiagua, the future empress." When she heard that she was merely a pet given to the king of Southern Zhao by the Crown Prince, her eyes darted around. She immediately suggested, "There's an even more beautiful older sister in my family. If you let me go home, I will offer her to you, your Majesty, to do with as you please." The king of Southern Zhao roughly pushed her away and warned her bluntly, "I think you're the fool. There's no way you're going back. Just stay put." Qin Baixue dazedly repeated the king of Southern Zhao's words. Was she the fool? No, that's impossible. Qin Yin was the fool. She used to be at her mercy, bullied as she pleased. But now, she was the high and mighty Night Princess consort, and she had ended up like this. Was this retribution? Had she become a fool too? Eldest Miss Qin looked at the information displayed on the system screen with delight. The female supporting character storyline was complete. She had earned 50 fortune points for it. Immediately after, she used the screen to check on the Crown Prince's situation. The Crown Prince was confronting the Night King. She heard him say arrogantly, "Imperial uncle, the Southern Courtyard Cavalry are brave and skilled in battle. If you don't want to suffer, surrender now." The Night King, clad in armor, ignored him. Only after hearing his subordinate report that the enemy's food supplies had been successfully burned did he calmly order, "The traps beneath the city are ready to be activated." Looking at the Crown Prince still shouting below the city walls, the Night King said mockingly, "It seems my nephew, the Crown Prince, has forgotten who conquered this land. Divine Sword Battalion, take your positions. Prepare for battle." Seeing this, the king of Southern Zhao hurriedly questioned the Crown Prince beside him. How could there be so many archers? Weren't they supposed to need at least 3 days to assemble them? The humiliated and enraged Crown Prince could only vent his anger on young Master Xinghe, demanding he explain what was going on. Before Xinghe could open his mouth to explain, another subordinate reported that their army's provisions had been burned. Young Master Xinghe thought to himself, could it be that His Highness the Night King had already seen through his scheme? Impossible. This was probably just a coincidence. The king of southern Zhao raised his saber. Brave warriors, there's no way out. We'll fight with our backs to the river. Charge! Unexpectedly, not only was there a rain of swords from the sky, but there were also countless traps on the ground. Seeing all this, young Master Xinghe knew he was finished. These traps would have taken at least 2 or 3 days to dig. It seemed that His Highness the Night King had truly seen through his scheme long ago. When he saw the rain of swords falling towards him, he suddenly remembered. The immortal who had advised him was actually Qing Yinyan in disguise. He couldn't believe that he, the brilliant Xinghe, was actually going to die at the hands of a fool. Unreconciled, he was pierced by countless arrows and fell from his horse dead. At this moment, the Night King ordered the city gates to be opened. He rode his war horse, leading his soldiers out to meet the enemy. Left alone, the king of southern Zhao, in order to survive, held a knife to the crown prince's throat and threatened Yi Yuming. If you come any closer, I'll kill your kingdom's crown prince. Hearing this, the crown prince pleaded in terror. Imperial uncle, I know I was wrong. Please save me. The Night King coldly replied, those who betray their country shall be executed without mercy. Qing Yinyan watched through the screen as the wretched crown prince was slain on the spot. She then cheerfully announced, the scumbag's mission line is complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving 800 fortune points. Qing Yinyan, expressionless, asked Tongzi, the mission is over. I should be leaving. What will happen to this body? The system reluctantly told her that the body would die. Host, please choose a method of death. She looked at the 3 death options displayed on the screen, silent. Tongzi was about to offer his humble suggestion when Qing Yinyan decisively chose a death method before he could finish speaking. She declared that she was the dignified king of hell, Yama, and had no sentimental attachments to hold her back. This handwritten plot had actually prompted the usually aloof king of hell to add extra tasks, simply to avenge the helpless original host. The Night King, having just led his soldiers to a decisive victory, hadn't even had time to celebrate when a subordinate arrived to report the tragic news of his beloved princess consort's suicide. Receiving his icy glare, the subordinate could only stammer out, Princess Consort. After hearing of the crown prince's defeat, she took poison and ended her life. Upon hearing this, the Night King's aura darkened. He thought furiously, Qing Yinyan, how could you die without my permission? Filled with a murderous aura, he rushed to Qing Yinyan's chambers. Looking at the lifeless body, he quickly stepped forward and embraced his beloved woman, unable to resist asking 3 soul-searching questions. Did you love the crown prince that much? Would you rather die than stay with me? Was it simply because I met you too late? Not long after, the Night King composed himself and declared with a domineering air, Qing Yinyan, even in death, you cannot escape me. I will find you in the next life. Remember, your man can only be called Yi Yuming. As Qing Yinyan and the system watched the Night King's outburst on the screen, Tongzi whispered, Host, you could actually use your fortune points to exchange for time to stay in that world and grow old with the Night King. Qing Yinyan coldly replied, I'm the dignified king of hell, Qin Guangwang. Superfluous emotions will only hinder my mission progress. Let's go to the next world. The system could only respect her decision and open the world transfer portal. The king and Tongzi once again embarked on their journey of completing missions and earning fortune points. This time, they arrived in world number 40732, a fantasy world. In this world, the majority of people possess cultivation potential. The Qin family was a prominent cultivation family in Luoyun City, Jing Kingdom. However, Qin Yinyan, the eldest daughter of the family head, was a 1 in a million cultivation cripple. Yet, she was betrothed to Lu Qianyu, the city's #1 cultivation genius and the direct descendant of the Lu family. After reading the general introduction, Qing Yinyan stroked her chin thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, this time we've arrived in a fantasy world with cultivation. This is my first time encountering such a world. I'm really looking forward to it. Tongzi immediately felt a sense of dread. In this kind of world, the host's Yama skills wouldn't be a match for those cultivation masters. He urged Qing Yinyan not to rush and to first observe the source of the original host's negative energy. Unexpectedly, they saw that the original host's death occurred at her wedding ceremony. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a wedding be the happiest and most blissful moment for the newlyweds? On the screen, the wedding officiant instructed the newlyweds to formally bow in marriage. Bride and groom, join hands. Now bow to heaven and earth. The original host, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, obediently extended her hand towards the groom. However, in the next second, the groom forcefully slapped her hand away in front of everyone. So, he stumbled against the wall and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Nianyan angrily shouted, "What is this scumbag trying to do?" Lu Qianyu arrogantly declared, "This young master is the most talented person in Luoyun City in the past, let alone marrying you. Even touching trash like you makes me sick. If it weren't to show my sincerity to the world, I wouldn't have bothered with this wedding charade. I possess a 7th grade spirit bone and have already been accepted as an entry-level disciple of the Liang sect." The onlookers immediately felt that his future was limitless. After all, the Liang sect was the second-ranked sect in the Jing kingdom. Just then, accompanied by the creaking of a door, a woman with a flamboyant personality walked in as if no one else was there. She went straight to the groom, took his arm intimately, and asked, "Tianyu, is this wedding not over yet? Senior sister has missed you." Someone in the crowd recognized her as Su Linger, the daughter of the Liang sect's leader. They hadn't expected Lu Tianyu to have won Su Linger's favor. However, with his 7th grade spirit bone, he was indeed qualified to be with such a celestial beauty. After Su Linger appeared, Lu Tianyu immediately mocked the pitiful original host and extended his sinister claws. Qin Yinyin and Tong Yuan, watching the suddenly blurred scene, were dumbfounded. After the system's emergency repairs, they continued to watch. Unexpectedly, that scumbag Lu Qianyu, to prove his sincerity to his senior sister Su Linger, actually killed the original host at the wedding in front of everyone. The system angrily cursed Lu Qianyu, calling him a beast. What was even more outrageous was that later, the cultivation genius Lu Qianyu, after slaughtering righteous cultivators, lived happily ever after with the celestial beauty Su Linger. The two eventually became a divine couple worshipped for eternity in the cultivation world. This ending made the usually cold-hearted Miss Qin curse out loud. She carefully read the content displayed on a large screen several times. Her maximum possible reward for this mission was 100 points. Anything below 60 would result in obliteration. Then, a selection interface appeared, asking whether to enter this world. While clicking on the interface, Miss Qin instructed the system, "Tong Yuan, add another mission objective for me." Tong Yuan couldn't help but kindly remind her, "Host, once an additional mission objective is added, not only is there no reward for completion, but failure will result in obliteration by the system." Receiving a cold glare from the host, Tong Yuan immediately shut up. Obediently, it added the extra mission, kill Su Linger. It even thoughtfully added a note reminding the host that failure to complete the mission would result in obliteration. The original host's mourning hall was empty. Two maids, holding daggers, crept in. When they reached the coffin, one maid suddenly asked, "Xiaohe, do you feel cold? Why is there a sudden chill in this mourning hall?" Xiaohe replied disdainfully, "Your courage is too small. What are you afraid of? We are second-order cultivators. Are we supposed to be afraid of that dead waste?" Xiao Lian thought, maybe it's just the weather getting colder with autumn approaching. How could I be afraid of that waste? She decided to add a few more cuts to the waste face later to prove she wasn't scared at all. So, the two of them pushed open the original host coffin. Looking at the original host's still beautiful face in death, they finally understood why second Miss Qin, even though eldest Miss was already dead, still insisted they disfigure her. Before they could make a move, the eldest Miss suddenly opened her eyes. She said with a bright smile, "Although your intentions are malicious, your taste is quite good." The two maids, seeing the eldest Miss sitting up in the coffin, stumbled back in fright, both yelling, "Ghost!" Standing in the coffin, Miss Qin sighed. It seems second Miss Qin's jealousy is quite strong, not even sparing a dead person. Tong Yuan immediately jumped out to make its presence known. "Actually, host, you really are too beautiful. Even this system sometimes desperately wants to scratch your face." When the two maids sensed her aura, they knew she wasn't a ghost. They thought Lu Tianyu had shown mercy and hadn't killed her with one palm strike. Ignoring them, Miss Qin used the coffin for leverage and flew towards them, delivering a stylish flying kick. Seeing this, Tong Yuan immediately transformed into a praise machine, Wow. Host, your moves are so cool. As expected of a 21st century 5S level mercenary queen, she first patted off the dust that wasn't there, and then said proudly, of course. But before she could finish, the two maids sneered. Unexpectedly, the waist can also fight back. We thought Eldest Miss was so powerful. Turns out it's just some fancy moves. Seeing this, Miss Chin was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? How are they completely unharmed? Tan Yuan promptly reminded her, Host, although you're a 21st century 5S level mercenary queen, this is a fantasy world. Unexpectedly, the host attack couldn't even break their defense. This system is doomed. The two maids simultaneously used the low-level, basic weapon skill, Gale Slash. They couldn't allow the trash to continue living. It would interfere with Second Miss and Second Young Master's plans. Better to let them help the Eldest Miss on her way. Qin Yinyan saw two powerful blades coming towards her. Immediately, with a graceful twirl, she dodged them. She couldn't help but feel alarmed. So this is the world of fantasy? Even two maids have such powerful attacks. Tang Yuan, frightened to tears, blindly urged the host, why don't we run away? Qin Yinyan had no time to comfort the system. She kicked over the incense burner used for the original owner's memorial. Taking advantage of the ash billowing through the room, she closed in on the two maids, who couldn't open their eyes. The two maids cursed her for being despicable and shameless, while bracing themselves for battle. Unfortunately, in battle, opportunity always favors the prepared. She swiftly dealt with the two obstacles, revealing a profound and meaningful smile. She remarked, what a fantastic world. Truly interesting. Tang Yuan only felt a terrifying killing intent emanating from a host. Immediately after, Qin Yinyan calmly stated, having dealt with the dogs, it's now the master's turn. The night in the Du Fu residence always held an air of mystery. Tonight, as a man and a woman embraced in the courtyard, they were unaware of a pair of eyes coldly watching them from the darkness. A classic scene was about to unfold. The man's name was Lu Ping, the second young master of the Lu family, and the younger brother of the scumbag Lu Tianyu. The woman's name was Qin Qianming, the second miss of the Qin family and daughter of the second elder. Qin Qianming leaned against Lu Ping's chest like a delicate bird, expressing her joy. She had always wanted to ruin that trash Qin Yinyan's face. Before, she had to consider her father's position, but today, she finally got her wish. Lu Ping, sharing her sentiments, continued, well done, Qianming. That trash Qin Yinyan actually dared to offend my older brother. That good-for-nothing who lost the family support deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces, even in death. Sitting on the roof, Qin Yinyan quietly listened to their shameless words and watched their unrestrained laughter. Tang Yuan suddenly felt a strong killing intent and hurriedly whispered to appease the host, don't be impulsive. These two are both at the 5th level of qi refinement. If you really fight them, you'll surely die. Qin Yinyan, upon hearing this, revealed a wicked smile. The next second, she said with a laugh, certain death? Not necessarily. Lu Ping continued speaking. Now that my older brother's marriage with Su Ling-er is settled, it's our turn next. He shamelessly declared that he had remained chaste for her for many years and couldn't wait to be intimate with her. Qin Yinyan used the Yama's gaze skill on Lu Ping to view his life story. She was shocked by what she discovered. The wealthy second young master Lu Ping was lecherous, insidious, and cruel. He had raped and murdered 12 maids and 5 cousins. He was a complete and utter scumbag. Qin Qianming immediately acted coy after hearing this, scolding him for saying such embarrassing things. She told him not to bully her after her father approved their marriage. Qin Yinyan used the Yama's gaze skill again to view Qin Qianming's life story. The second miss of the Qin family, Qin Qianming, was promiscuous, hypocritical, and shameless. To learn weapon skills, she had slept with multiple experts in Luoyang City. She had also taken safflower twice. The innocent system curiously asked the host, what does taking safflower mean? The host replied that an underage system didn't need to know. At this moment, hearing the scumbag's affectionate confession to the vile woman, Qianming, Pinggage like someone as pure as you, Tang Yuan felt like vomiting up last night's dinner. It was truly disgusting. Qin Yinyan prepared to start causing trouble. She used the Yama skill, Ghostly Whispers. This skill could emit the voices of those killed by the enemy. The voices were ethereal and made it impossible for the enemy to discern their direction. Second young master, I was just a maid. Why did you do this to me? Lu Ping was startled by the sudden voice. He quickly asked the woman beside him, Qianming, did you hear something? Qin Qianming, also frightened, stammered. It sounded like a woman's voice. Qin Yinyan, watching the two become suspicious, felt it wasn't enough. She decided to add fuel to the fire. Cousin, please don't do this. Lu Ping recognized the voice in disbelief. How could he hear their voices? Hadn't he already killed them? Realizing something was wrong, Qin Qianming immediately shouted, Who is it? Who's pretending to be a ghost? Seeing her full of energy, Qin Yinyan felt she should be fair and treat the scumbag and the vile woman equally. Next, Qin Qianming heard the cries of a baby. Although she had never heard this sound before, she felt a sense of familiarity and affection. Could it be the child she had aborted? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Watching them panic, Qin Yinyan was very satisfied and continued using the skill. Why? Why did you harm me? What? Hearing a ghostly interrogation, the two guilty individuals, Lu Ping and Qin Qianming, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lu Ping then began to strike at the surrounding air. Qin Qianming quickly followed suit, yelling, Get away! Seeing their panicked state, Tan Yuan once again transformed into a cheerleader. Wow, host, you're so amazing. Just a little trick, and you've got them completely flustered. Lu Ping then used his poison examiner skill against the air. Qin Qianming, in turn, used her wind-severing strike against the air, looking at the secrets they had inadvertently revealed. Even the usually calm Qin Yinyan couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of fantasy world. Tan Yuan muttered softly, Their destructive power is too strong. It's like they ate an atomic bomb. With the force of their random attacks, host, you'd be turned to ash if you got too close. Qin Yinyan had a different perspective. Although their attacks are powerful, their hearts are in disarray. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out a nail, preparing to strike. Tan Yuan, with a puzzled look, asked, Host, where did you get that weapon? You can't bring weapons into a new world. Qin Yinyan informed him, This is a coffin nail I pulled from the original owner's coffin. That little green tea, Qin Qianming, wanted to scar my face, the face of Yama? Well, I'll return the favor. She then leaped down from the rooftop. Lu Ping immediately sensed the presence of a stranger and shouted, Who's there? Show yourself. Tan Yuan thought, Host is truly worthy of being a 5S mercenary queen. Her assassination moves are so cool. However, facing such a terrifying attack, he had a feeling that Qin Yinyan was about to die a heroic death. Upon seeing the newcomer's face, both Lu Ping and Qin Qianming's first reaction was that Qin Yinyan had returned as a vengeful ghost. The loving couple, who had just been calling each other sweet nothings, instantly began to accuse each other. The scumbag thought Qin Yinyan was back to avenge her scarred face, while the wicked woman thought she was back to avenge her murder. After a brief exchange of accusations, they quickly reached a silent agreement. Regardless of who she was after, they would kill her again and grind her bones to ashes. Without hesitation, they launched their attacks towards Qin Yinyan. Seeing their fierce and powerful offensive, Tan Yuan closed his eyes in fear, thinking, It's over. Host is about to be roasted and then chopped into pieces. Wouldn't that make her grilled meat? Host's so tragic. The calm and collected Qin Yinyan, however, calmly stated, Although these attacks are dense with my skills, I only need to find their weakness. She calmly observed them and finally found an opening. With the coffin nail, she flashed between them like lightning. A dazzling red line of blood appeared behind her. Of course, her mortal body inevitably suffered some damage. Hearing her cough, Qin Qianming finally reacted. She was an A. Glancing at the blood dripping from the coffin nail, Qin Yinyan looked up and said with a bright smile, I am, of course, a living person, but you two will soon be ghosts. Qin Qianming then felt blood trickling down her face. She covered her wound and shrieked, Qin Yinyan, you venomous woman, you dare to scar my face. Perhaps due to her agitation, her outburst strained her throat. Blood began to gush from her neck, unstoppable even with her hand pressed against it. Lu Ping, seeing Qin Qianming's condition, simply asked what's wrong. Immediately, a torrent of blood erupted from his neck. He frantically clutched the wound. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Qin Yinyan declared, As a 5S mercenary queen, my strikes are always fatal. So, as I said, you two are about to become ghosts. As her voice faded, both Lu Ping and Qianming collapsed dead. A jade pendant rolled to the ground. A furious roar emanated from the pendant. "You insignificant rats! How dare you injure a disciple of the Lu family? You're courting death." Qin Yin and Tan Yuan, who were about to leave, froze. Qin Yin, quickly regaining her composure, calmly analyzed, "The voice is getting closer. It seems the owner is heading here." Desperate for a chance of survival, she activated her Yama skill, Myriad Ghost Body. Even if she couldn't survive, she would at least take her enemy down with her. Hearing the threat, Tan Yuan nonchalantly remarked, "That guy's got quite the nerve. My host is a one-hit kill mercenary queen. She's not afraid of him." When he turned around, hoping for his host's approval, he saw that his host had already nimbly climbed onto the roof, preparing to make a run for it. Seeing that Tan Yuan was still standing there dumbfounded, Miss Nia impatiently explained, "That guy rushing over is clearly a major powerhouse. Would I be an idiot if I didn't run?" With that, she jumped down from the wall. Xiao Sa Ly. She stroked her sleek, black hair, thinking smugly, "Now everyone thinks that Qin Yin, the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, is dead. That big boss who just arrived won't suspect me at all. Ha ha ha." But her happiness didn't last more than a few seconds. She felt herself locked onto by something. Lu Ping's jade pendant, which had fallen to the ground, now floated in midair, emitting a dazzling light. With lightning speed, it pierced through her body. At this moment, the system Tan Yuan came online, explaining to his host, "That jade pendant should have imprinted a soul mark on you. This is basically the GPS tracking system of the cultivation world." People walking on the street suddenly stopped because they saw a flash of flame in the air. Isn't that Elder Lu's heavenly fire escape technique? It said he can travel 1,000 miles in the time it takes to brew tea. The heavenly fire escape technique consumes a lot of vital essence and isn't used lightly. Did someone provoke Elder Lu? Having overheard their discussion, Miss Nia came to a conclusion. Elder Lu seemed like a formidable opponent. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuan immediately quipped, with that skill, he'd make a fortune as a deliverman. Miss Nia asked a nearby passerby, "Where's the nearest mass grave?" Learning that it was on the desolate mountain east of the city, she thanked the person and sped towards her destination. Because only in a place like a mass grave could her Yama power be maximized. People were puzzled as to why a woman in red was asking about the mass grave. Then someone recognized her as Qin Yin, the recently deceased eldest daughter of the Qin family, and screamed, "Ghost!" In the pitch-black night, the mass grave seemed even more eerie. Miss Qin, like a fish in water, walked into the depths of the mass grave. She took out a set of command flags from her bosom and began to set up a formation. The formation she was setting up was called the Yama Labyrinthine Formation, commonly known as Ghost Wall. As she scattered the small command flags to their respective positions, she looked at the Ghost Wall formation with satisfaction, sighing, "The effect is truly impressive. It's worthy of all the merit points I spent to exchange for it." Not long after, a ball of fire landed near the mass grave. A furious old man emerged from the flames. He spoke with disdain. "It seems you have some tricks up your sleeve. However, these little schemes are nothing more than a minor inconvenience to me, Lu Songsong." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the soul-devouring scroll. He decided to devour this entire ghostly place and see how the person hiding like a rat could escape. Seeing this, Miss Qin couldn't help but sigh. This cultivation world is truly insane. Tan Yuan, clinging to his host's leg in fear, cried out, "The items exchanged with merit points won't hold up for long. What should we do?" The raging fire continued to devour the mist. Before long, a cracking sound was heard. The formation had been destroyed. Lu Songsong, seeing the person clearly as the formation dissipated, asked in surprise, "Aren't you Qin Yin, that useless good-for-nothing? Damn Tianyu, he actually spared your life out of old affection. Very well, this elder will eliminate this future trouble for Tianyu, completely severing your chance to seduce my Lu family's genius." Continue to seduce Lu Tianyu? What preposterous words. It seemed this old man's thought process was quite problematic, and that Lu Ping who died by her hand wasn't any better. It seemed the Lu family's brains were all a bit abnormal. Lu Songsong hadn't expected that Lu Ping was actually killed by this waste. He decided to capture this vixen alive and bring her back to the Lu family, throwing her into the beast enclosure to be ravaged day and night. Miss Qin extended her slender hand, quickly changing the positions of the command flags. After blocking his attack, she asked with a smile. Want to capture me alive? Lu Sangsong couldn't help but sneer at her arrogant demeanor. He then used both the beast-swallowing extinction skill and the dragon snake transformation skill. Seeing the command flags being burned and devoured one by one, Miss Qin decided to use her ultimate move. It was the first time Tang Yuan had seen such a serious expression on his host's face. Was she about to unleash her ultimate skill? Miss Qin, who had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. For words clearly came from his mouth. Myriad ghosts possession. Seeing this, Tang Yuan hurriedly tried to dissuade his host. This is a Yama taboo. It'll summon countless wandering ghosts to devour your own soul. Isn't this suicide? It's said to be the most painful torture since the beginning of time. Miss Qin calmly replied, how can you call it suicide? At most, this miss is just perishing together with the enemy. Lu Sansong also noticed something was wrong. He felt a strong, sinister aura. Had something suddenly changed in the surroundings? Miss Qin calmly explained, he is the lord of myriad ghosts. His soul is a great supplement for wandering ghosts. As long as his soul is used as bait, they will naturally flock to devour it. Tang Yuan was scared to tears after hearing this crazy plan. He didn't understand why his host would do this. Lu Sangsong was also dumbfounded. That good-for-nothing Qin Yin could actually use a deathly ghost technique? Had she become a ghost of the Yin Luo sect? Miss Qin started comforting the crying Tang Yuan that it's not just this Mississippi. That old man Lu Sangsong won't be able to escape those wandering ghosts either. Tang Yuan asked his host, do you really want to perish together with that old man? The host explained, this is a Xuanhuan world. That old man's strength is 10,000 times greater than mine. I only have a sliver of hope by using this move. As long as my soul is condensed enough, those wandering ghosts may not be able to bite it. Hearing Tang Yuan's worried muttering. But a person's soul is the most soft and sensitive. Those ghosts biting her bit by bit. Even if she doesn't die, the pain will kill her. She smiled and said, maybe I'm not afraid of pain. Soon, the surrounding wandering ghosts all gathered in her direction. Seeing so many ghosts, Lu Sangsong hurriedly commanded his Yen Reef to devour them. Those ghosts, which should have been afraid of fire, for some unknown reason, started to devour the Yen Reef instead. Without the protection of the Yen Reef, those ghosts launched a fierce attack on Lu Sangsong. Seeing the ghosts relentlessly attacking his host, little Tang Yuan was heartbroken. Meanwhile, at Xuanqing sect, with a sea of clouds churned, mountains rose, and cranes circled, sect master Yi Mingyuan, who had been cultivating in the palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a heavy, ghostly aura, and it was coming from the Jing kingdom. Could it be the Yin Luo patriarch? At this moment, the disciples of Xuanqing sect couldn't believe their eyes. Their revered sect master was actually leaving the palace. Who would have thought that the aloof young man not only couldn't be viewed with the Yama's eye, but was also a violent maniac? The disciples of Xuanqing sect were dumbfounded. Their sect master had already reached the peak of cultivation and was about to face his tribulation. They didn't understand why he would leave the palace at this time. Meanwhile, Miss Qin tightly closed her eyes, cursing every ancestor of the Lu family in her heart. Having her soul bitten truly hurt, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. She told herself she couldn't give up. Once she gave up, she was finished. Tang Yuan watched as his host's soul remained steadfast under the gnawing of the myriad ghosts. But he knew that under this unimaginable pain, his host probably wouldn't last much longer. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of any way to help her. Just then, a blinding light descended from the sky, making him unable to open his eyes. It turned out to be Xuanqing sect's sect master, Yi Mingyuan, who had rushed over to investigate. Hovering in the air, he saw so many ghosts gathered here and thought, as expected, it was the Yin Luo patriarch causing trouble. Miss Qin, who had been concentrating on dealing with the ghosts, now sensed something. Yi Mingyuan, while reprimanding the Yin Luo patriarch loudly, this venerable despises ghostly things. Show yourself at once, thought to himself. Why would this fellow appear in the Jing kingdom? Could he have some other scheme? Tang Yuan curiously asked his host, who was that guy talking to himself in the sky? Miss Qin only hoped the newcomer wasn't from the Lu family. She had just dealt with the younger one, then the older one, and now another one came. She really couldn't handle it. Looking at the newcomer from afar, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. It seemed she really was obsessed with Night King Yi Mingyuan's name. Otherwise, Why would his handsome face appear in her mind, even after she had come to a new world? It must be a hallucination because she was about to die. Damn it. If it was a hallucination, why was he wearing a mask? Deep down, she still wanted to see the Night King one last time before she died and say, Yi Ming Yuan, I'm sorry. Yi Ming Yuan saw the ghostly winds swirling and the ghosts rampant, but the Yinluo patriarch still refused to show himself. He shouted, Yinluo patriarch, since you don't want to talk, then take this venerable's move. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a move called Xuanqing Dao Demon Slash. This move was his signature technique, but the Yin ghosts and evil qi wouldn't harm mortals. Tang Yuan immediately realized the terrifying power of this move. Accompanied by rumbling sounds, the surrounding ghostly qi began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Ming Yuan didn't see the Yinluo patriarch, but a young woman in red. He couldn't help but frown. Tang Yuan was overjoyed, not caring about the details. At least he and his host had survived. Qin Yinyan also felt quite joyful. Ignoring minor details, she looked up and saw a man standing in front of her. Wasn't that the Night King, Yi Ming Yuan, whom she had seen before? Thinking it was a hallucination before her death, she went up to the man and looked him up and down. So he was a real person, not a figment of her imagination. Although he wore a mask, preventing her from fully seeing his face, that aura, as if someone owed him 5 million, was really similar to the Night King. Who was he? But then she thought, humans all have 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 nose. It was normal for people to look alike. She decided to use the Yama's authority on him. However, she couldn't see any of his information. Yi Ming Yuan keenly sensed that the woman in front of him dared to pry into his affairs. It seemed this person really had some tricks up her sleeve. He decisively struck out, grabbing the woman's throat. Qin Yinyan, choked and coughing repeatedly, looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. He could actually detect her using the Yama's authority. Yi Ming Yuan's voice was cold, appearing amidst thousands of Yin ghosts. Who are you to the Yinluo patriarch? Just then, a flock of crows happened to fly overhead, as if to add a dramatic effect to the scene between them. Even with her throat constricted, Qin Yinyan didn't forget to tease. What a pity. Such a refined aura, but you're a violent maniac. Yi Ming Yuan ignored her words, only coldly speaking again. Answer my question. Qin Yinyan immediately felt a strong killing intent. He was so much like the Night King. Whether it was their eyes, personality, or even their tone of voice, they were truly too similar. That mask covered half his face. Could it be? She felt the hand tightening around her throat. Can't we talk things out? Why must you attack such an invincible, adorable beauty? Could it be because of her beauty? Although she appeared relaxed on the surface, she was thinking this guy's killing intent was no less than the Night King's. He wouldn't show her any mercy. It seemed she could only provoke him to anger, to find a chance to escape his grasp. Sure enough, she successfully enraged Yi Ming Yuan. Qin Yinyan also thought she had found an opportunity. The timid Tang Yuan didn't dare to look at such a thrilling scene and covered his eyes. Then, a crisp cracking sound echoed in the night. Yi Ming Yuan loosened his grip without thinking. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't die. Having narrowly escaped death, Qin Yinyan sighed in relief. That guy had no intention of being gentle and had directly tried to kill her. Fortunately, she had learned a trick during her time as a mercenary, to break her own bones and escape a tight grip. Seeing this, Yi Ming Yuan revealed a strange smile. Interesting. You actually broke your own bones to escape my grasp. After saying this, he turned to leave. Seeing him leaving, Tang Yuan sighed in relief. Great. That guy who appeared out of nowhere was 1,000 times more terrifying than Lu Tsongso. He's finally leaving. Unexpectedly, his host actually went to provoke him. Hey, pretty boy, why are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to ask about that Yinluo, whatever patriarch? His host was actually trying to keep that terrifying fellow there. It turned out she wanted to see the face beneath the mask. Tang Yuan immediately complained. Oh, so now you're obsessed with men? Didn't you say there was nothing you couldn't let go of? Yi Ming Yuan haughtily declared. This Jun has principles. Regardless of your connection to Yinluo, since I let you escape, I won't attack you again. Clutching her injured arm, Qin Yinyan explained, this miss has no relation to the Yinluo patriarch. Those Yin ghosts weren't under my control. They came to devour my soul. Of course, I'm telling you this only so you don't misunderstand me. But you almost killed me just now. This matter can't just be forgotten. Since becoming the Xuanqing sect master, Yi Mingyuan hadn't heard anyone speak to him like this in a long time. He asked with interest, "What do you want to do?" Qin Yin, hands on her hips, pointed at the man in front of her and boldly declared, "I was caught off guard by your surprise attack just now. I'm not convinced. I want to fight you again." Yi Mingyuan had never met such a brazen person. He couldn't help but laugh in anger at her words. It was truly ridiculous. "You don't even have spiritual power, yet you dare to challenge me?" After hearing this, Miss Qin immediately pressed her advantage, putting forward a demand. They would fight again, without using spiritual power. However, it was agreed beforehand that if the other party lost, they would have to agree to one condition. Finding this extremely interesting, Yi Mingyuan asked in return, "And what if I lose?" Miss Qin responded nonchalantly, "If I lose, I'll give you my life." Their gazes locked, neither yielding. Finally, Yi Mingyuan uttered two words: "Deal." To complete the system task, she had actually provoked the strongest lord of hell, the esteemed king. Yi Mingyuan sized up the woman before him and then gestured for her to make the first move. Never one for courtesy, Miss Qin launched the first attack. She pulled out a sharp dagger, seemingly from nowhere. She then began a fierce assault on the Xuanxing sect master. Dodging the attacks, Yi Mingyuan thought to himself, "What a strange attack method. The attack method she's using is unlike anything I've ever seen. Could it be something she created herself?" He watched as she moved towards him with the speed of a released arrow. He was only momentarily stunned, but in that instant, her dagger reached his throat. At the last moment, he managed to catch the blade between two fingers. Though it startled him, his expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly, "You're seriously injured. You can't fight anymore. Surrender." Miss Qin, however, laughed. "Sorry, pretty boy, but you're the one who lost this time." It turned out she had a needle hidden in the hand that was seemingly resting on his waist. Yi Mingyuan only noticed it after her reminder. Seeing this, Tang Yuan excitedly paced back and forth, exclaiming, "Isn't this the shadowless needle that made enemies tremble before Host when she was the 5S mercenary queen? This is the first time this system has seen Host use it." Seeing that he understood her implication, Miss Qin continued, smiling, "If I move my left hand forward just a little, pretty boy, you won't be able to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh anymore. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe you'll discover a whole new world. Though, with your personality, finding a guy brave enough to top you might be difficult." Unable to bear her suggestive words any longer, Sect Master Yi used his spiritual power to flick away the dagger she held, then calmly admitted defeat. Seeing his swift and straightforward surrender, Miss Qin reminded him of his promise. Sect Master Yi immediately responded, "I will honor my agreement. State your condition." Unexpectedly, Miss Qin boldly asked him to remove his mask. She wanted to see the face beneath. Sect Master Yi was silent for a moment before asking, "You truly wish for me to remove my mask?" Seeing that she hadn't changed her mind, he reached up to remove it. Miss Qin and Tang Yuan stared, unblinking. When his face was revealed, their eyes widened in shock. "She gasped at you," Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "He really looks exactly like Night King from the last world." Seeing her reaction as if she had met an old acquaintance, Sect Master Yi asked curiously, "Have we met before?" She had no time or inclination to answer. She was busy asking Tang Yuan, "Why is Yi Mingyuan in this world too?" Tang Yuan, equally clueless, could only offer a weak, "It must be a coincidence." As he drew closer, she clenched her fists, her heart pounding with apprehension. She asked his name. Sect Master Yi declared powerfully, each word distinct, "I am Yi Mingyuan." The usually aloof Miss Qin felt her composure waver as she looked at the man before her. So he really was Yi Mingyuan. But why didn't he recognize her? She questioned the system sharply. The same name, the same face, even a similar personality. Coincidence doesn't cut it. The system, practically in tears, insisted it truly didn't know why someone from the last world was here. Sensing her increasingly icy aura, a thought suddenly struck Tang Yuan. He suspected Yi Mingyuan might be that lord. Miss Qin, still clutching her chest, looked at the unreliable Tang Yuan and asked, "Which lord are you talking about?" Tang Yuan hurriedly explained, "In the negative energy world cleansing system, besides the host who is Yama, there's actually another great lord. He is the strongest lord in hell who vows not to become a Buddha until hell is empty, the great Kitagarbha." After hearing this, Miss Qin retorted to Tang Yuan Bu Fuqi Dud. I am Yama. Shouldn't I be the strongest lord in hell? Tang Yuan glanced at his host before explaining. This lord is one of the most powerful beings in the three realms. He remains in hell because of his vow not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. If you don't understand, host, I can give you an example. It's like Jack Ma buying a supermarket to experience life and working there as a cashier. Miss Qin immediately understood the exception of that great lord. Seeing that his host seemed overly discouraged, Tang Yuan quickly comforted her. That lord is different from you, host. You carry your memories to execute the negative energy cleansing task, while he is simply experiencing life. So, he transformed into countless fragments, existing in various negative energy worlds, becoming a native of each world. So, Yi Mingyuan is a native and doesn't have memories of his past life. Then why is it such a coincidence that I keep encountering him? Tang Yuan speculated. This is because in the previous world, host, you triggered a strong emotional response in that lord. His energy is too powerful. It not only affected the operation of the three realms rules, but also formed an inevitable connection between you and him. Simply put, host, you provoked a man you shouldn't have. Since he has lost his memory, I just need to leave him now. Unexpectedly, Miss Qin, who is usually decisive, hesitated. After all, they had finally met again. While she was struggling, Yi Mingyuan extended his hand towards her. Then he spoke in a distant tone. I have fulfilled the condition I promised you. Now take this and leave me immediately. Miss Qin retorted Bu Fu Chi to Yi Mingyuan. What are you so arrogant about? Do you think I have to stick to you? And what's so great about this broken stone? I don't care about it. Tang Yuan didn't dare to look directly at her. His host was simply too fierce. The usually good-tempered Yi Mingyuan explained, this is not an ordinary stone. It's imbued with the power of teleportation. Crushing it can randomly transport a person thousands of miles away. Just then, continuous thunder rumbled in the sky. Knowing his tribulation was approaching, Yi Mingyuan urged the woman opposite him to leave quickly. Miss Qin asked in confusion, Tribulation? What tribulation? Yi Mingyuan told her, I have cultivated to the peak realm, and heaven and earth will send down a tribulation as a test. Overcoming it will allow me to advance further. But this tribulation is extremely dangerous. Failure means annihilation. I don't have absolute certainty. I originally planned to consolidate my realm for a few more years before facing it. However, the clever Miss Qin immediately thought of the reason. So, is it because of the mask you were wearing before? Yi Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Yes. That mask is an ancient artifact. It can suppress my realm. Once removed, the tribulation is unavoidable. Seeing her exclaim, why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have made you take it off if I had known. Yi Mingyuan placed the teleportation stone in her hand that I promised you. How could I go back on my word? He urged her to crush the stone. Only at a distance of 1,000 miles will you be safe. Miss Qin asked with concern, can't you teleport too? Yi Mingyuan, who had started to close his eyes, shook his head. The tribulation follows me like a shadow. How can one cheat the test of heaven and earth? It was his first time actively kissing a man. He owed that guy. Seeing Yi Mingyuan's insistence, Miss Qin immediately declared, in that case, I'll face the tribulation with you. But I'll keep the stone you gave me. Yi Mingyuan asked in confusion, aren't you afraid of death? She frankly replied, of course I'm afraid of death, but I can't resist a handsome man. Faced with her sudden teasing, Yi Mingyuan didn't know how to respond. He could only turn his back and say indifferently, if you want to stay, then stay. Facing the dark thunderclouds above, Miss Qin remarked calmly, these thunderclouds are quite spectacular, quite beautiful. The trembling Tang Yuan hurriedly warned her, host, what's wrong with you? These thunderclouds are more terrifying than a horror movie. I'm scared to death. Quite beautiful, she finished her sentence. Just then, a tremendously thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It struck directly towards them. Seeing this, Yi Mingyuan casually plucked a leaf. Then, with a flick of his finger, he imbued the leaf with spiritual power and sent it flying towards the lightning. Then, a miraculous scene appeared. Who could have imagined that such terrifying lightning would be blocked by a small leaf? Miss Qin, seeing stars, immediately spoke up. She knew her beloved would protect her. Sect Master Yi once again reminded her that the lightning strikes were getting stronger and stronger. It was still not too late for her to leave. Who knew his kindness would be taken for granted? Not only did she not appreciate it, she found him nagging. The worst part was, she even dared to tease him. Miss Chin looked at the lightning in the sky. It was indeed getting thicker with each strike. But this was already the 8th lightning tribulation. Yi Mingyuan beside her merely waved his hand to defend against it. So, in her eyes, this tribulation didn't seem that dangerous. Sect Master Yi started to explain things to her. The first 8 lightning strikes were just appetizers. The most dangerous one was the final purple lightning. The purple lightning's power was not only more than 100 times stronger than the previous ones, but it also couldn't be blocked by weapons. It had to be endured with the body. Hearing this for the first time, she curiously asked, over 100 times stronger, and it has to be endured with the body. Seeing her genuine lack of understanding, Yi Mingyuan patiently explained that the first 8 lightning strikes were fixed, but the final purple lightning would be strengthened based on the cultivator's strength. The purple lightning must directly temper the body. After it shatters the cultivator's dantian, it will then reconstruct it, allowing the cultivator's strength to break through. Thus, Miss Chin, now a spectator, asked, so, Yi Mingyuan, if you fail, you'll be annihilated? Unaware of her unusual behavior, Sect Master Yi answered all her questions. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the purple lightning. This time, there's no guaranteed solution. Therefore, I don't have complete confidence. With her suspicions confirmed, Miss Chin clenched her fists. She wanted to cheer him on and decided to give him an encouraging kiss. She wasn't one to hesitate. Once she decided, she acted immediately. The sudden kiss startled them both. Although she initiated the kiss, it was her first time actively kissing a man. It's all because I owe that Yi Mingyuan guy. Sect Master Yi was stunned by the kiss. The usually flirtatious Miss Chin blushed from the kiss. Seeing the final purple lightning arrive as expected, the initially uncertain Sect Master Yi's confidence surged. He shouted, "Purple lightning, I'm ready. Bring it on." Watching Yi Mingyuan enveloped by the purple lightning, the usually timid Tang Yuan gasped, covering her mouth. This purple lightning is too terrifying. It's utterly devastating. Yi Mingyuan began to mobilize all his spiritual power to fight against the purple lightning. Continuous explosions rang out, frightening Tang Yuan into screaming that it's over, it's over. The power is too great. Now even we're being affected. Miss Chin struggled to open one eye to see Yi Mingyuan's condition. She was truly worried about him. Meanwhile, the disciples in Xuanqing sect suddenly felt violent tremors. They hurriedly asked each other, "What's happening?" At this moment, Song Yinlang, Yi Mingyuan's personal guard, announced, "It's the sect master's soul-suppressing stone emitting spiritual power. The sect master is advancing." As his voice fell, a domineering pillar of spiritual light shot up into the sky. Then, their sect master emerged from the pillar of light, holding a woman in his arms. The Xuanqing sect disciples knelt and bowed, chanting in unison, "Congratulations, sect master, on your advancement." Song Yin, peeking up, saw her sect master holding a girl and instantly broke into a knowing smile. Some were wholeheartedly supportive of the sect master holding a woman, while others had different thoughts. Among them, the female elder of Xuanqing Palace, Murong Lingyue, displayed the greatest hostility. Then, Yi Mingyuan instructed Song Yin, sent a few female disciples to attend to her. Song Yin happily complied. Murong Lingyue, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scoff. Slowly regaining consciousness, Miss Chin felt pain all over her body and realized how painful it was to be struck by lightning. Tang Yuan, finally back online, couldn't believe she was still alive. She had actually survived such a terrifying tribulation. Miss Chin looked around her current surroundings in confusion, seeing the fairyland-like place. She wondered if her performance as Yama had been so outstanding that she was being rewarded with a trip to heaven. A female disciple bowed to her. "Wonderful. Honored guest, you're awake. This is Xuanqing sect. The sect master brought you here. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. You must be very hungry and thirsty. This is the nourishing porridge the sect master ordered for you. Please enjoy it slowly." Is the sect master referring to Yi Mingyuan? It seems he succeeded in his tribulation and even brought me to his territory. Having roughly grasped the situation, Miss Chin hurriedly asked, "Where is your sect master?" The female disciples hurriedly stated their low status and lack of right to know the sect master's information. Miss Chin didn't press the matter and waved them away. As the female disciples left, gently closing the door behind them, she thought, could I really have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights? But why don't I feel the slightest bit hungry or thirsty? Instead, she felt a sense of being filled with power. How strange, she thought. Tang Yuan, having just recovered, also noticed her unusual state. Host, your current spirit and vitality are even stronger than when you first arrived in this world. Miss Chin immediately sat down to meditate and discovered that this body of hers actually had a dantian and all her meridians were open. Tang Yuan immediately came online to analyze that it should be that after the lightning tribulation, that purple lightning bolt was able to reconstruct His Highness the Night King's body, and incidentally, it also reconstructed the host body. So that means your body in this world can now cultivate. Doesn't that mean you can now go wild? Revenge on those who wronged you. Grievances to settle. A dignified Lord Yama should personally take revenge, not borrow the hands of others. This concerns my missions and merit points. No one could try to steal them from me. Seeing the host getting a little carried away, Tang Yuan had to remind her, don't get too excited too soon. I've discovered a problem. Miss Chin, seemingly unconcerned, asked, "Oh, what problem, clever Tang Yuan?" Hearing the nonchalance in her host's voice, Tang Yuan immediately spoke up. This system has detected His Highness the Night King's aura in the host's dantian. Right, we can't call him His Highness the Night King anymore. In this world, we should call him Grand Ancestor of Xuanqing sect. Miss Chin truly hadn't expected to find Yi Ming Yuan's aura in her dantian. She listened as Tang Yuan began his reasonable analysis. Host and the sect master must have shared that lightning tribulation. Therefore, during the dantian reconstruction, your spiritual powers fused. From now on, you are mutually dependent. Strength in one brings strength to the other, and damage to one brings damage to the other. Merged dantians. What the heck? This is simply preposterous. Tang Yuan continued his seemingly logical analysis. What a pity for the incredibly powerful sect master. He originally had no weaknesses, but now, host, you are his weakness. If someone were to kill you, the sect master's dantian would also suffer tremendous damage. After listening to the system's analysis, she immediately decided to leave this place. Upon exiting the room, Tang Yuan was instantly captivated by the beauty of Xuanqing sect. However, due to his limited knowledge and experience, he exclaimed in amazement at everything he saw. Seeing this, Miss Chin reminded him, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, we need to leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete the mission in this world. When she opened the final door, full of anticipation, she was dumbfounded. She had literally ascended to the heavens. How was she supposed to leave this place? Just as she was in a dilemma, a pleasant male voice suddenly reached her ears. Want to leave? Turning her head to see Yi Ming Yuan, she asked with a hint of nervousness, "When did you arrive?" Seeing her avoiding the question, Sect Master Yi asked with a touch of displeasure, "Why do you want to leave?" Seeing his expression, she replied with a smile, "This miss has a few enemies that I must take revenge on." Sect Master Yi responded, "But Cheetah Ly, tell me who they are. I will take care of them for you." What a joke. I am the dignified Lord Yama. Of course, I will personally take revenge, not borrow the hands of others. Besides, this is my mission, my merit points. No one could try to steal them from me. Seeing her determination to personally take revenge, Sect Master Yi didn't want to force her. So, he quietly approached her and suggested she stay at Xuanqing sect for the time being, promising to make her stronger. Unexpectedly, Miss Chin declared with integrity, "I want to become stronger through my own efforts." Tang Yuan, fearing his host was overdoing it, quickly offered a friendly online reminder. "Dear host miss, the system never said you couldn't rely on this sect master to become stronger. This is clearly a golden opportunity. Host, you should seize it." However, Miss Chin replied, that rule was just established by this Mississippi. She reasoned that since this was a cultivation world, and she could now cultivate, she should rely on herself to become stronger. This time, she was determined to complete the mission with her own power. Sect Master Yi looked at the confident woman before him, and said, "All right, you may go." Miss Chin was a little surprised by his leniency, wondering why he wasn't confining her. Sect Master Yi was also puzzled by her question, unsure why he would confine her. Seeing his perplexed expression, Miss Chin continued to ask, "Don't you know that our spiritual powers have already merged? We are in a mutually dependent relationship. Aren't you afraid that my weakness will damage your Dantian?" Sect Master Yi looked at her seriously and said, "This sovereign naturally knows our connection. But this sovereign still will not confine you, because this sovereign believes you will become stronger on your own. Your future achievements will be limitless." She truly hadn't expected Yi Mingyuan to have such faith in her. It made him a little shy and timid. What to do? Then, Grand Sect Master Yi casually gestured. Instantly, a teleportation array appeared in midair. He then told him that as long as he stepped into this teleportation array, he could return to the place where he first met his true self. Upon hearing this, he immediately expressed his interest, saying that he had to try such a high-level thing as a teleportation array. Seeing him eager to leave, Grand Sect Master Yi secretly clenched his fists, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked his name without a trace of alteration. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Yinyin stated her name directly. After repeating the woman's name several times, Grand Sect Master Yi came to the conclusion that Qin Yinyin was quite a pleasant-sounding name. Seeing the woman about to step into the teleportation array, he couldn't help but ask the question lingering in his heart. "Yinyin, have you ever encouraged other men in that way?" Mustering his courage, after asking the question that had been shroud entwined his heart, his face couldn't help but flush with a suspicious blush. Miss Chin was initially taken aback by his question. Then she immediately remembered the scene where she had taken the initiative to kiss him. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Then, feeling playful, she teased him again. "Grand Sect Master Yi, this young lady has only encouraged one guy, named Yi Mingyuan." Seeing her depart Xiaosa dashingly through the teleportation array, Grand Sect Master Yi, having received a satisfactory answer, couldn't help but reveal a long-lost smile. But the moment he turned around, his smile vanished. With a serious expression, he summoned his subordinates. He ordered them to investigate all information on a person named Qin Yinyin in Luoyun City, Jing Kingdom, and that he wanted to see the information within 3 hours. Meanwhile, Miss Chin was instantly teleported to the mass grave. She almost couldn't recognize that this was the desolate mass grave on the east side of the city, because the place had been ravaged by the last, immensely powerful purple lightning bolt. It was a Tumbrindu horrific sight. She casually glanced around and spotted something glittering. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a secret manual. It must have been left behind by the Liu family's grand elder, who had been devoured by the myriad ghosts. It seemed like it was equipment dropped by that old man. The thought made her happy. After picking it up and reading the contents, she became even happier. It turned out to be the heavenly fire escape technique, which could transform one into a fireball and allow for instantaneous travel over vast distances. I've struck it rich. This technique looks incredibly powerful. However, she didn't understand what the 6th tier weapon notation meant. Upon hearing this, the ever-helpful Tang Yuan immediately appeared online to explain that in this fantasy world, there are 3 pieces of information you need to know about cultivation. First, the Dantian. Possessing a Dantian is essential for absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to begin cultivation. The original owner previously had a jade-colored Dantian, which is why she couldn't cultivate. Fortunately, the violet heavenly lightning allowed you, host, to gain a Dantian, making cultivation possible. Second, meridians. A cultivator's body has countless meridians. The more unobstructed the meridians, the faster the cultivation speed. Due to the violet heavenly lightning, all of your meridians are now open, host. Therefore, you should be the fastest cultivator in the world. Third, spiritual roots. Ordinary cultivators' spiritual roots are innately divided into ranks from 1 to 9. The strength of the spiritual roots determines the level of techniques a cultivator can use. In other words, a first-tier spiritual root can only cultivate the lowest level first-tier techniques. A 6th-tier spiritual root is required to cultivate 6th-tier techniques. She immediately understood the source of Lu Tianyu's arrogance. He had a 7th-tier spiritual root, meaning he would eventually be able to use techniques even more powerful than the Heavenly Fire Escape technique, destined to surpass even their Lu family's grand elder. She asked Tang Yuan uncertainly, "Is Yi Mingyuan a 9th-tier spiritual root?" Tang Yuan replied, "Given Lord Yi Mingyuan's status, he definitely surpasses the 9th tier. There are many higher levels above the 9th tier, but the system's data is currently incomplete." Qin Yinyin stroked her chin and asked expectantly, "Then what tier is my spiritual root now? It must be above 9th tier, right?" Tang Yuan pulled out a device and said, "This system is also curious. Let's begin the test." Seeing Tang Yuan staring at the device's results without speaking, she asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't tell me I'm not 9th tier." Tang Yuan replied with an embarrassed expression, "It's not just not 9th tier. Host, your spiritual root is only 1st tier." This cruel news was no less than a bolt from the blue for her. She was supposed to be the fastest cultivator in the world, so why was her spiritual root the lowest tier? Tang Yuan sighed dejectedly. What a pity. Even though you now possess a dantian and can cultivate, Host, wanting to defeat Lu Tianyu is probably a fantasy that will never be realized. Unwilling to accept this, she began to ponder, is it really true that a 1st-tier spiritual root can only use 1st-tier weapons? Tang Yuan replied helplessly, "There's no other way. That's just the rule of this fantasy world." She, with a 1st-tier spiritual root, could actually adapt high-tier techniques for her own use. Who would have thought that she, originally a good-for-nothing, could actually change the laws of the world? Although the rule of this fantasy world dictates that a 1st-tier spiritual root can only use 1st-tier techniques. But Qin Yinyin stubbornly ignored the message. After all, he was the dignified Lord Yama. He then sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Before entering deep meditation, the original owner's previous cultivation attempts surfaced in his mind. Because the original owner couldn't cultivate, he was not valued by his family. He could only secretly read books and try to cultivate. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. In the end, he could only weep in secret. Compared to the original owner, at least he now had a dantian and could start cultivating, which was already a huge improvement. Perhaps he could even break the rules of this world. For now, he should try cultivating the wind blade, a 1st-tier entry-level wind element technique that the original owner had read about in his childhood. Not long after, he tried to use the wind blade. Unexpectedly, he succeeded on his first attempt. Tang Yuan was stunned, exclaiming, as expected of a host with fully open meridians, "Although the wind blade is the most basic technique, it takes ordinary people at least a few years to master it." The host only needed a minute. Moreover, this wind blade is condensed and stable, with immense power. This is already the peak level of mastery for the wind blade. Although it's only a 1st-tier technique, its power is probably even greater than a 2nd-tier technique. After easily mastering the 1st-tier wind blade, he started to look at the 6th-tier Heaven Fire Escape technique he had just obtained. After memorizing its contents, he closed his eyes and devoted himself entirely to comprehending it. Seeing how seriously the host was cultivating, Tang Yuan thought, this is a 6th-tier technique. According to the rules of this world, the host shouldn't be able to cultivate it successfully. Seeing faint sparks of spiritual fire appearing on the host, Tang Yuan almost cried out in surprise. Could it be that the host really can change the rules of this world? The next second, he heard a clear cracking sound and saw a mouthful of blood spurt from the host's mouth. Qin Yinyin couldn't help but gasp. That really hurts. Seeing this, Tang Yuan sighed. That it seems some things can't be forced. It was a failure after all. So Tang Yuan reminded the host, your bones are all cracked. It seems like forcibly cultivating a technique beyond your tier caused a backlash. But those cracks are healing on their own. Every single crack in the host's bones has completely healed. Your recovery ability is truly incredible. Most importantly, your spiritual root has also become stronger. Although it's still 1st tier, after shattering and healing, it has strengthened by 50%. Hearing this, Qin Yinyin immediately perked up and asked, so does that mean I only need to do this one more time to become a 2nd-tier spiritual root? Tang Yuan asked in disbelief, aren't you afraid of the pain? Do you really want to do it again? Qin Yinyin, striving to become stronger, was also extremely helpless. What else can I do? I'm a poor working stiff. If I don't complete the system tasks, I'll be terminated. However, even if she wanted to do it again now, she couldn't that it seems this bone-cracking situation only occurs when cultivating high-tier techniques. I don't have any other high-tier techniques on hand right now. Tang Yuan looked at the host speechlessly, muttering to himself, where would you get so many high-tier techniques? It's hard enough to get one, and you can't even cultivate it. Qin Yinyan gave him a strange look and asked, who said I failed? Tang Yuan asked incredulously, so, host, you're saying you know the Heaven Fire Escape technique now? Although I don't know the original version of the Heaven Fire Escape technique, I modified it. I turned it into a new technique suitable for my first-tier spiritual root constitution. Then a small flame appeared from her finger, slowly enveloping her body and finally her feet. The next second, she disappeared as if she were stepping on windfire wheels. Tang Yuan thought, although it can't travel thousands of miles instantly like the original Heaven Fire Escape, it can still be used as a short-range escape skill within a few hundred meters. It's barely useful. Qin Yinyan named this technique Spark Escape. Tang Yuan immediately applauded, as expected of the host. This technique's practical use far surpasses low-tier techniques. It's at least at the level of a 4th or 5th tier technique. It seems the host has the ability to lower high-tier techniques by 1 or 2 tiers for their own use. So even if the host is only 1st tier, as long as they obtain high-tier techniques, they can still be useful. Moreover, the host can also improve their tier. This host is too terrifying. The nearby Luoyun city was bustling with activity. A new student enrollment meeting was being held in the city. Linha Sec's Primary Academy, Lion Mountain Sec's Primary Academy, Flying Wild Goose Sec's Primary Academy, Luoshua Sec's Primary Academy, and Mad Blade Sec's Primary Academy all sent representatives to recruit students. Qin Yinyan, wearing a mask, arrived at the academy to register. She felt that to obtain new high-level weapons, she had to join one of these cultivation sections. The mere thought of it filled her with anticipation. However, she didn't know which sect to join. Tang Yuan kindly reminded her that the sects in Luoyun City were all primary academies and didn't possess any high-level cultivation techniques. In comparison, any random scrap of paper from Sect Master Nya would likely surpass the orthodox divine skills of these primary academies. Seeing that Tang Yuan was suggesting she take a shortcut and latch onto someone powerful, she abruptly interrupted and firmly stated that they had already agreed she would rely on herself in this world. Although those sects seemed weak, as long as she joined one, she could gradually become stronger and eventually defeat Lu Tianyu. However, among these sects recruiting new students, she didn't see the Liang sect that Lu Tianyu had joined. Just then, a bespectacled young man beside her curiously asked if she wanted to join the Liang sect. This person, named Fu Qingyang, began to explain things to Qin Yinyan. He told her that the Liang sect was the second-ranked sect in the Jing Kingdom. They didn't openly recruit students. This year, they only accepted Lu Tianyu of the Lu family as an introductory disciple. Seeing that he was very knowledgeable about the recruitment process, Qin Yinyan quickly asked if he could introduce the 5 sects on the stage. Fu Qingyang smiled and said he could, as he had even taken notes. Among the 5 sects, the strongest was the Linha sect. The Linha sect specialized in wind-based cultivation techniques, which offered advantages in both speed and attack. After hearing this, Qin Yinyan immediately analyzed the information in her mind. The Qin family, to which the original owner belonged, also cultivated wind-based techniques. It seemed that the Qin family members would likely apply to the Linha sect. Fu Qingyang continued to introduce the Mad Blade sect, which specialized in blade-based cultivation techniques, known for their powerful force and astonishing might. Qin Yinyan immediately stated that strength-based techniques were suitable for men, not for her. Next was the Flying Wild Goose sect, which specialized in flexible techniques, offering a balance between attack and defense. Upon hearing about this sect, Qin Yinyan's eyes lit up. She felt it was not bad and worth considering. Then there was the Lion Mountain sect, which specialized in earth-based cultivation techniques, focusing on defense and strength. This path seemed too cumbersome. It wasn't Qin Yinyan's style at all. It didn't sound suitable for her. Finally, there was the Luoshua sect, which Fu Qingyang himself wanted to join. The Luoshua sect specialized in water-based cultivation techniques, focusing on transforming water into ice and using ice to injure enemies. The Luoshua sect appeared to be the weakest among the various sections. Seeing Fu Qingyang evaluate the Luoxua sect as the weakest, she didn't understand why he still wanted to join it. After habitually pushing up his glasses, Fu Qingyang explained that the Luoxua sect had many high-level skills. Those skills involving transforming water into ice and injuring enemies with ice were very difficult to master. Many people who joined the Luoxua sect couldn't learn those skills, making the Luoxua sect's new students the easiest targets during academy battles. Fu Qingyang said that although the skills were difficult to learn, he enjoyed researching difficult skills the most. That's why he wanted to join the Luoxua sect. Just thinking about the high-level skills of the Luoxua sect made Qin Ninian secretly amused. At this moment, the voice of a middle-aged man reached her ears. "I am the city lord of Luoyin City. The new student enrollment will now officially begin. All cultivators under the age of 18 who haven't joined a sect can participate in the one-on-one arena challenge. The winner can choose the sect they wish to join. The sect elders will also decide whether the winner can join based on their performance." As soon as the city lord of Luoyun finished speaking, a man strutted onto the arena with an arrogant swagger. Upon reaching the arena, he declared boastfully, "I am Lu Heng, the third young master of the Lu family. I'm in a bad mood lately. Who wants to be the first to get beaten up by me?" Then, the onlookers below began to murmur amongst themselves. The third young master Lu is in a bad mood because the second young master Lu died unexpectedly. The second young miss of the Qin family also died unexpectedly. It's said that it was the vengeful spirit of the eldest miss of the Qin family seeking revenge. Hearing the rumors from the onlookers getting closer to the truth, Qin Yinyan revealed a satisfied smile. At this time, a young man from Qingstone Village walked onto the arena and bowed to the third young master Lu. He introduced himself as Xiao Dong. "Please advise." Lu Heng retorted crudely, "So, it's a lowly peasant from the countryside. Perfect for testing the power of my new move." He then launched a sneak attack without any warning, using a third-tier weapon, the poison smoke wall fire palm, against his opponent. Before Xiao Dong could react or counterattack, painful screams erupted from his mouth. Immediately afterward, he was reduced to a skeleton. Seeing this, the people below the arena began to denounce Lu Heng. Some said that it was just a student recruitment challenge and questioned how he could take a life. Others commented that the weapon Lu Heng used was clearly extremely malicious and wondered how someone so young could cultivate such a weapon. Qin Yinyan was even more furious. That bastard actually killed someone on the spot. Was there really no one to control him? This scene made Fu Qingyang tremble with fear. He said in a shaky voice, "Although fatalities are rare during recruitment challenges, the rule is that once you step onto the arena, it's equivalent to signing a life-and-death contract." At this moment, the Luoyin city lord angrily rebuked third young master Lu Heng. "How dare you?" Lu Heng, however, responded with a flippant question. "What's wrong, city lord? It was just some farmer from the countryside. Is he really worth your concern? He died in the arena. So what? Am I right?" The prodigious girl of Luoyun City, a pre-selected disciple of a sect, was worthless in his eyes, and with no battle awareness, she could have been killed 3 times over. The Luoxua sect's junior academy recruiter, seeing Lu Heng's arrogance after killing someone, angrily announced on the spot, "We will not accept such a vicious person." Lu Heng turned his head and nonchalantly asked, "And who might you be?" Then, with disdain, "Oh, it's the Luoxua sect, the one that can never recruit any students and is about to be disbanded. You think this young master would be interested in your sect?" Just then, the recruitment head of the Huanggao sect's junior academy, a large man, called out, "The path of cultivation requires such ruthlessness. This child, I'll take him." He immediately tossed Lu Heng an academy token. Lu Heng caught the token, muttered a "thank you," and left without looking back. Qin Ninian watched his departing figure, thinking, "Another damned Lu family member." She then wrote down Lu Heng's name in her death note. "Although I can't deal with the male and female leads right now, taking care of these small fry is no problem. Consider it collecting interest and delivering justice." Seeing this, the city lord could only sigh helplessly. After all, third young master Lu had the capital to be arrogant. He then called for the next challenger to enter the arena, and a new match began. One match ended, and the next followed immediately. Gradually, the spectators began to feel apprehensive. Although each subsequent match had a winner and a loser, thankfully, there were no more fatalities. The matches continued one after another, with waves of people entering and leaving the arena. Time passed quickly amidst the exciting competition, and soon it was evening. Fu Qingyang, the bespectacled young man, looked at the sky and told Qin Yinyan his plan. His eyesight wasn't good, and insufficient sunlight would affect his performance. Therefore, he was preparing to enter the arena. Qin Yinyan, who had a good impression of him, patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Go for it. Maybe we'll even become fellow disciples. The next second, they saw a young woman leap onto the arena. Fu Qingyang looked closely and realized it was Qin Qianluan, the third young miss of the Qin family. He immediately deflated. It seemed he would have to wait for the next round. He couldn't afford to offend this third young miss of the Qin family. Although Qin Qianluan's talent wasn't as great as Lu Qianyu's, she was still one of the top prodigies in Luoyang City. It was said that although her cultivation level was only at the Martial Street stage, she had an astonishing talent for weapons and had already mastered more than 10 different types at a young age. Mastering over 10 weapons, is that impressive? Qin Yinyan asked her question with a casual air. Then she heard Fu Qingyang's excited voice. Of course, every weapon skill is difficult to cultivate. In terms of cultivation levels, they are divided into entry level, small accomplishment, proficiency, large accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. And the higher the weapon skill, the harder it is to cultivate. Take me, for example. Although I'm a 4th rank cultivator, I haven't even reached entry level in a single 4th rank weapon skill. I've only learned 1 small accomplishment 2nd rank weapon skill and 2 entry level 1st rank weapon skills. I can't even master a single weapon skill. Why? I'm not a genius like third young Miss Qin. He grew increasingly distressed as he spoke, finally bursting into tears. Qin Yinyan, who was better at killing than comforting, felt awkward. She could only offer dry consolation. It's okay. It's okay. You're still young. You can cultivate slowly. Don't cry. Tang Yuan couldn't bear to listen any longer and had to remind her host, don't assume everyone is like you. You can master weapons instantly and reach great accomplishment because you've opened all your meridians. Qin Qianluan on the arena looked around at the people below and asked, is there no one in all of Luoyang City who dares to challenge me? The people below began to whisper amongst themselves. Who would be foolish enough to challenge her? Third young Miss Qin is just going through the motions. I heard Elder Chun of the Linha sect has already pre-selected her. Qin Qianluan listened to the whispers and scoffed disdainfully. Seeing no one come forward, she turned to the Linha sect recruitment head and said with a smile, Elder Chun, it seems your token is rather pointless. Elder Chun stroked his beard and chuckled indulgently at her. Luoyang City is just a small place after all. This talented young lady naturally. Before he could finish, a female voice asked, can the challenge begin? Then, to everyone's astonishment, a young woman quietly walked onto the arena. Elder Chin's eyes snapped open as he looked at the newcomer. He hadn't expected anyone to dare challenge Qin Qianluan. Qin Qianluan was also taken aback. She turned her head in disbelief to look at the newcomer. A woman in red, wearing a mask, appeared unnoticed behind him. He pointed at her, stammering, when did you get on the stage? At the same time, alarm bells went off in his head. How could he have completely missed her approach? There were no footsteps, no sound of her using any lightness skills. Qin Yinyan responded with a laugh. I walked up here in broad daylight. Is there a problem? But that's not important. Can we start the challenge? A friend of mine is eager to get on stage for the next round. Let's hurry up and begin. Qin Qianluan was completely oblivious. This Qin Qianluan has absolutely no battle awareness. If I hadn't announced myself just now, he'd be dead 3 times over. Tang Yuan sighed in exasperation. Once my host enters combat mode, she'll naturally display the skills of a top-tier assassin. Even walking in broad daylight, she's completely silent. Even I've been startled by her several times. Who would have thought the most basic breaking wind slash could be mastered to such an extent by an ordinary girl? A genius girl tragically defeated. A tier 2 technique cut in half by a single move. And she even got a scratch on her face. Fu Qingyang joked with his new friend, with whom he'd been chatting animatedly. Look at that young lady on the stage. Her clothes and appearance are quite similar to yours. She's so amazing, daring to challenge third young Miss Qin. When his new friend didn't respond, he turned to look and, realizing she was gone, immediately understood. He then became incredibly excited. That impressive young lady on stage was his new friend, the young lady who had arrived on the stage without a sound. Not only stunned the Academy officials observing the competition, but also gave the self-proclaimed prodigy, third young Miss Qin, quite a fright. Quickly regaining her composure, third young Miss Qin addressed her haughtily. Since you dare to challenge this genius girl, you must have some reliance. Being able to step onto the stage so silently, you must cultivate some sort of body concealment technique, right? Qin Yinyan sighed inwardly. Such weak interrogation tactics. I really can't see how she's a genius girl. Third young Miss Qin scoffed. You think those little tricks can fool this genius girl? Using lightness skills to dodge my wind techniques is indeed a clever strategy, but this genius girl has over a dozen techniques. Are you sure you can dodge them all? Seeing her confidence, Qin Yinyan's expression turned playful. Since coming to this mystical world, I haven't actually encountered many Tier 5 techniques. Since she knows over a dozen, she'll make a good research subject. This should be quite helpful for my future cultivation. Tang Yuan chimed in helpfully. I'll also do my best to record the characteristics of her techniques for you, host. Having made her decision, Qin Yinyan took a few steps forward. She stood firm and declared, I'll stand right here and face your techniques. Show me what you've got. The spectators below began to murmur, believing that wind techniques were incredibly powerful. Moreover, third young Miss Qin was a genius girl, and her attacks were known for their sharpness. This challenger wasn't even trying to dodge. Was she seeking death? Fu Qingyang was conflicted. He was worried for the young lady, yet he also had a strange feeling that she was very capable and could defeat third young Miss Qin. Qin Qianluan gritted her teeth, feeling underestimated. She decided to teach this ignorant person a harsh lesson. She launched a Tier 2 wind technique, the rotating wind and moon slash, at her opponent. The spectators gasped. They hadn't expected Qin Qianluan to be able to condense wind blades of such a size. Her control was truly at the level of mastery. Even the spectator system, Tang Yuan, gave the move a serious evaluation. This attack has a wide range and high power. It seems to be an advanced version of the Tier 5 breaking wind palm. Qin Yinyan became even more excited. She loved facing strong opponents. Now it was her turn. She would let everyone see the power of her Tier 1 technique, the breaking wind slash. With a slight flick of her finger, she released a powerful surge of wind element. Elder Chun of the Linhe sect exclaimed, What kind of wind technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Qin Qianluan thought it must be some powerful wind technique. Fu Qingyang, however, recognized it. That should be the Tier 1 technique, breaking wind slash. As the technique took shape, both Elder Chun and Qin Qianluan were stunned. It was actually just the most basic breaking wind slash. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that the most basic breaking wind slash could cut a Tier 2 technique in half? Even those who witnessed it were doubting their own eyes. After all, it was simply too unbelievable. Whether it was because the attack was too fast or Qin Qianluan was too shocked. As he ducked awkwardly to avoid the attack, a bloody mark was still left on his face, not to mention his utter disbelief. Even Elder Chen wore an expression of disbelief. Tang Yuan asked Qin Yinyan in confusion, Host, why did you only use half your power? Qin Yinyan replied helplessly. His breaking wind slash's power has already surpassed the perfected second tier 5G. And Qin Qianluan has only used a proficient level second tier 5G so far. I thought using half my power would be enough. I didn't expect to still overdo it. The onlookers, regaining their composure, asked each other if they had just seen things. How could the challenger's attack, that astonishing little bit of wind rhyme, look a bit like a first-tier breaking wind slash? Fu Qingyang, adjusting his glasses, recognized it as a mastery-level breaking wind slash. He never knew someone could cultivate such a low-level technique to the mastery level. What an amazing young lady, he thought. She even used the lowest-tier martial skill to directly counter 13 of her opponent's second-tier martial skills. Not only did she make her opponent question their life choices, but she also attracted the attention of the sect elders because of it. Qin Qianluan, seeing her repeatedly win with the first-tier martial skill, breaking wind slash, felt her face burning with shame. She angrily questioned Qin Yinyan, asking if she was crazy. Why else would she spend so much effort practicing such a measly first-tier martial skill? Qin Yinyan couldn't be bothered to respond to her, telling her to stop wasting her breath and quickly use her next 5G. Honestly, so much talking is a waste of my skill learning time. She had carefully observed Qin Qianluan's autumn wind swinging moon slash and could clearly sense a deeper understanding of wind-based 5G techniques. If I observe a few more moves, maybe my breaking wind slash can advance another level. Qin Qianluan didn't expect such a blunt reply. Realizing her opponent wasn't someone to be trifled with, she put away her initial disdain. With a serious expression, she declared, "Just now, this genius young miss was careless. Next, prepare to witness my true power." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed the second-tier 5G cold wind piercing cloud thrust. It's worth noting that her previous autumn wind swinging moon slash was just an upgraded version of breaking wind slash, essentially the lowest level second-tier 5G. But this cold wind piercing cloud thrust was an extremely powerful technique among second-tier 5Gs. Surely, that person couldn't use breaking wind slash to counter this time. The audience watching below exclaimed at the terrifying power of the cold wind piercing cloud thrust. Fu Qingyang was also curious to see how the young lady would handle this move. Who would have thought that Qin Yinyan, standing calmly on the stage, would once again use that most basic breaking wind slash to meet the attack? Most importantly, after the two techniques collided, she actually won again. Qin Yinyan thought that the cold wind piercing cloud thrust was indeed quite powerful, as it forced her to use 60% of her power to execute breaking wind slash. However, Qin Qianluan, along with Elder Chun of the Lina's sect, who considered her his prized disciple, both wore expressions of utter disbelief. Of course, the audience below and Fu Qingyang were equally astonished. Who could have imagined she would still use the lowest tier breaking wind slash to directly confront the cold wind piercing cloud thrust? Qin Qianluan felt thoroughly humiliated. That lunatic was truly infuriating. She wanted to see just how far that lunatic's breaking wind slash could go. Next, she casually unleashed a second-tier 5G 8 directions windwalk. Seeing this, Qin Yinyan became instantly excited. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Use more wind-based 5GS. She felt her breaking wind slash was about to reach the ultimate perfected level that this is what it feels like to fleece someone. She thought that it's quite satisfying. After seeing the second-tier 5G 8 directions windwalk defeated by her breaking wind slash, Qin Qianluan immediately switched to the second-tier 5G ascending clear wind swirl. Seeing that defeated, she switched to the forest whispering wind smoke leg. After that was defeated, she again switched to the formless wind shadow fist. After that was defeated, she immediately switched to the falling flower wind godfinger. When that too was defeated, she switched to the wind dragon claw. Just like that, Qin Qianluan used a total of 13 different second-tier martial skills, all of which were defeated by Qin Yinyan's breaking wind slash. This made her start to question her own existence, feeling that the woman wasn't human. Even Elder Chun of Alina's sect, who had been observing the entire match, had to admit that this challenger's understanding of wind-based techniques seemed to be no less than Qin Qianluan's. Another elder of the Linha's sect, whose authority surpassed Elder Chen's, heard this assessment of the challenger's strength and rebuked him with displeasure. Nonsense. It's not just no less than Qin Qianluan's. She has clearly cultivated this breaking wind slash to the grand completion level. Although we still don't know her spiritual tier, her potential definitely surpasses Qin Qianluan's. Such a genius must be recruited into their Lina's sect. On the stage, Qin Yinyan, in high spirits, spoke sincerely. Third Miss Qin truly deserves the title of Genius Young Lady. These 13 techniques, each unique and without repetition, have truly been a feast for my eyes and incredibly beneficial. These words, heard by Qin Qianluan, felt like blatant mockery. After all, she had used 13 different weapons, yet her opponent countered each one with the same basic move, breaking wind slash. Not only that, but her opponent had won every single match. They must be laughing at her for knowing so much, but accomplishing so little. Just then, Elder Chun of the Linha sect stepped in to mediate, telling her she didn't need to continue. This round would be considered her opponent's victory. He also assured her that even if she conceded, the Linha sect would still make an exception and accept her. Qin Qianhuan stared at Elder Chun in disbelief. Was there some mistake? They wanted her, this genius girl, to admit defeat, but then, after speaking to her seriously, Elder Chun turned his attention elsewhere. His face instantly lit up with a beaming smile as he turned to the challenger and asked, "May I ask for this young friend's name? Are you interested in the Linha sect?" The audience watched the now excessively jovial Elder Chun, wondering if their eyes were deceiving them. Elder Chun of the Linha sect was known for his stern demeanor. No one expected him to wear such a fawning expression. Qin Qianhuan ground her teeth in fury. She couldn't believe a respected sect elder would direct such a look at that girl. Even she, a genius, had never received such treatment. Watching the now amiable Elder Chun, Qin Qianhuan realized that the Linha sect, which had initially pampered her, had instantly changed its tune upon finding someone they deemed more valuable. A sect that prioritized profit like this? She'd rather keep her distance. Qin Qianhuan was so enraged she'd lost all reason. No one could make her, a genius, admit defeat. That detestable girl, using just a simple breaking wind slash to humiliate her. That scoundrel deserved to die. As the crowd watched in shock, a sinister, ghostly aura began to emanate from Qin Qianhuan's body. If her opponent could use breaking wind slash against so many of her second-tier weapons, then what about her third-tier black-shaded Yin Wind Palm? She was eager to see how they would counter that. He had intended to play the hero, but it seemed he'd made a blunder. Fortunately, he'd still managed to embrace the beauty. Fu Qingyang, watching from below, suddenly exclaimed, "Third Miss Qin is using the black-shaded Yin Wind Palm, a third-tier technique that fuses ghostly energy and wind power. Its power far surpasses ordinary third-tier techniques. If Qin Qianhuan had truly mastered it, there's no way a perfected breaking wind slash could defend against it. But why would the Qin family's third miss use a technique imbued with ghostly energy?" This question wasn't just on Fu Qingyang's mind. Other spectators also began to murmur. Ghostly energy was considered Chiso. How could third Miss Qin use it? Even the city lord of Luoyun, observing the match, began to ponder. He suddenly felt that something was amiss with the Qin family. Seeing this, Elder Chun of the Linha sect grew frantic, shouting for Qin Qianhuan to stop. A technique infused with ghostly energy could cripple its target. Noticing his anxiety, Qin Qianhuan sneered. "So what? Besides, she's not even part of the Linha sect yet. What are you so worried about, Elder Chun? I, Qin Qianhuan, am the true genius the Linha sect needs. As for that wretched girl, she'll soon be a corpse." No sooner had she spoken than she unleashed her attack. A grotesque, purplish-black palm descended towards Qin Yinyan. Qin Yinyan also felt the immense power of the attack. She couldn't withstand it head-on. It seemed she'd have to use her Starfire Evasion technique. Even Tang Yuan grumbled, a teleportation skill like Starfire Evasion is usually a hidden trump card. Now it has to be revealed. What a waste. The situation had become dire. Escape was her only option. Meanwhile, at the Xuanqing Palace, cranes circled gracefully, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Sect Master Yi Minyuan addressed his disciples. "Listen carefully to what I am about to say." The disciples responded in unison. "Yes, Sect Master." Song Ying felt a surge of excitement. He wondered why the Sect Master was in such a good mood these past few days, even deciding to give them a lecture. He had waited years for this day. Elder Murong Lingnue, who already had an inkling, scoffed inwardly. It was all because of that girl, Qin Yinyan. The Sect Master seemed unusually cheerful whenever he heard news about her. It was truly unbelievable. Just then, as Sect Master Yi was about to begin his lecture, he sensed a surge of ghostly energy. Worried about Qin Yinyan, he immediately lost his composure. He hastily declared, "I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall continue this lecture another time." Then, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished, leaving behind a group of bewildered disciples. They had no idea why he had left so abruptly. Such a thing had never happened before during a lecture. Then, Song Ying, ever the bright one, stepped forward to offer an explanation for the sect master's departure. Something big must have happened. It's either the nine-headed dragon of the East Seas Arctic region breaking its seal, or the Blood Sea magma beast, slumbering for millennia, has awakened once more. However, Elder Marone Lin Yu felt that, judging by the sect master's expression, he was probably watching because of Qin Yinyan. Sure enough, a strange scene unfolded on Qin Yinyan's side. Time seemed to stop, looking at the palm that suddenly stopped descending towards her. She was also full of confusion, wondering what was going on. Then she heard Tang Yuan explaining it to her. It turned out that a powerful force had actually slowed the flow of time by 1,000-fold. Yi Mingyuan, transformed into a streak of light, rushed to her side and picked her up, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Qin Yinyan was dumbfounded. Wasn't he supposed to be in the middle of the competition? What could possibly have happened to her? How was she supposed to answer? She couldn't just make something up, could she? And why was she being held like this? It was so embarrassing. She stammered, "Why are you here? Why are you holding me like this?" Yi Mingyuan, asked so directly, suddenly felt embarrassed as well, but explained with a smile, "I sensed a ghostly aura that was about to harm you, so I immediately—" This ghostly aura is so weak, practically insignificant. He glanced at the woman in his arms and felt even more impulsive and presumptuous. Finally, he had to put Qin Yinyan down and explain, "It seems I was overly worried." The self-proclaimed genius girl, third Miss Qin, has launched numerous attacks. But not only has she failed to defeat her opponent, she's actually helped him cultivate his wind-cleaving slash to perfection through their battle. Yi Mingyuan gently put the woman down, looked around, and then asked, "Are you participating in the sect's recruitment competition here?" Qin Yinyan pointed at him with a hint of displeasure and said, "Isn't it obvious? I was right in the middle of the competition when you, sect master, interrupted me." The incredibly awkward sect master Yi, after a brief moment of thought, said, "If you need cultivation resources and weapons, you can join the Xuanqing sect." Seeing him bring that up again, Qin Yinyan immediately interrupted him. "Yi Mingyuan, didn't we agree? I'm going to become strong on my own." Seeing her genuine displeasure, sect master Yi quickly changed the subject and asked, "All right then, but why are you wearing a mask?" Qin Yinyan told him, "I'm wearing a mask to hide my identity, because I can't let anyone recognize me. But it's quite a hassle to have to wear this mask all the time." Hearing the girl's quiet complaint, his hand reached out towards her face involuntarily. Qin Yinyan, who had been in a daze, looked up at him. She had to admit this man was truly handsome. Thinking this, she couldn't help but blush. What was Yi Mingyuan doing? The atmosphere between them was a bit ambiguous. She saw his finger gently touch her mask, and then the mask instantly vanished. Then she heard him say, "This is a half-phantom sea star flower. Anyone who sees it will fall under an illusion and forget what you looked like before, unless they have extremely high cultivation and can see through it." The girl looked excited. So, as long as they see this flower, they'll forget what Qin Yinyan looked like before? What a powerful illusion. She happily took out a small bronze mirror and gently touched the flower mark on her face, sighing involuntarily. "This little half-flower is quite pretty." Then she heard Yi Mingyuan meaningfully say, "Indeed, quite pretty." Qin Yinyan immediately felt that Yi Mingyuan's words were clearly complimenting her. Just then, she heard him cough, so she quickly turned and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yi Mingyuan explained to her, "Freezing time consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Even with my current strength, I can't maintain it any longer." Seeing him sweating profusely, Qin Yinyan urged him to recover quickly. Pointing at the giant palm that was about to crush down on them, she confidently said, "Don't worry, this level of power won't hurt me at all." Seeing her certainty, Yi Mingyuan followed her wishes and restored the flow of time. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Yin wind crashed down. Then, with a loud boom, a huge explosion erupted, sending billowing smoke and flying debris everywhere. Seeing this, Elder Chun of Alinha's sect asked heartbrokenly, "How could this happen? Could the genius we just discovered have fallen just like that?" Qin Xinhuan let out a burst of maniacal laughter and arrogantly declared, "No matter how talented you are, you still died under my black-shaded Yin wind claw." No one knew that. At this moment, she was also full of confusion. Strange, why didn't this move have such a wide-range attack effect before? Could it be that I surpassed myself this time? Among the spectators below, some were exclaiming about the power of third Miss Qin's move, while others lamented the fall of such a genius. After rubbing his eyes, Fu Qingyang spoke. The black-shaded Yin wind claw due to its rapid expansion, seemed to have its power dispersed the moment it descended. The reason it caused such widespread damage is actually because of that power dispersal. He speculated that Qin Yinyan hadn't been able to. Upon hearing his analysis, Yi Mingyuan praised him with appreciation, saying he had some insight. Fu Qingyang was startled by his sudden appearance and words. When did this person get here? There was clearly no one here before. As time ticked by, the smoke gradually dissipated. The crowd first saw a vague figure, then gradually discerned the person's appearance. Qin Qianluan was the first to lose her composure. Incredulous, she asked, "You were enveloped by the black-shaded Wind Claw. How are you still alive?" Everyone then heard Qin Yinyan laughingly reply, "Thank you for using that Tier 3 wind-type attack. It gave me new insight into my Gale / finally allowing me to achieve perfection. It turns out that when cultivated to perfection, Gale / can disperse the spiritual energy condensed within an opponent's attack." Qin Qianluan's black, shaded Wind Claw, though seemingly formidable, had its power scattered, rendering it harmless. Elder Qin suspected he was hallucinating. Someone actually cultivated Gale / to perfection? How is that possible? Even the grand elders of the sect haven't achieved that. Even if it's just Gale / this is simply unbelievable. Seeing Qin Yinyan standing before him completely unharmed, Qin Qianluan began to question reality. The attack used was the perfected, forbidden Gale / Moreover, it had completely dispersed the power of his black-shaded Wind Claw. Qin Yinyan declared, "Courtesy demands reciprocity. Now, genius girl, please receive an attack from me."